Gotta turn the mic on. Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. Happy Sunday to you. We've started off with a 2-hop continuing service. We are in Samos and we're off to Cyprus. Hop in your airplane. It's time to fly. Well, hey there. Thank you for coming in today. And a super duper happy Sunday to you. Thanks for coming on by. Welcome, welcome. Hunter Girl is here. Bourbon Dad is here. JSG Droid, thank you for coming in. Oh my goodness, JSG Droid, you have no idea. I had no idea that my mouse was as broken as it was. But the new one, cable's not long enough. I can't get it into the camera shot there. But thank you for suggesting and then gifting a nice new mouse. I had no idea that mine was in as bad a shape as it was. Zach is in chat. Welcome aboard, Zach. Antonio, thank you for the resub for being here 28 months. And Just Jack is here. Happy New Year to you, Just Jack. Welcome aboard. Invisor, good to see you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the wows in at wow time. And wow, it's hard to believe it's already Sunday. It's already Sunday in here. It should have a button that puts the mouse in free spin mode, which allows you to set the 1,000 minimum altitudes. Oh, really? A free spin mode. No kidding. I've never actually heard of a free spin mode before, but that'll help out an awful. A free spin mode. Okay. I got to look for that. That's going to probably be helpful. ZLP7, welcome aboard. Travis Trucker, thanks for coming by. I have been clicking aggressively. Yes, much too aggressive in the clicking department. And I was clicking so aggressively that I guess I got clicked off. Oh, it turns off the wheel ratchet. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I get, the wheel ratchet stuff. Got it. Thanks for coming. I hope you're doing good today. We're doing a 2-hop today, Samos to Cyprus with continuing service to Ben Gurion Airport. I know we're kind of in one of those areas where it's a little bit of a, current events hot zone and stuff like that, but I do like to kind of fly here every now and then just, we all spent money on a really nice Ben Gurion Airport about a year or so ago, and it's a great scenery. But hopefully, going into different parts of the world helps make things just a little better. I don't know, in my own silly little way. But I'm sure glad that you're here, and thank you for coming on in today. Manifee says Spy Hat. Let's hop into the airplane. Let's see. So I started this up just a little bit ago, and it's now down to 68%. It was at 100%. So I don't know if you know for sure. But if you go and start working with the iPad in the Phoenix, the battery will drop just like on an iPad, and it will go out. It will eventually go out. So you got to be ready to do that. I really like the way this mouse feels. I can move around so much smoother. Oh my gosh. So let's see. What do we got here? I've got a GPU. I don't think there'd be preconditioned air on a stand here. Stairs are out, chocks are out. And we've got the left door open, so that looks pretty good too. Got the flight already set. It says we're minus 476 minutes from departure because I went and I rolled the clock back. It looked like it was really pretty at night. I just couldn't handle a nighttime flight today. So we're flying in daytime, and I don't think that we have to do any time calculations for these two flights. So I figure that's just as good. So we got that going on here. Let's go ahead and power it on up. Manifee has got a nice 53. Yeah, boy, the Jetstream over the eastern U.S. right now is holy cats. I'm not kidding. Holy cats, is that Jetstream strong? I was looking at it in weather earlier today, and I mean, wow. JSG Droid's heart is warm. Your heart is warm. I must have said something. I just don't remember what it was. Last night was one of those not much sleep night kind of nights and stuff like that. So if I seem a little bit dense today, it's because there was touching and turning. Oh, I am. Okay. And my voice is going out too. No, I'm really, it's a complete different. The mouse that I had before was the same manufacturer. It had a few more bells and whistles and stuff like that on it, but I never used them. And it just never felt this solid. So I'm not kidding. You chose a great mouse, but I'm not surprised because you do so much good computer work. So Sphinx Music has a big pizza would be so good today. A good big pizza would be outstanding. That would be nice. Boswamo Stash, thank you for coming in today. FMGC, Flight Management Guidance. Looks like the navigation database is good till January 21st. So that looks really nice. Let's go to the ASUS. And Boswamo Stash, thanks for coming in. Oh, there was a spy hat, wasn't there? Got to do a hat. Got to make sure we have the proper headgear on. That was Manaphy, and Mustache says to hydrate and stretch. Yeah, I probably ought to do both of those today. And Sphinx Music actually gigantified that pizza emote. That is a really nice pizza emote. It was actually made for the spy flight by Sim Caesar. Sim Caesar just made that and said, "Here, Dave, you should have a big, giant pizza heart." And that was so nice. Sunjammer, welcome aboard. Is all the ice gone from Coventry? Keela said that there was ice and stuff, I think, yesterday north of you up at Sheffield. So I'm wondering if all of that, or it's still, really sloppy, messy roads and stuff. Let's go to ground services. And let's resend the load sheet. The emote is great. Plus, I'm one of those guys with gray hair that still just loves pizza. I mean, it's even one of those, cardboard American freezer pizzas or something like that. Just something about a pizza just makes you smile a little bit. Cole Carey, could we do Miami to Nassau today? You know what? I was thinking we ought to do a 777 flight. We haven't been in the 777, so we could do a 777 cargo flight from Miami to Nassau today. So I just jotted that down to remind myself of that. Cole Carey, that might be a good idea. Happy Sunday. I am 90 the Gamer. And Mr. Posh Martin has arrived, reminding us to try and stay a little bit on the posh side here today. And we always try to do that. Okay, all of this looks really good. I don't think that we have ATC on this one. I think we're all on our own, which is kind of good. It is Sunday. We're going to a slightly different airport, different airports today. I think there's ATC around us. So Ankara is up. There's a little bit around Athens. But that's really about it, and I don't think there's anything for Cyprus, and our flight route takes us around Ankara Center here, so I don't think that there's any ATC, so it's just us, and like I said, that's just fine for today, for at least this flight. And there probably won't be any going into Ben Gurion, but I would imagine something going out of Miami today, so we're all set for that. 56.5 is going to be my zero fuel weight there. So I guess it's time to start punching buttons. Still kind of goofy about the Winwing McDo. Absolutely just still loving this. This is a really good little box to have on your desk. Between that and the where's the button here? The Winwing Autopilot. I mean, both of those two applications together makes flying something like, I think, perhaps one of the most challenging weekly VATSIM events is Vectors to Copenhagen and Frankfurt Friday. Those are two of the biggest ones, and with these two boxes sitting on the desk, I mean, we really can move really quickly. And it just really makes the difference. I'm not an affiliate. I'm not trying to sell you a Winwing something. I just think it's really cool. So, but, I tend to get geeky about stuff. All right, what do we got here? And let's see. We need to do nav, and nav. I think I need to change my speed of move. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I do like the pizza mode. I was thinking about maybe if we finish up before it gets dark, I might order a pizza today. That would be kind of fun. Let's see, cost index. What is our cost index out of here today? I didn't have a chance to look at the flight plan before. 36 is our cost index. Let's go and get our upper level wins. There is a payware that we all had for Ben Gurion Airport, and I think we all bought a payware for Cyprus too a long time ago. There was some sort of a VATSIM event, I remember, that we were all doing, and that's why we got Cyprus. It was some special VATSIM event that we got, and probably a couple of years ago. But I did check the Ben Gurion scenery, and that looked like it was pretty good. JP the GOAT. I gotta tell you, well, Kalispera back to Greece, JP. Yeah, I've never been to Greece. I've spent some time studying a little bit, but you know, the pictures of the sailboats anchored off the Greek island in the Aegean has made it a favorite of mine too. So I really do like that. Okay, JSG Droid, the AnyBuilds LCLK. It was 13 bucks. That's not bad. I had one already in my add-on linker, so I didn't check that out. I just figured we'd been there before. Hi, Stores. All right, that looks really good. Let's do init. Page B. Okay, so our zero fuel weight is 56.5. 56.5 tons. But yeah, Aegean is one of my favorites too. I like the older, I'm afraid I'm a bit cranky. I like the older logo than the new one. I like the color blue that they're using, but the two birds flying off into the sunset like that for me is just like the perfect airliner logo. So I've always really liked that logo. The new livery is is starting to win me over a bit though. But I missed the two birds. I guess these are supposed to be the two birds there, but it's not the same. Abdullah Balak, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Okay, 56.5, and page 2 is 30.2 as our center of gravity. Always like to have our center of gravity set in the right spot. Otherwise, the airplane tips over a little bit more. Let's see. That looks good. Let's go and do taxi. Abdullah, I'm sorry. I don't understand that. So welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. I don't get the don't understand the language. Forgive my ignorance there. Let's see. Taxi is 0.173. 0.173 is taxi fuel. Let's see. Contingency, 15 minutes, is 0.619. 0.619 is route reserve. Alternate is Tel Aviv. Oh, yeah, it is. That's our alternate too. 1.59 is our alternate fuel, and 30 minutes of fuel, 1.023. 1.023 is 30 minutes of fuel. And let's look at fuel planning. Push the button. If it turns green, that means the numbers are supposed to be good. Polyat, konnichiwa. Welcome aboard. Let's see. All of that looks good. We should start inviting our passengers on board. Sadly, Aegean was not one of the airlines that would give you a chocolate like Air Berlin does. And here comes our passengers. Let's go ahead and start up the APU so we can get some air conditioning coming on in, because air conditioning is good and it's really not all that cold. Okay, this looks really good. No, we're not going to get an auto ATC here, so we'll just leave it at Squawk 2000. That should be just fine. And here comes that. Let's do our flight plan. So flight plan looks like it should be fairly nice. Our departure out of Samos should be runway 27, and our departure is going to be the Larky 3 Bravo. This is actually a pretty cool departure, so after takeoff, we immediately make a turn, and then our first altitude is going to be right around 4,000 feet, and it's actually a pretty cool departure. So that should be nice. Coming into Cyprus, our arrival should be ILS runway 22. We're doing the FIA 1 Charlie arrival. The 1 Charlie, and I think we want... I don't think we want either one of those. No VIA, because we're actually coming in over the VOR. And so this gives us an opportunity to do a procedure turn. And I don't know that I've never really had ATC have us do a procedure turn or everything, but that would be good. Bazhat, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Steve oh, Lufthansa gives out chocolates? Really? Okay, well, they became a favorite of mine. I get it. Their job, an airline's job is, to go and, get you from point A to point B, right? Absolutely. But the thing is, a little chocolate after the flight is just kind of a nice touch. So after our departure, it's really cool. So we depart to the west and immediately make a turn climbing to 4,000 feet until you intercept the 172 degree radial off the Samos VOR. Okay? And then after that, once you get 10 miles from the VOR, you do a jump to the left and a step to the right to make it to 4,000 feet at Larky. So that's really kind of a cool departure. It's almost a little bit like the arrival that we're going to be doing on this one. Let's see. SIDS, the PT or procedures, if there's anything special on this one. Let's see. Is auto ATC a common thing? It's the auto ATC thing is a VATSIM thing. So if you're on VATSIM in the U.S. and you sign on to a VATSIM, sign on to VATSIM at a U.S. airport, it will automatically give you your a squawk code, and that only happens in the U.S. Elsewhere, it doesn't happen. Senor Tomas, welcome aboard. Sunday's going pretty good, thanks. Quite a lot of airlines, really? Quite a lot of airlines are giving out, boy, in Europe? Well, I need to go and do more flying in Europe then. Let's see here. Airport charts, Larnaca, we do need a parking chart. And then it looks like, so we're coming in on the star, and that puts us over here, chug, 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 right in over the VOR, and then I think it's the ILS Yankee is what we need to do. Let's see. Quite a lot of airlines. That's right. We could do a fix on the 173 degree radial. I had to try to do that, but I also want to get up in the air. Okay, I don't think we want the Yankee. Maybe we want the X-ray. Because this is the one with the procedure turn. So we're going to do the X-ray coming in. So over, we loop-de-loop out there, and I don't think that we want any... Yeah, we don't want any of those. Okay, so that should be good. We got all of our charts ready to go. Passengers are coming aboard. Yeah, we need to do... I should do a fix like that. I've got your instructions, JSG Droid. I just have not taken the chance to dive in. So there is your... nope, that's polyots. Oh, here it is. So create a hold at previous position, and that... Yeah, I got to remember to do that and learn to do that sometime. Let's see. Polyot has to be... it's always at Helsinki time? No kidding. Helsinki time. I know you said you got your tux all ready to go for the party. Polyot's got a really big party to go to in Helsinki. I guess the one question, tactless question is, I hope the tux is like double layered or something, because you are going to be in Helsinki. And I bet it's going to be a little bit on the chilly side there. In it, page B, our zero fuel weight has one person snuck aboard, so it's 56.6, not 56.5. So that's our new one. Center of gravity never changes, accept and return. And let's pop that up there. The airplane computer says I need 5.7 tons of fuel to make it there. We have 6.8 tons of fuel. So that's pretty good. And it's almost time to go. Crazy people meeting at the airport. 1615 Zulu is Polyot's flight tomorrow. I am on the flight out with a bunch of the folks from British Airways who are also invited to the Finnish party. Let's see. Dad, game time. Yeah, sorry you missed that. The music randomizer wasn't very good today, though. It played the same song and tried to play it 3 times. So I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, all of this looks really good. Looks really good. The APU is on. Let's get the bleed turned on. Turn off external power. Let's go ahead and turn on our fuel pumps. And fuel pumps are groovy. Airplane is loaded. And let's do ground services. I'm going to close the door. The door is closing. So, I guess Polyot is going to be going out to Helsinki with a bunch of other people that are going to the party. So that means the flight out is going to be a big old party. You going to get any rest at all on this one? Or is it just a complete party from one end of London to Helsinki and back? Sync, calculate, and set it. Oh, goody, flaps 3. 1006 is our altimeter. So 1006 is the altimeter. I know it should be 1007 on the spy flight, but I'm not complaining. And let's do 1006 on the backup, because there's a live streamer friend of mine that got not annoyed with me, but said, you need to set your backup altimeter. And so I do that. What am I syncing? Or I don't know. My syncing is about me being sunk, I guess. No, what I do is I calculate this, and then it says send to the McDo. So that's what I think. I call it syncing it with the McDo. That's what it is. Well, we are meeting in the Concorde Lounge. Oh my gosh. Talk about a first class trip. So you're departing, you're going to the old Concorde Lounge. That is exciting. I know, ZLP7, the mail is really unreliable these days. Nobody else got an invite. What the actual F, you know? We should have all gotten it. I mean, surely the spies would have been invited, right? And don't call me Shirley. All right, ground services, we are all clear. Let's get ready to, as they say, let's get ready to rumble. Hi, Hinkad, welcome aboard. The original Concorde Lounge at Heathrow, that's pretty memorable. All right, I think we can go and get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback, and oh, I forgot to update again. I forgot to do my update. I forgot to update this. Here comes our ground crew. So let's see. There is our crew chief, and they're holding the gear pin. Hi, Josh. Welcome aboard. So let's see. If you're going to a big party in Helsinki, what would be what would be like the real local food that everybody's looking forward to? Wondering, you know, what's the really great food that you would enjoy? Oh, wait a minute, I'm wrong. It's not the original. Sorry, the voice is going to be bad today. It isn't the original Concorde Lounge at Terminal 4. There is a new Concorde Lounge at Terminal 5, and that's the home of British Airways now. So it's a new one. Yeah, it's the Greek GSX voice. They did get a Greek GSX voice. Oh, I know what it's going to be. You know what there's going to be at the party? There's going to be blueberry juice. It's Finnair. It's gonna. So there's gonna be blueberry juice there. Okay, we're gonna go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
The T5 opened in 2008. Well, it probably still has that new car smell and, you know, a closet or something that nobody uses. Tell me something, my friend. You ever dance? Oh, that's one of the Batman movies. That's one of the Batman movies, Sunjammer. I don't know. Stuart, thank you. That was nice of you to say. Thank you so much. Are we ready to go? I think it's time to get out of here. Let's start our squawkage. Squawkage has begun. And is there anybody behind me? JSG Droid has departed the scene of the crime. I think that's JSG Droid going, lighting up right now. Hi, Michael. Okay, I think that, so if you're new to the spy flight, Sunjammer comes in every now and then and likes to give us a really nice movie quote. And I think that the first one was one of the Batman movies, but the second one, I think that's like the first one. That's Jack Nicholson's The Joker, right, Sunjammer? Loviz, and a super duper happy Sunday to you. Thanks for coming by today. Welcome aboard. You were, let's see, last night you said you were going to go and watch football. Did you get to see a good game? I'm afraid I have no idea what happened. There goes JSG Droid. I had a devil of a time locating my Ben Gurion airport, Loviz. I don't know about you. And yes for both. Okay, so those were the old Jack Nicholson lines. There's probably another movie he should not have been paid for because you could tell that he was having so much fun playing that role. Man. Elias is back in chat. Elias has been flying the A320 for a year now, and I've switched to the 747-8. It's very difficult, and I'm struggling to learn it. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not kidding. Airbus and Boeing are two totally different animals. They may look like airplanes on the outside and, you know, fly around in the sky and stuff like that, but they're not the same. So it's different worlds. Plus, if you were flying like the Phoenix A319 2021, and now you're flying a default 747, the hard part about that for you is going to be that the hard part for you is going to be that the 747 is mostly default, and it's not the same quality. So that's going to be a big difference. Derek is in chat. Welcome aboard. And Loviz got to see two really good games. They were NFL wildcard games. The Bears had a crazy comeback to beat the Packers last night. Oh, really? Let's see. Derek, welcome aboard. No one's ever late to the spy flight. You get to come in when you want. We are at Samos, a Greek island in the far eastern Aegean Sea. We are going to fly down to Cyprus with continuing service to Ben Gurion Airport. Derek, I couldn't find it anywhere, so I ended up, I think, yeah, I couldn't find, I knew I had it. I looked in the old 2020 add-on linker folder and it wasn't there either. I knew I bought it. And so I looked around and I couldn't find where I bought it from anybody, so I just picked it up again. It's on sale at Contrail. And then Contrail tried to put it in the wrong folder too, so there we go. Let's see. Wild here, welcome aboard. It's a different kind of flying altogether. The wild hair, though, see, the thing is, it really is. It's a different kind of flying. Briggsy, the new A340 VIP has a shower. The A340 has a VIP shower and flushing toilets. And a shower. I'm amazed. Really. All right, we got two good starts on our engines. Started back to normal. Paulette, did you give the full version of the Jazz Spy soundtrack a listen? I've got it. It's on my desktop. I haven't done it yet. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's on. It's on the desktop. Words are going to be hard today. I don't know what to tell you about that. Words are going to be hard. And let me just make sure. I had a shuffle thing here. My desktop got shuffled a little bit. Yeah. It is. No, it's in the download folder called Spy Soundtrack. So I've got it. I will do it. It's copyright free. Oh, I could add it to the playlist? I'll do it. I'll do that. Loviz is going to line up in Cyprus. See you in Cyprus. Hawkeye's Gaming, good afternoon. Let me go and get the airplane out of here. I'll fall behind. Bazhat, sorry. The flight simulation is true real aircraft or just jazzed up? So the thing is this is the Phoenix A320. And so this is as close to a model of an A320 that you're going to get in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's really very good. And Polyat, I may be saying the wrong words here, but I believe the developer of this particular airplane, this developer is doing business. Maybe it's not this one, so I shouldn't say it because I'm going to say it the wrong way. Some developers of flight simulator aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator, one of the things that they do is their flight simulator airplanes that guys like me get to play with, that's their side business. They make their main business by developing flight simulator products for real airlines. And that's the cool thing that they do, is so this is pretty close. So it's, I wouldn't say it's just jazzed up. Hey Roddy, welcome aboard. Good to see you. He barely remembers what he did yesterday. Reporting to JP Gamer. JP Gamer, I do remember your name from a year or two ago. I actually do have a pretty good memory for names that I see pop up in there. I recognize those. I'm relatively good with that. Hi Argo. Welcome aboard. Okay, yeah, Polyat, it is an entertainment product, so it's not like I could take this airplane and do some flights and stuff in it, and get credit, put it down in my logbook, my real world pilot logbook. Sadly, we can't do that. That being said, if you're getting a job, if you're gonna be flying an airplane like this, you can actually use this thing as some initial training, because the simulation is, just because it's for entertainment doesn't mean it's not a good one. And you can actually learn some really good procedures. Noop and Stube, welcome back in. Thanks for coming in. FS Labs, PMDG, and Majestic are the main three airlines who develop for the real-world industry. If you were to sit in the cockpit, so let's say Bazhat, I'm sorry, it's an A, not a U. So if you were to sit, spend a little bit of time in this cockpit that you see right here, this thing, A320, you go and sit in a real cockpit, you're going to know a little bit about your way around. You're going to have a good idea of what's going on. Samos traffic, GN 441's taxiing onto runway 27, backtracking and taking off, Samos. That being said, one of the biggest questions that us flight simmer guys get, the flight simmers get, is could you actually land a real Airbus A320? And my answer is always no, we really couldn't. Because flying a real airplane and sitting at home with, staring at a computer for however long you might stare at a computer is, not the same as sitting in an actual cockpit, experiencing the G-forces and stuff that you would experience and stuff like that. It's not the same. And one of the things that I remember when I was a student pilot, first learning how to fly a Cessna 152, was just how much bouncing around you got and what it felt like if you're making a turn and stuff like that, the G-forces that were on your body. And it really was a different feel. So sitting here at a computer desk is very different than being in the real world. Let's see. Tyler is here. Welcome aboard, Tyler. You're doing Corpus Christi to Beaumont. I did a big bicycle race near Beaumont. It was 100 miles in February. And it was actually cold there that time. Zach is in walk-around mode. You've got it working? So, yeah, you were having trouble with walk-around, but it's going, right? Twisted is going to see you in Cyprus. And Will from online. With continuing service, I do like doing these continuing service flights. It's sort of like the way a real airline works. It's like the way a real airliner is going to work. Because a real airliner doesn't just pull up to the parking gate and take a break for the rest of the day. All right, here we are all lined up. JSG Droid said that this is going to be a nice departure, and I think it will be. Cabin call. ECAB checklist is groovy green. I say it's time to go. Ready? So, first step, throttles up to about that half mark. Watch your engines go up. As the engines are going up, I'm going to flip over the run command for the elapsed timer. Our engines are stable. And we got manual flex. SRS is set. Runway auto thrust is blue. And we need to come over there. I'm not going to be able to do the usual go outside the cockpit things because this departure, you got to have your hand on the stick. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Gear is going up. There's a nice climb. Flaps 1. Start the turn. We don't want to run into the hills. There's our turn. Now, JSG Droid went and did a lot more cool stuff on this departure than I did. Set up some actual waypoints. I'm just using the departure here. Lever climb, thrust climb. Roll out. Continue that climb. Flaps up. Speed brakes disengaged. Yes, I love flyby. I did this mostly with the flight directors. So the two little green crossbars that you see in the artificial horizon, I'm flying it with the directors. And roll back out. Too much. Continue the climb to flight level 350. And AP. Whew, that was fun. Manaphy had a 1.2 G landing at Dulles today. Uh-oh, I've got a phone call. Hi, Tara. I am on the live stream right now. Can I give you a call later? Tara says hi, live stream. Thanks for calling. Cheerio. Tara says hi to the live stream. All right. Reset. And let's see. The flybys are really cool. I love the flybys. They look great. They still use 2D screens. Well, that's always one of the things about Flight Sim is that's a 2D screen. Captain Chris says hi to Tara. Pauliot says hi. So does Ministry. Well, that wasn't a butt dial, no. All right. And out we go there, and our departure is just perfect. Bazhat says hi to Tara. Tara comes into chat every now and then. Tara's a real-world friend from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. 10,000 feet, landing lights off. Nose light was never on. Bad pilot. 10,000 foot cabin call. Hi, Odell. Welcome on in. And there is an intercept. Out we go over to airports. And here we go. So there is a little bit of ATC, but it's all over near Athens. Nupidstube, yeah, this is actually a favorite livery of mine. One, I like the old school Aegean livery with the two birds logo, but I like this one the best because it's got a big old picture of Athena, the Greek goddess Athena, on the side. So that's why that, and I always thought that this was a great livery for logo for him too. Two birds flying into the sunset. Do like the Airbus, and the Phoenix Airbus is just second to none. It's a great, it really is a great, a really great livery and airplane. Hi, Final Rabbit, welcome aboard. Just doing a quick follow-up here. The soundtrack is actually really nice today. All right, let's come on down here. 16,000 feet, everything's good. The lights are groovy. No problems here. Turn that off. Oh, my cockpit door is open. I'm gonna get a nasty email from security. I always try, yeah, I mean, travel really can be really, really relaxing and fun. At least I think it is. Okay, after takeoff items, flaps are up, speed brakes are down. Auto brakes are off, landing gear is up, lights are up, off. I think we're good. Passing 18,000 feet. We are 402 miles from Cyprus. And we'll be landing at 12:18 airplane time. I basically set the flight up for about noon. Odell, you saw a weather report on YouTube? So that was really an old one, right? Something old from TV. Yeah, there's still a few of them out there. I am doing a little bit of weather each day on the YouTube channel for Flight Sim, but that's about it. Let's see, JSG Droid, that was a really nice departure. It was a fun one too. You know, you get an initial turn right off the runway, and then another turn back, and then an S turn. That's kind of a cool departure there. Zach has to go. Thanks for coming in, Zach. Rodrigo did a short flight Chicago to New York City aboard the A320. Yeah, this is such a great little airplane. This really is a good, well-designed airplane for flying passengers in very complex traffic zones. Absolutely love them. The A319 and the 20 for things like, you know, Frankfurt Friday. I mean, we can turn this thing as far as an airplane is concerned. Coffee. Man, that's good today. It's warm out here at Spy HQ, almost 50 degrees. Maybe Tuesday we'll see some rain and snow, but it was above freezing all night long last night. Although on the other hand, over in Germany, so Frankfurt got snow and rain, and now I hear another batch of snow and cold temperatures and very icy roads. Keela and Sunjammer and Polyot said that there was snow in Sheffield, Coventry, and London. So that's where all the cold stuff is. We had a really good little snow as we were coming out of Innsbruck the other day. So that's pretty, it's been a weird winter. And it's 33 degrees Celsius at Sao Paulo, Brazil right now. Rodrigo says, yeah, it is summer, isn't it? And I'll bet it is really summer, you're feeling the heat today. 33 degrees Celsius is warm. Wabi says it's warm in Canada too. It's above freezing. Yeah, it's really weird. It's supposed to be 60 here on Tuesday. Polyot says it is warm in the UK. It is warmer in the UK than it is in Madrid. Zayna, talk about all night long. You had an argument with a neighbor one time playing the same Lionel Richie song over and over. Now, I wouldn't normally mind, but it was all night long. That was a joke, right? Or did you really have an argument about Lionel Richie? And out we go. A nice climb, 25,000 feet. It's managed. This looks good. Passengers are happy. Okay, okay? I just wanted to make sure. Next is Cyprus to Ben Gurion. That's going to be a little bit of a shorter flight, and then we'll do 777 from Miami to Nassau. So we'll try and do a cargo flight to Nassau. Wabi says it's getting cold in Canada next week, back to -20. Odell lives in North Dakota, and it's 45 degrees Fahrenheit. And out we go. Tomorrow, Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. It's the first Vectors to Copenhagen in a while. Haven't done Vectors to Copenhagen in a while. Definitely have to remember to put in a hold there. We're starting to get more of those automatic holds going into the European airports. 47 miles to top of climb. It's 365 miles to Cyprus. So basically, if you take a look, it's 363 miles to Cyprus. We have half a tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It isn't dark, and I'm not wearing sunglasses, but that's about as close to the Blues Brothers as we're going to get today. And unfortunately, my sunglasses are all polarized, so I can't sit here on the live stream, you know, being cool wearing sunglasses because I can't see the monitor because of the polarized lens doesn't work too terribly well with the screen there. Roddy, this is kind of one of the favorites for sure. This is the A320. I like the A319 just a little bit better. But this is just such a clean cockpit. It's incredibly functional, and absolutely like these little buses here. If I were 100 years younger and could start a career as a airline pilot, this would be what I would want to try to fly. Odell says it is 45 degrees Fahrenheit, 7 degrees Celsius. It is pretty normal for North Dakota in the winter. 45? I don't know, Odell. All the temperatures I see out of North Dakota in the wintertime is maybe a few degrees above freezing, during the day, but then always below freezing at night. And almost to 30,000 feet. I thought I had another button there. So I've been adding a couple of extra buttons to the to this with chase plane. So let's go ahead and we're going to turn off GSX. Let's say activate chase plane, because one of the things that I've done is I've added a new view that I kind of like here. And so you notice that if you can see, like FCU here, Flight Control Unit, I access that on chase plane. You can see it says number 1 and number 2. The McDo is number 1 and number 2. Then I've got a couple of overhead views. But what I'm going to do is I've got a single pedestal view here. So there's this pedestal view that I've got. This one right here. So what I've been doing is I've added a second one to this. And that is basically one of the things that I need to get to every now and then, but hardly ever, is the transponder. So we can go and add all sorts of different views. So there's my pedestal view. I'm going to add another view. And so let's go ahead and do this. This is one of the cool parts of chase plane that I think is awesome. So let's go and we're going to create a view. It's going to be a pilot instrument view. We're going to not use it in cinematics, and I don't want to skip one cycling. And now let's give it a name. And we're going to call this one transponder. And the whole idea is to just make it a little easier to do the transponder, right? All right, so now let's go and find transponder. There it is. And what we're going to do is let's go and set it up. Ethan is back in chat. Hi, Ethan. Love Flight Sim. You're still at the Cessna 172 stage. Hey, Ethan, that's the place to start. I'm not kidding. Starting where you are is the right place to be, and I promise you'll get to this stage. It takes a little bit longer to progress in Flight Sim because the airplanes are more complex, and they're learning about real-world airplane stuff. But I mean, there you go. That's kind of the way it is. I don't have any foot cams. Sorry about that. Although I understand that feet live streams are like a thing right now, but I think it's probably best that I stay away from that sort of thing. Sometimes Odell says it is over freezing in North Dakota. And Mr. Fancy, oh, love flying around the Greek islands. All right, let's go get the view set up. So we're going to come over here, and it's time to adjust the view. So the first thing let's do is let's go down a little bit. Okay, let's go down. Now let's go, we're going to move forward a bit. So we're going to go forward over here. Now you don't have to use these commands. You don't have to use these commands. You can just use your keyboard too, but it's kind of fun to do this. All right, let's see. We're going to rotate it a little bit this way. And I'm going to go and look down, more down on it, because there's actually some controls that I like to use. Now we're going to move forward a bit. And let's move a little to the right. And I'm going to rotate it just a little bit more. And now we're going to go down a little bit closer. The thing that I really want to be able to see is this one here. And there you go. That's kind of what I want. So we're going to save it. And now we're going to go back and we call it the transponder. But I'm going to put this on the same button that the pedestal is on. So we're going to view the shortcut, and I'm going to push the button, which is number pad 3, and save it. Now, number pad 3 is way up here, so we're going to move this below 2. Now, what I want to do is if I hit 3, it's going to go to the transponder first. So I need to grab that pedestal view and move it up here. So the pedestal, that's when I hit the number 3, it's going to go to the pedestal first, then to the transponder. And then, so I've got a couple of main panel views. But that's kind of how it is that I've been like taking a single button and making it do more work. So now let's go ahead. So let's go and look. We're going to hit the 3 button. There's the pedestal. Let's hit it again. And now it zooms out there. And then it goes back, and then you can go to the other ones. So what's so, the many things that are cool about Chase Plane is I've got a number pad, just like everybody else, with 10 numbers on it. And now I can go and create a couple of what I call double taps. So like the McDo, here's my McDo view. The double tap takes me over to the co-pilot view, so I can get a close view of numbers like the 0 fuel weight and stuff, and then put those into the main flying McDo. And so I've been starting to do more of these little double tap kinds of things so that I can get a close-up view of some things and make it work a little bit better. So I've really enjoyed using Chase Plane to be able to see a few more things in the cockpit and make it work. So that's been really nice. I've got a double tap on the flight control unit, the autopilot button, which also, if I hit it twice, that way I can get to my light switches a little bit faster. And that kind of helps out too. So this is really cool. And of course, we love Chase Plane because we get to do a flyby. Zoom. JSG Droid, are you going to get Chase Plane? So I had been dragging my feet on getting Chase Plane for flights. I never got it for Flight Sim 2020. I did get it for 2024, and then on a day off from flying, I basically decided to, you know, spend the morning and part of the afternoon doing what we always do, watch some YouTube videos about it, and then do a couple of flights while I tried to set it up. And after that, that was kind of the way it worked. Let's see. Mr. Posh Martin has all the wing views on double tap. Yeah, so you can go. I've got the number 7 button is look out the left side of the plane. The number 9 button, I mean. The number 9 button is look out the right side, but like you doing, I could add a few more. I could add a few more cabin views with those two if I wanted to look around a little bit. So like for Air Berlin, for this seat here, I should add a double tap, which kind of turns around like this and kind of comes down here and focuses in on the seat pocket, which is where the Lind chocolate hearts are in the Air Berlin liveries. Twisted, I see there is an airplane right behind me. So if we dial in the map a little bit, so there's 20 miles. It shows that you're really, really close. It says you're probably almost right under me. So if we kind of turn around over here, you're about 2,000 feet. There you are. You're going a little, that's you, and you're going a little bit faster, right? El Pikachu, welcome aboard. Real Samuel, welcome to you too. Thanks for coming in. JSG Droid, you've got 3 personal projects that need to be completed first. Real Samuel just did London Heathrow to YYZ. And T-Bird is here with silly little Pikachu emotes, which I absolutely, you know, if you gigantify the Pikachu emotes, you see it's got a goofy, happy smile on it, and that just makes you smile, which is great. 3 personal projects, huh? Well, I got a bunch of personal projects. I'm super duper lazy and put them off. I need to get on a few things, though. Let's see. 155 miles to top of descent. We are 264 miles, still landing at about 12:13 airplane time, which is about 30 minutes from now. Oh, you're doing the estate work that you've been working on? Welcome back in, Flying Rock Fan. Let's come over here. Phoenix app. And weather. There is no ATC, so winds are 230 at 20, gusting to 30, so runway 22 is a good runway for us. A few clouds, 18 degrees, the altimeter 1011. Coming up on a little waypoint here called Exela. Let's see, there's LTAI. That is Antalya in Turkey. But at Exela, where is... Caslarijo should be right down here. If that's Antalya right there, Caslarijo should be under those clouds, but it didn't show. It doesn't show that on the map there. Probably because the runway's too short for this airplane. That's why. Joe is here from Holland. Hey Joe, welcome in from Holland. And a really cool place. Really cool place, Joe. Thank you for coming in, and thanks for saying you're from Holland. And Buckeye is back in chat with a reminder to hydrate. Yeah, I'm going to need to do that today. What do I use for chat? You mean as a live streamer? I'm using an application called... So I have OBS, and that's how I can multi-stream. And I'm using... Oh, StreamerBot. There's an application called StreamerBot, and that gives me a chat for both Twitch and YouTube, and I can post if I have to. And that's how that works. Joe's got a question. I've got an answer. It may not be the right one, but I will at least try. I will at least try. Well, Samos Dash, let's do a little stretch here too. We spend an awful lot of time seated at our computers, so stretch and move a little bit. A little bit. Man, you don't get a good night's sleep. The words that inadvertently come out of your mouth are bad. Joe has always used Microsoft 2020. Just simple to go to point A and B with the ILS. That's what you've been doing, Joe? Does the NFL Eagles, does it occasionally have a failure? A sim failure? Sadly, yes, it does. An actual airplane, like engine failures, you have to turn on random failures for stuff like that. But yeah, you could do that. Wabi, glad you're here. Thank you for coming in, Bazhat. Yeah, we're having fun today. And thank you for being here, Flying Rockfin. Kuma's back. Welcome back, Kuma. But yeah, you can use Microsoft Flight Simulator and you can go VOR to VOR. You could do like a VOR flight, you know, with just VORs and stuff like that. Generally, we're doing IFR waypoint flights based on real-world airline flights and stuff like that. So we got those going on. Coming up on our equal time point here, there's ETP. Hi, Lofter. Lofter Thompson is back in chat. But I want to use VATSIM, SimBrief, but I don't see what's best. Okay, so, Joe, you actually, if you want to jump in and get the full VATSIM experience, you got to use them all. Okay, so you do need Navigraph charts and Navigraph nav data to be flying around on VATSIM. Okay, I don't have the Navigraph Charts app up right now because I've got the charts are available here in the EFB. So you want to start, and what do you use? It is too much. Okay, let's see. North Gaming, hello, welcome. Garrett Lash, welcome to you. And company message, is it about Colombian coffee? Aegean Ops, it's an on-time departure, right? Oh, I'm 986 minutes of delay because I'm flying in the daylight, not real time. Brian wants to be an ATC controller. That's a really good thing to try and do, Brian. It's a cool thing to do. Takes a little more work than being a pilot, but it's pretty cool. Okay, so Joe, you want to fly on VATSIM. You want to start, you know, doing more things. So one of the first things to start looking at doing is we need to get you started with SimBrief. All right, so let's come on over and get you, take a look at old SimBrief here. There is SimBrief. Now, first of all, to get started using SimBrief, it's free. Okay, so SimBrief is free. And you will have to create a free account with Navigraph because SimBrief is owned by Navigraph now. So you need to do that. You need to start learning how to create a flight, choose the right airplane, and stuff like that within SimBrief. If you have not seen that before, I'm going to be using this for our next flight, so you'll get to see that, okay? After you do that, after you start learning how to use this a little bit, the next step is to probably, if you really want to jump into flying on VATSIM, you're going to have to buy some nav data from Navigraph. That's just one of the things, and it's a tad bit pricey every now and then, but you can get a discount if you buy like a year or something like that. But you're going to need the navigation data in there, and it's good to, you know, nav data and charts. The next thing that you're going to need to be able to do this is to actually get onto Navigraph, onto VATSIM. And I'm just putting some links into chat for you right now. The first link is the vatsim.net link, and that's the actual website where you get a pilot ID and everything else. And then after that, the next link is VATSIM Radar. And VATSIM Radar is how you can just track and see what's going on the VATSIM network right now. The thing that the thing to remember, Joe, is what we're doing is pretty complex. It is actually complex, and it's getting more complex all the time. So the learning curve isn't like a typical computer game. And I always like to use the example of saying you're not playing Assassin's Creed anymore. And I love Assassin's Creed, but Assassin's Creed, you buy the game, you spend 10 minutes learning how to move forward, backward, right, and left, and then and how to hack and slash, and then you get to play the game. This game takes a lot more learning. So you need to be sure and give yourself time to learn. This isn't going to happen overnight. So there you go. I hope that helped a little bit. That was a lot of yip-yap, wasn't it? JSG Droid is on top of descent, and JSG Droid says there's a little bit of weather coming. And in the middle of me yapping about, Tim Dog said hi. Hi, Tim Dog. And Brian, you chose your home airport of LAX to start off with for VATSIM ATC. Wow, you're gutsy. Yeah, boy, that's a big one. Abergos, welcome aboard. Kuma is afraid of it. Okay, so everybody's afraid of VATSIM to start. We have even had real-world airline pilots coming into chat and saying, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about talking on VATSIM. Everybody is. Real-world airline pilots are nervous about talking on the radio. It's a thing that everybody is. Okay, Amargosa isn't, but there you go. The thing is that, you know, that's just one of the things that you're going to have to learn, is to chat away on the radio, and it will be cool. You'll be fine. I've got an example that I always like to use when we're talking about this sort of stuff, and the huge learning curve that we have here in Microsoft Flight Simulator and VATSIM and everything else. And if you're not a Harry Potter fan, I'm sorry, but you know, this is a Harry Potterism, and it's something that Harry told everybody in one of the movies, and it's in the books too, and it's a great line, and it applies to so many things. And it says, every great wizard in history has started out as nothing more than we are now, students. If they can do it, why not us? And I really like that, because yes, there's a lot to learn, but quite frankly, if I can learn to do this, you can learn to do this. So there you go. I hope that helps a little bit. Okay. I got to get ready to go. Time to land. Destination data. I knew I was falling behind. Okay, let's come on over here. I saw some more messages. Zach had something about working in the real world. Let's see. Does it actually NFL Eagles? The answer to that is yes. It's called the First Wings events. And First Wings events are there for people that are brand new. Okay, minimum's 220 feet. Let's go get the weather. Arrival data, make sure we got the latest. But yeah, NFL Eagles, they're called First Wings, and I definitely suggest it. Okay, let's do altimeter 1011. 1011 is our altimeter. The temperature at Cyprus is 18 degrees Celsius. 18 degrees Celsius. The winds at Cyprus, it's going to be a little bit windy. 230, 20 gusting to 30. 230 degrees at 20. Okay. Transition. Let's call it flight level 100. Just nobody's there. That'll work. A320, it's going to be windy. I am going to do config 3 on the landing, so we'll tell ground proximity warning system that we're going to land with flaps 3 and not to yell at me, but it'll find something to yell at me about anyway. And then the ILS, once again, is 220 feet. Got to see the runway at 220 feet or you're not legal to land. And all that's good. Performance, 47 miles to top of descent. And we want to cross the Larnaca VOR at, I think, above 4,000 feet. So, 4,000 feet. And that's good to go there. 43 miles to top of descent. We're all set and ready to go. Cool. Hammy on Twitch has done a nice raid. Hi, Hammy. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. You got to raid and run. Hey, I know the feeling, Hammy. I feel bad whenever I raid that I don't spend an awful lot of time in anybody's chat, or sometimes hardly at all, because I'm sitting here flying my sim airplane, drinking coffee, drinking iced tea, and as soon as I hit the raid button, I'm not really like speed walking over there into the spy lavatory, but sometimes it's sort of like, okay, I gotta go, bye. So thanks for Hammy, welcome aboard. Okay. Top of descent in about 30 miles. Roddy's in chat. Cheers, cheers. And that is, well, what Travis Tucker said, one of the things about flight sim and stuff, we're always learning stuff. I mean, it's a continuous learning experience, which I think is absolutely outstanding. It's a great learning experience. I love it. I love learning and stuff like that. I'm just not so good at the taking of the tests part. All right, that looks good. Flying Eli, we are doing a little bit of an island hop. If you'd like to join us, we're going to be staying on the ground at the Cyprus airport. We're going to stay on VATSIM. We'll redo a flight plan as soon as we land, so if you're new and want to see how SimBrief works and all that, you'll see that coming up. And then we're going to continue on to Ben Gurion Airport. Then we'll recycle the sim and go from Airbus to Boeing, take the 777 from Miami to Nassau. Let's go and change this now to below for TCAS so that we're looking below. Joe, this, if you're new in Flight Sim, this is one of the live streams where it's okay to come in and ask questions. I don't always get to them when things get busy in the flight, but somebody will answer. Also, another place to do is type in ! Discord. And if you look at that, you'll see there's a Discord server. It's free, and you can come on in and ask questions on Discord, because there's people flying along all the time with us on the spy flight who are a lot smarter than I am, and including some real-world airline pilots that lurk in Discord, and they answer questions about stuff. Zach says, yep, we're off to Tel Aviv. You like going to Israel? Oh, you've got a flat near the airport? Really? The airport scenery that we're going into, we don't go here very often, but the airport scenery, I don't know if you have it, Zach, the Ben Gurion scenery is really quite nice. It's well done, seems to be pretty well optimized too. And it's pretty big airport. Interesting layout and stuff. No alligator ponds like Orlando or anything, but because if you've been on the spy flight, you know how much we love our alligators. Nine miles. I'm just talking mostly about the airport, the runway layout and stuff. Wabi, yeah, those kinds of gators, right? We've had them. The altimeter was, I forgot. Let's look and see. Altimeter was 1011. 1011. I always put the altimeter in early in the backup altimeter here, because that's so I don't have to look for it. And let's start our descent. Managed. You've got the Israel scenery, but not the airport. You know, Zach, if you've got a flat near the airport and you fly there all the time, I got it for, I think it was what, $15 maybe over at Contrail, maybe 17. I got it for that, and it was not that expensive, so that might be kind of a nice scenery for you. Okay, all of this looks good. Our descent's fairly nice. We're going into, we're not in the US, so there's no CTAF frequency for the tower. Argo, Dave at Larnaca, Cyprus, WR22 for land, as fly radar saying. WR22. I'm not sure what that is, Argo. I'm not. Is that for the runway? Is that the approach? Uh-oh. We're getting a little high. Let's throw out some speed brakes here. There goes the speed brakes up. Always try to answer. Like I said, I don't get to it all the time. We need to go to constraints. There's constraints. Let's bring in the map a click. Zach, so what we have to do is we're basically doing the flight from Cyprus, so it's not the longest of flights over to Tel Aviv, but and right now I'm not flying real time. Oh, runway 22. That's the one we're planning. We're planning runway 22. 25,000 feet, seatbelts. So right now, if you look at the clock says Zulu time is 11:57. It's not 11:57 Zulu. It's actually Zulu is 19:23, but it's pitch black. It's the middle of the night, and last night was one of those I didn't sleep well types of nights last night, so I didn't want to fly at night. You know, I didn't want it to be dark in the sim today. Hi, GT Boy. Beer cheers. And welcome on in. And let's put speed brakes away. Right, it's 9:23 in Tel Aviv right now. So, yeah, it's really late. It's dark. You've got school tomorrow. Oh, okay. Elysium. Did I say that right? No, that's not Elysium. Ale Salem? I've totally butchered your name. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Hi, Mitch Bus. For model matching, with FSLTL do you have in the sim for multiplayer traffic? I don't know that I actually have. Well, first of all, I don't have multiplayer turned on, Mitch. There's no multiplayer stuff turned on in my sim right now for FSLTL. I was going to do something. I don't think I have. Okay, I didn't get stream elements turned on. Sorry. I have to refresh the overlay. Okay, that's why we're not getting any alerts. So, Mitch, I don't have any multiplayer settings at all. I do have the settings over in vPilot. And there is an important setting that you need to click in vPilot, and that's click the model matching tab. And you're going to need to, first of all, say, what is your, if you can't find a model matching airplane, what do you want to use? But then you've also got to make sure, and one of the things I think you absolutely have to be sure you do, and a lot of people don't remember to do this, is type in this FSLTL rules.vmr and put that as a custom rule set. And I think that's what people forget to do a lot, and so it doesn't work. And maybe that's why. That is a nice Frosty Bear mug there, Mustache. We've actually been to Larnaca before. We've been to Larnaca before. So I think it's a nice airport. We're right on our descent path. It's just the airplane was going a little bit fast here. I hope that helped, Mitch. Oh, looks like we're feet dry. We are over land, so no more need for the life jackets. We're getting awfully close here. I'm gonna start slowing down a bit. Well, it's still 30 miles. I think I probably slow down way too soon. There is Cloven Acorn. Welcome in, Cloven Acorn. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. Cloven Acorn is chilling. Well, that's kind of what we do on Sundays, the first flight. Sometimes, you know, it's an arrival on Castlerejo or Samos, but mostly Sunday starts off with a few chill flights in Greece. Little more speed break here. And I'm going to go ahead and leave the speed brakes out, and I'm going to pull my speed, and I'm going to start slowing down a little bit. I'm going to slow it down. We're going fast. Yeah, Cloven Acorn. This is the Phoenix A320. Just one of my absolute favorites. It's such a great airplane in flight sim. Paphos, that is basically the arrival that we're on. I'm going to continue to drop my speed. We're getting close, and I'm doing a procedure turn, and I don't want to be going too fast on the turn. We need Star Trek music whenever they do the flyby, because you know in Star Trek they always show the ships flying by. Sadly, we can't do that. The music police would come get us. Flaps 1. Let's also go and turn on the LS system. So LS1, landing system, ILS number 2. I don't usually use the number 2, but it's good to have there. Coming up on 10,000 feet, landing lights. Cabin call. Derek used to lived in Paphos for 3 years. No kidding. Corwin Tripper. Did I say that right? Yeah, I think it's going to be just as high a level quality as you see here. I think it's going to be very, very good when it comes out. Anything that Phoenix is going to put out is going to be a really good airplane. Hi, Jacob. Welcome back in. And altimeters are 1011. 1011 for the captain. 1011 for the first officer. And looking good. Ale Salem. Not sure what that is. But welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. And our descent is pretty good. We got a decent speed. Let's go and do So auto brakes, medium, speed brakes, armed. All right, after Larnaca, after the VOR, our heading is going to need to be, the heading is 062, going outbound, and we can descend to 1,500 feet. All right, 10 miles. I'm going to go in now and pull the heading bug out. And we're going to go ahead and let it slow down to 180 for the turn. Let's come on down here, activate approach mode. And that's got our speeds for landing when we're ready. My name is way more clear in the channel naming system than social media. Well, oftentimes social media names are hard to get. So it's hard. Daryl, I have no idea. I know that they're working on a very nice. They're working on a very nice, a high quality 757. I just don't know when. Larnaca traffic, GN 441 is overhead the airport 4,000 feet, planning the procedure turn for runway 22, Cyprus. Okay, last click. And it was 062 degrees is our outbound course. Flaps are going down to 3 to 2 now. There goes some flaps. And there's our airport. Looking good. NFL Eagles says, as a successful IT engineer, I couldn't imagine changing careers, but as an avid traveler, I'd love to be an airline pilot. The available cabin hardware and realistic graphics are amazing. Oh, absolutely. And NFL Eagle, when we get on the ground, if I forget, tell me to pull the little camera back a little bit so you can see the flight management computer and stuff like that. That's gonna really kind of rock the world a little bit. 062, over we go. And there we go over. So 062 is our turn. There we go. I think wheels would be a good idea. Wheels would be good. Let's see. Polyot's PC is pumping out some heat. You may need to turn on the AC. You're sweating. Really? Oh my God, that's hilarious. Okay, we make the turn in 5 miles. I have glide slope and localizer. We're descending to 5,000 feet. I am using chase plane. Polyot, that was actually really entertaining. Brian has always wanted to be VATSIM ATC. Now is the time to learn. It's a lot more learning. There's a lot of learning involved, and you have to pass tests. And I'm a huge big chicken when it comes to tests. But absolutely love chase plane. Chase plane. Words are bad. Chicken because of tests. I wear that with a badge of shame. But Also, as Clint Eastwood once said, a man's got to know his limitations. At my advanced age, I'm finally starting to pick up on the things that I can't do everything. Is that a good Clint Eastwood punk? I couldn't do that. Too big of a goof about that sort of thing.
2,500.
Hey, Russ, welcome on in. We're doing Cyprus to Ben Gurion, Russ, and then after that, Miami to Nassau. Hey, RAF Plays, welcome aboard. All right, let's go whip it around here. Larnaca traffic, Aegean 441. On the teardrop for runway 22, turning final now about 11 miles out, Larnaca. Thank you, Twisted.
Now we are going to be 130 heading.
Let's arm the approach. Approach is now armed. That's probably a good intercept. Uh-oh, what do we got here? That airplane is departing. They're 2,000 feet above us. What in the world? Somebody's departing in the opposite direction. Okay, we're below them. Are they climbing or no, they're descending? No, they're on the teardrop too. They're on the teardrop too. Okay, I see what we're doing. Not a problem. Larnaca traffic Aegean 441 is 8-mile finals on final for runway 22. Landing Larnaca. Okay, no, that was a little bit weird, but they did the same thing that we did. They were on the teardrop. That's what you call this thing. That's one word for it. It's basically a procedure turn. You fly over the airport, go out on a heading about 20, 30 degrees out, and make a turn at about 8 miles for final. Sometimes you call it the teardrop. Sometimes they call. Sometimes it's the procedure turn. And I've never done that on VATSIM. If there's VATSIM ATC, I've never done the procedure turn. It's always vectors to the runway, but they never fly us over the airport and stuff. Coming up on 5 miles, got the airport in sight. And let's see, we are exiting to the right. Yeah, we're exiting right. You could also call it a base turn afterwards. There's 5-mile finals. Speed for landing, flaps 3. Larnaca traffic, Aegean 441. 4-mile finals, landing, runway 22.
Landing aircraft.
Okay, we're established. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. AP. Off. Captain's got the airplane.
Victor, we will be turning for short flying our runway 22.
Really enjoyed the Salt Lake flight yesterday.
500.
Salt Lake up to the Bozeman Airport was nice.
Hundred above. Minimum.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5. Retard.
Land traffic Oscar Kilo Sierra Victor, 3 miles out, touch and go, runway 22.
And off on the high speed. Larnica traffic, Aegean 441, exiting runway 22 on the high speed, taxi to the terminal. Happy landings, Cyprus.
Bye-bye. Land traffic Oscar Kilo Sierra Victor, approximately 2 miles out.
I think that's JSG Droid up ahead of us. JSG Droid flew in with us from Samos. And I think Russ is probably joining us. And also, we also might see Loviz flying today. And if Polyot's computer is putting out an awful lot of heat and there needs to be AC in London in the middle of January, we may have Polyot flying. Last October, you visited the new Acropolis Museum. I'll bet that had to have been really awesome. Okay, I got to ask you a nerdy question though, Russ. And if you don't know the answer, this is like really, really, really in the weeds. Okay, really, really, really in the weeds. One of the things that I've always been fascinated about as far as Athens and ancient Greek culture at the Acropolis, so one of the things that they did is, that's like some of the very first structured study of meteorology. And they did that at the Acropolis. So I was wondering if there was anything that you might have seen, and if you didn't, understand. But did you see anything that showed some of their ancient meteorological studies? There we go. And parking brakes. You know what? This would be a great view. Let's go set another view here, okay? This says forward fuselage, right? Let's go, and I'm going to create this view. Camera group, it's hard mounted. And we're gonna have all of these off. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna call this view Taxion. Taxion view. Okay, and Taxion, we're going to come over here and we need to do a quick little adjustment here so that we can save it. So we'll kind of go into the front wheel. And I'm going to look a little bit forward like that. Okay, save it. Go back. And now what we need to do is give it a shortcut. And so we're going to give it a shortcut button and save the assignment. Now what I need to do is I need to put it underneath the other view. So we're going to put it underneath the forward fuselage view. So I've just stacked up a couple of views on this one. So now, most of the time when we're flying along and I want to look outside the airplane, there it is. But now when we're coming in and need a taxi view, I got another fast zoom view there. Another one of those cute little double tap kinds of things that you can do with your keys, and that just saves you so much time. It's Greek to Sunjammer. Let's see, Derek says there's a bunch of lightning that was out there. I love the app. JSG Droid took the time to snap a picture, and there we are landing. And the goal is, there's the two big. What I'm really trying to do now is put my wheels down on the big bar. That's the actual goal. I'm not really worried. I care about my landing rate, but I'm trying to hit the target now. That's what I'm trying to do. So thank you, JSG Droid. A little confirmation there. Nothing saw or heard about the weather stuff. I've got to go and figure out where it was that I read about that. It was a long time ago. I mentioned it to Sibby, and she said, oh yeah, and that was about it. So it's probably not a huge deal, but from what I understand, that was like one of the first times that humans did a in-depth, study of meteorology. And they did it at the Acropolis, which I think is great. Okay, let's get ready to come down here. Beacon and seat belts. Deboard the plane. And Phoenix. Doors. I'd like jetways. GPU. Chocks are already out. Open up cargo. And there we go. So you didn't see anything, but yeah, I'd love to hear about that too. There's the Athens Observatory, which is about 1 kilometer from the Parthenon. I'll bet that's a really good observatory too. Zach's Windwing landing gear is coming tomorrow. Oh my gosh, yeah. That was actually next for me, was to get the Windwing landing gear and the lever for all of that, but I was gonna wait. I canceled that until I get my throttle thing sorted out. Silent Banshee, welcome aboard. I reduced so the airplane usually tells you to reduce your throttles at about 30 feet up. It depends on the landing, but I sometimes do it a little before, a little bit in advance. And Captain Whip says that you should reduce it to about 50% at about 30 feet in the smaller buses. So we've got that one. Yeah, you could create circle cameras too, Roddy. You could do that too. Okay, so we made it here. We're unloading the airplane. You can see the passengers are getting off, and it all looks really good. I've gone and opened up everything. The APU is on. My cargo doors are open. And everything's great. Okay, so next thing is let's get ready for our next flight. So somebody's new in chat, hasn't seen an awful lot of SimBrief. So let's go and get ready for SimBrief. The first thing that I usually do before I'm going to do a flight is I'm going to go to the VATSIM map. We put links into here before. And so here we all are in beautiful downtown Larnaca. There we are at the airport. There's no ATC. But we are going to Ben Gurion, and if you look down here, it says that there is an ASUS up. So this is what I was talking about when I was talking about the interesting layout of the airport. That triangle style of runways is pretty cool. Okay, ATIS, what does it say? Arrivals, Ben Gurion Airport, information Kila. Expect ILS approach for arrival runway 12. So right now, we know that they're using runway 12 here at the Ben Gurion Airport. And so I always like to go and check and see what they're using. Now, we don't have any ATC right now, but we know based on our landing, they're using runway 22. So we're good to go with that. So now we can start working on our flight plan. So we're going to do create a new flight. We are going to put in our airline, which is AEE for Aegean. We are flight 441. We are departing from Cyprus, LCLK. LCLK. And we are going to Ben Gurion, which is LLBG. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to select our aircraft type. I'm going to stay in the A320. And see you next time, Twisted. Thank you for coming in. Have a great weekend and a good start to next week. And I already have this Aegean airliner already set up over here. So all of that looks good. Now, it keeps saying that this airplane is in pounds, so I'm going to do this in pounds. Did I not do it right? LLBG? LCLK, LLBG. Yep, we got it right. Now let's check our runways. Runway is 22 for departure, runway 12 for the arrival, and we know we've already checked. So fuel planning, even though there's no ATC, I'm going to board 15 minutes of extra fuel just in case. You never know. It's that sim. And there's our flight. We're all set and ready to go. Now let's generate the flight. Okay, so this looks good. Let's see. I usually will snag the PDF of the flight plan. And I'll save a copy of this to the desktop. And then I usually will highlight this. And then I'll come in and put this into chat for you. That way, if you want to check all of my silly little numbers and stuff like that, you can do that. NFL Eagles, you want to see the additional cabin switch gear? The cabin switch gear. You mean going back into the cabin and stuff? Hi, Jonathan. Welcome back in. Now let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. And we're going to go at flight level 290 for a 30-minute flight. It's a little bit high. How about flight level 230? Yeah, that's a little high. It's only 36 minutes. We don't need to fly that high. So flight level 360. And I'm going to make note of that just over in my notes. And file. And that looks good. We're filed on VATSIM. All right, now we're done with all this. Now, generally, you, if you want to get auto ATC in the U.S. to register your new flight, you have to disconnect and reconnect. So we're still on VATSIM. I'm going to disconnect, and I'm going to reconnect. Same air, same flight, same everything, and that should be good. I don't know if you really need to do that. I mean, we're not getting auto ATC as far as, you know, a squawk code, but there you go. Okay, let's come on down here, and we're going to come over here and do My Flights. We're going to import the next flight. That looks good. And it's always messing around with the weight numbers and stuff. I don't understand. Okay, let's go out over here, and the next thing we're going to do is charts. And what we need to do is we're just going to clear out everything and reload them in. So let's sync the route. First of all, let's sync the route with SimBrief. And then come back in and we'll snag the charts. Let's see if it got us some. Airport ground chart. That is Larnaca. And our SID is going to be 22 East. And our departure is going to be, and this is why, you know, I'll always save this here. Hi, Ben. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. So there's the route. It's going to be the EMDA 1 Delta going out, and it's going to be the Goddard 2 arrival. So I usually will copy that over, and I'll put these over in my flight notes. Just so I've got them there, so I can see them. And then I'm going to bump this up just so I know that that's our next flight. We don't need that anymore, and slide that over. Okay, so on this departure, we're going to blaze on out of here, make an immediate left turn, and come down to EMDA at 4,000 feet. RNAV 22 east. And let's see if we get something, anything special. So there's the Cobra departure, the rudder departure, EMDA 1 Delta. No real top altitude, but if there were ATC, we would contact EMDA departure 130.2, but that's not going to be a thing on this flight. Coming into Ben Gurion, we're going to do the arrival, which is the Goddard 2 arrival. So RNAV stars, Goddard in. So over here, Goddard 2. All right, so we come in here, chug, 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 chug. Goddard 2. And it looks like on the Goddard 2 departure, we stop at Goddard at 5,000 feet. Okay? Then arrivals, instrument approaches for runway 12. ILS runway 12. Let's see what this says. Do we pick it up at Goddard here, or is there a transition? No, it's straight in from Goddard. Chug all the way into the airport. That looks pretty good. Okay, so there's the arrival airport charts. We should also get APC Terminal 1. Make sure we've got a gate chart. That doesn't look like it. That's the one we want. So APC Terminal 2. Now we got all of our charts set, so that looks really good. Make sure that they're visible. They're in there too, so that looks great. Let's see if it loaded correctly. Pilot brief. So Larnaca to Ben Gurion, that's correct. We're going to have 111 passengers aboard. Now let's go back into the Phoenix app, hit mass and balance, and just check your planned passengers. That tells you that, hey, yes, guess what? The right numbers are aboard. Sometimes it doesn't work very well like that. The load sheet is aboard, but first we need to go back and go to flight init and reinitialize, get new data. Ben, yeah, we're doing a 2-hop with the Aegean A320 right now. And of course, SXDVV, as you know. And Larnaca to Ben Gurion, 36-minute flight. This is going to be a fast one. Receive messages and load sheet. All right, let's come on down here. Navigation data is still current. So init and init request. Yuval, welcome back in. And Triumph is checking in from Israel. Hey, Triumph, have you seen the scenery for this airport? It's a really nice payware that we've got. All right, we're at Aegean 441. Let's see. Our pilot brief says our cost index is going to be 10. So 10 is the cost index. And let's go get the wind. And here comes wind. Good to see, Oh, you've got the scenery too? It is a really nice one. RAF Plays said 19 minutes ago I needed to do a hydrate. RAF Plays, I got the message a little bit later, but thank you. Hey, Topsec Gunabin, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Cruise altitude, we changed it to flight level 230. Yeah, we're not flying that high. 230 is our cruise. All right, let's go ahead and do inits. So zero fuel weight is 120.3. Center of gravity for 111 passengers is 31.9. And that goes in the top right line, and accept that. All right, that looks good. Come on over here, and let's start welcoming our passengers aboard. Phoenix. And aircraft load. Let's give them 6 minutes to load. Let's see. Ben says that the IRL version of this airplane is about ready to land in Athens from a flight from Vienna. I'll bet that's a nice flight. That's probably a nice little flight. About an hour and a half, 2 hours. Let's do numbers. So fuel budgeting. Our taxi fuel is 0.381. 0.381. Route reserve 1.507. Alternate is 3.275. $30 minutes of fuel. Final reserve is 2.203. And then hit the fuel planning button. Make sure it changes to green. I'm having a hell of a time like using words today. Okay, so all of that looks really good. Let's put the route in. So flight plan, LCLK, we're departing on runway 22. We are departing on the MDAD 1 Delta, MD 1D, and insert. Coming into LLBG, our arrival is going to be runway 12, ILS runway 12. We're coming in on the Goddard 2 arrival. Goddard 2, no transition in, and we're doing the Goddard transition out though, and insert. Flight plans aboard. Let's see. What else is happening? Triumph, it's a shame there's no Israeli liveries for the Phoenix installer. Oh yeah, you can get them from flightsim.to, right, Triumph? Ben, it's an hour and 40 minutes, but it's a nice flight. That would be a nice one. We rarely go into Athens. Job, I hope it works really good. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. And good luck with Flight Sim. Remember, if you've got questions and it's late at night or something, go over to SpyHQ. There could be a smart person that has that might be able to help you, okay? LCLK METAR. Altimeter is still 1011. No initial climb. So let's just go ahead and clear ourselves to flight level 230. And that looks good too. That's JSG Droid getting ready to go. Uh-oh, bad pilot. Guess what I forgot to do? Nav, nav, and nav. Whoa, whoopsie. Totally forgot. I like to recycle those when we're going. Okay, it's going to take 7 minutes, right? Yep, 7 minutes. Well, it gives the pilot a chance. To walk back to the galley. Any pizza back here? No, no pizza. And if passengers are walking by, it's always fun to say, hey, have you got an extra beer or two? Passengers love it when pilots tell jokes like that. That's right. Is there any pizza with pineapple? That'll get people riled up good, right? Okay, all of that looks good. Final load sheets aboard. Passengers are aboard. So final load sheet. Let's see here. So for the final load sheet, we go to init and the right arrow and 120.3. We got 120.3 as our zero fuel weight. And 31.9, that is our center of gravity. We can accept that, and that is set. Okay, so that looks really good. Block fuel, it says we need 10.3 pounds of fuel. I have 12.44 aboard because we always need a little bit of extra. And block fuel is now aboard. So we're good to go there. Jonathan put in a flight plan. Where is the food? I know, Roddy, I'm starving too. It's time for pizza. RAF plays. It's now been 26 minutes since RAF plays, and I still didn't do that. Pizza and pineapple? Oh yeah, that'll get people talking for sure. The people that are deeply, deeply offended by pineapple on pizza, and the other people that says, it's pizza, let's chill. Okay, everything looks good there. Airplane is loaded. So even though the IRSs are, let's go ahead and close the cargo doors. Cargo doors are closing. Cargo doors are closed. Will from online. Do not start drama in chat. Senor Tomas, there is no auto ATC out in this part of the world. That's mostly a VATSIM USA kind of a thing. Roddy will like pizza even if it's underwater. All right, let's come on over here. APU bleed is on. Ground power we actually never plugged in. So we can disconnect ground power. And let's go ahead and lose the jetway. Drama on the internet. It never happens. Hi, Toaster. Hola, hola. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. And that looks really good. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to get rid of chocks and cones. And let's get ready to do departure performance. Will from online. Russ says that that's a Swedish delicacy. Hutter Girl says it happens but not... Oh, drama? The only kind of drama that we have is the fun kind. The kind that we get to all laugh at and have a good time with. That's our kind of drama. Okay, sync the load sheet. Sync the current weather. Calculate our speeds for takeoff. And it's going to be VR is 142. Clean speed is 201. We're going to have flaps 1. Trim will be down 0.4. And we'll be flexing to 70 degrees. Yeah, it's the beautiful kind of, it's the fun kind of drama. Beautiful and fun. And we still have 4 minutes of alignment because somebody wasn't paying attention. Ooh, we can go and reset the clock. So to reset the clock, stop it, and reset it, and now it's ready for our next flight. Oh, NFL Eagle, lots of dad jokes. Sadly, though, I'm not a dad, so there isn't anything. Zach is doing a walk around at Tel Aviv. 3 minutes to go, but it's slowly coming together. We can go ahead and use this. We can get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. We'll use Swissport and get a crew chief. All we have to do is just not release the parking brakes, and we can go and be all ready to go while it's aligning. Triumph also recommend to try LLER in the future. It's a lovely airport. It's in the south of Israel. Triumph, would you tell me what which town is that? LLER. Which one is that one? Okay, we're looking good there. And we'll still squawk 2000, so we got Elat? Did I say that right, Triumph?
Departure checks completed. Bypass pins inserted.
Okay, 2 minutes. So the ground crew's gonna have to wait for about 2 minutes for our pushback. Yep. Always, if there's any drama here, it's because we're having fun. We already did this. Oh, let's go ahead and close the door.
Locking gear.
Doors are closed. Why do we have to wait? Because I forgot to start my realignment of my IRs and stuff like that. So I forgot to turn these on. I usually will redo these each time. We're gonna go nose left tail right. Good evening, Ben. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by, Ben. I hope you're having a great night tonight and it was a good weekend for you. Zach likes to do the walk around mode. So we're basically just waiting for the ADIRs to finish their alignment. Because I usually start it at a different time. I just didn't start it at the right time this time. One minute to go. They do a really good job of all this. If you come on in here real tight, you can see that they did put a gear pin in. So the gear pin is actually in. So they actually popped that in and put it in the right place. All right, IR is done. I think we're ready to go. Seatbelts can go on. Beacon can go on. All of that looks good. And parking brakes can go off. Parking brakes are off. I'm going to send my data to the McDo. Come on back here. Go to charts. Go to Larnaca. And there's the ground chart. And away we go. CT Aviation, welcome aboard. I think we did that last weekend. I try not to do that every weekend. It's a good time, but I just try not to do it every weekend. Fuel pumps back on. Fuel pumps are back on. Let's start an engine. Starting engine number 1. Benjamin had a great weekend, but it's very cold. Which part of Germany are you in, Benjamin? Could you remind me where you are? I know it's been a cold week for a while there. In all over the EU, there was snow in Germany. There was snow in the UK. Hi, Andre. Welcome, welcome. That's right, Bremen. So you're even further north than the snow that was in Frankfurt. And Hunter Girl says it is -2 in Frankfurt. Did all of your snow melted off because it rained afterwards, right? So there's no snow on the ground anymore, right? Do you use any program to get more fluid or something? You mean more fuel? There's still a little bit of snow in Frankfurt. And Captain Sibby is here. Hi, Sibby. Do you have a lot of... Is it rainy and stormy in Athens right now, Sibby? It looks like there's a big low pressure system in your neighborhood. And we got a good start on engine number 1. Let's start engine number 2. Oh, for FPS. No, nothing for that. Starting engine number 2.
Please set parking brakes.
And parking brakes are set. And we're going to be taxiing, looks like, on taxiway. Let's see, coming out at Lima Charlie and Charlie out to the runway. Captain Sibby says it's cold. It looked like you were getting a fair amount of rain earlier,
All
too.
locking gear.
Okay, that's coming up looking good. And performance. Performance is set.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass bin removed.
I was just looking at world weather a little bit earlier today and saw that the low pressure system that dumped the snow in London and Coventry and Sheffield and then moved on further south to Frankfurt and Bremen was continuing to move south. We had snow the other day on our departure out of Innsbruck, and now that low is north of you in Athens. So I was just kind of wondering if you were getting any of that weather too. Yeah, Germany is far from Greece, but the low was relatively close to you as I thought. Okay, everything looks good to go there. Starter is normal. Let's do control checks. And release. And release. Trim's going to be down 0.4. Unlike Samos, we're doing flaps 1 instead of 3. So no moisture, just cold in Athens right now. Let's go. Parking brakes. Out we go. Cloudy and gray in Athens. So a good night for pizza and probably an amber beer or something like that, or a big burger with chili on it. The verify button in the DC isn't working. Yeah, Hutter Girl, that kind of pizza would be very tasty about now. The verify button in the DC. Let's see. Hunter Girl says it's a good night for pizza in Frankfurt. That's just one of those universal foods that's always good. And takeoff config check. ECAM checklist is green. Away we go. Every day is a good day for pizza. Yeah, you don't want to do it every day because you never want it to get old. But yeah, it's just one of those days. One of those. It's tasty, but it always makes you smile. JSG Droid is already taking off. So let's look up ahead and see if we see JSG Droid going. Look at that windsock. Did I make it onto VATSIM? I don't see any airplanes that look like there's droids. There's a droid plane. The good thing about that droid plane right there is it's got a good motivator. We don't need to call Uncle Owen about that droid's motivator. Up, up, and away. Sibby wants to know what is the A340 VIP. I do not know. Ben says it's the Anybuilds A340. Not the healthiest thing to eat every day. No. Yeah, I think the A340 is Captain Sibby's favorite Airbus. I think it's the 600, not the 200.
Larnaca traffic, Aegean 159, we are 1,500 climbing, turning to the south, clear runway 22, final call, Larnaca.
And you like the one with the bigger engines on it, right? Not the one with hair dryers? Going to Alpha and almost time. NFL Eagle wants to know how long is the flight from Rio to Zurich? I assume you mean Rio de Janeiro? I don't know, what was that going to be, about 8 to 10 hours? Larnaca traffic, Aegean 441 is approaching the business end of runway 22, lining up and taking off Larnaca. Strobes. Cabin call. I actually, yeah, flying around Greece is really nice. Now, we're not in Greece today. We've kind of ventured away from Greece because usually we just do basic, you know, hops around the Greek islands and stuff. So today we ventured over to Cyprus, and we're going to continue on to Ben Gurion. Next week we'll take, you know, kind of hop back into the Aegean Sea. So this is kind of like a continuing flight that we do every Sunday. Let's see, MFS, we need to go to Ibiza. Landing lights. Shall we get going? Throttle's up about halfway. Elapsed timer going on. Engines coming up. They look stable. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. We're reading all those things right up there. $100 checked. V1 and rotate. Let's go. Positive climb, gear going up. Landing gears up. And nose down a little bit. Lever climb, thrust climb. And AP. AP's got us. Larnaca traffic, Aegean 441 is clear of runway 22, departing to the south. Happy landings, Larnaca. Flaps up. NFL Eagle, you can do super duper fast time, double time and stuff like that while on VATSIM. I think the rule is you need to do it when you're not in an area where there's ATC. If there's no ATC, that's fine. But if there is ATC, I think you have to have permission. I think that's the rule. And here's our turn out. And let's turn the range out a little bit.
Traffic has got 4158 establishing line.
This is a little shorter, so let's come on over here. Go over to the arrivals page and recycle the weather. See what we got. Okay, there is an arrival ATIS for Ben Gurion. Arrival information, Mike. ILS runway 12 is available. Departure runway winds are 140 at 4. Ceiling and visibility is good. 13 degrees. Altimeter 1016. And that looks good. All of that looks good. The climb's good. Life is perfect. And a really, really nice two-hop on this one. It's actually been kind of fun, you know, managing an airplane, you know, taking off from cold and dark, but then kind of continuing up, you know, continuing on to a second airport. And standard altimeter, standard altimeter, standard altimeter. Let's see. Captain Chris says it's -4 now. Yes, we're stocking Hunter Girls weather in Frankfurt. And you'll be, yeah. I'll always kind of keep an eye on you know some weathers. You know, what's the weather like in certain places? Emerald City Racing. Actually, yes. I think DCS is a cool sim. Sadly, my computer isn't handling DCS all that well right now. So it's kind of on hold as far as I'm doing DCS World. I really did like learning the FA-18 Hornet. That was a cool airplane. And I liked... what else? So I did like learning the Hornet, and I really liked learning about carrier landings. Not that great at combat flying and stuff, so maybe eventually I could learn to do some reconnaissance flying or something. Some of the maps are incredible, you know, and the airplanes are really detailed. You know, here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, we've got a Spitfire, and boy, we can fly that Spitfire like we know what we're doing, right? You go over into DCS World, and that airplane is a lot harder to handle because the Spitfire was harder to handle. It really was. So, you know, I'm going to probably have to wait until I upgrade Stormy here to be able to handle something like DCS again. The early morning carrier landings were fun. I loved learning the carrier brake. And you know, the way that the traffic pattern's supposed to work to land on an aircraft carrier, it's really pretty cool. Stan, welcome aboard. I have a private pilot's license, so I can fly small airplanes like a Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal. Big airplanes like this are, no, nothing like this. I know, Captain Sibby, we had the cardboard Spitfire in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It was something that was out very early on. It wasn't there for a long... They took it off, and I hated that it went away, because that was just a goofy little airplane that we had fun. Zach wants to know why you can't walk back down the stairs. I don't know. I don't have I'm not sure. LLBG, we do have tower now, so we've got tower at Ben Gurion, and I think that there was ground. Tower's 134.6. So we have a little bit of ATC coming in. Remember, when there's tower, you you read the ATIS, get yourself established on final approach, and then call for landing. Top of climb here, looks like we're going to have about a 60-mile cruise, and then all of a sudden it's back down. Our next flight, we were going to try and do Miami to Nassau, and I was going to do the Boeing 777 cargo airplane. Let's see, Nassau, MYNN. MYNN is Nassau. I'm trying, updating the next command. Holy moly. JSG droid, updating the commands is so much easier. I guess the old mouse really had slipped bad. It had been totally messed up. I'm not sure why you can't walk down the stairs. I know that I was able to walk down the Phoenix stairs. Bring extra volleyballs. The stocks are low at MYNN. Well, if we're taking the FedEx, we'll have Wilson volleyballs. You know, as long as Tom Hanks isn't aboard, we're safe. And seatbelts could go off for a little bit. And we'll turn off GSX. You could walk down, but not up. I remember walking up the stairs all the time. Yeah, I remember walking up the stairs all the time. I don't remember going down. Oh, I did. I need to refresh Volanta. I do. Hang on a sec. Actually, I just need to refresh Volanta over here. There we go. I know we are a little crabby on this flight, aren't we? We are definitely a little crabby, but we got a 77 knot crosswind off the nose of the airplane, so that would cause a certain amount of crabbiness on the flight. Thank you for reminding me to update the Volanta toolbar. You know, if it were a real bar, not a toolbar, I probably wouldn't forget to refresh it. But because it's not a real bar, you can see the trouble with that, right? ETP stands for Equal Time Point Nova Bricks. So it's basically the middle of the flight, halfway there. I would prefer something like PONR instead of ETP. So point of no return, it sounds more dramatic. All right, coming in on the arrival, let's see, 1016, we got to go put our numbers in. So the altimeter at Ben Gurion is 1016. Phase 1016 on the altimeter. And then I will usually put it in on this one just to remind myself what it is. There we go. The temperature in Tel Aviv is 13 degrees Celsius. So 13 degrees Celsius. The winds are 140 at 4. 140 at 4 knots. Did they give us a transition level here? Let's see. Ben Gurion time ILS departure runway is CV. No SIG, NOTAMs, interference, and of information. So it put in 185. So we'll add 1,000 to that and call it 195 for our transition. It's not as windy. We'll do a full flaps landing here. And minimums is over on charts. LLBG. And our minimums for runway 12 are 310 feet. 310 and Barrow and performance. 48 miles to come on in here at, got it was 5,000 feet. Let's put in 5,000 feet here and clear ourselves down at top of descent. LL Salem is flight level 180. Okay, thank you. Let's fix that. So over here, and it's 180. Got it. Thank you for that. 180. Back to performance. 44 miles to top of descent. There is minor GPS jamming in this season, in this region. And I know it's a serious issue, but I hate to say this. When I hear about jamming, I wonder, is it strawberry or raspberry jam? I know it's a serious issue, but that's the first thing that pops into my twisted little mind. So next is a cargo flight from Miami to Nassau. I need... Ben says there's an Aegean A321 XLR, and they are putting in 24 lay flat beds and 114 economy seats. Really? They didn't really go for much first class. I thought they had a business class in most of the other ones. But I didn't know that they had that. So they got to start to... Ben, you think that means they're going to start doing across the pond flights and stuff for Aegean? Harold says, Spy, for your information, do not vacate the runway onto taxiway Romeo. If not on controller's approval, make the right onto Yankee. Tower disappeared. Okay. So what Harold says is we're not supposed to use Romeo. Could we use Juliet? So we're going to come in on runway 12. So runway 12, no Romeo, we're supposed to make the right turn to Yankee. Actually, that makes sense. Is that because Romeo is going to be an outbound taxiway for another runway for outbound traffic? So we're going to plan taxiway Yankee. We'll plan taxiway Yankee. Ben says that Aegean has expressed interest in flying to India and Kazakhstan in the XLR. And they're going to send them to places like Dubai as well. Well, unless they start coming over here to Spy HQ, you know, they really need to look at expanding their horizons and coming right here to Spy HQ. Seriously. What's wrong with these people? kidding, of course. Yeah, it looks like Towers called it a day. That's okay. Our first flights are usually on Sundays. We like to make them kind of chill out, just do our thing. We get intense VATSIM ATC on especially on a Friday and a Saturday. So I really actually kind of like, the first few chill. We park according to IRL operations in the Charlie stands. So let's look for Charlie stands here. So there's the Charlie gates. Or as we like to, we've changed the phonetic alphabet here on the spy flight. We refer to those as the Chuckles gates. It's always information Chuckles in the Chuckles gates. Senor Tomas is flying the airline that must not be named. JSG Droid is being very chill right now. You're eating and doing project work, really. You can actually get some things done, I'm guessing. Uh-oh. That's not the command for why that air... All right, maybe... All right, there's the reason why it must not be named. Okay. We will park on the Chuckle stands. Senor Tomas, first of all, take that. That is all in fun, okay? The Wizz Air stuff is all in fun. But I popped that in there why it is that I said it's the airline that must not be named. You can still fly Wizz Air. I have been known to be wicked and sinful in my life and flown a Wizz Air flight myself. Of course, I do tell a few whiz jokes too there, but that's just me being, silly. Pratt PT, yes, we are obsessed with Chuckles here. Ben says the first 2 XLRs for Aegean will come from JetBlue as they pushed back for financial issues. Really? So I know that I thought that they were also prioritizing some of the Aegean planes because Aegean was the one that got hit so hard by the CFM parts problem, engine problem. I think it's time to press the button. And press it. How low can we go? And a nice little descent here, looks good. A nice descent there. All is right with the world. Transitions 18,000 feet, and it's going to be 1016.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Angry Wolf is back, and Angry Wolf has been with the live stream for a whole year. Hey, Angry Wolf, thank you for a 1-year resub. Thank you for a whole year of support, Angry Wolf, and helping me to keep this goofy little experiment in flight simming and live streaming online. Thank you for helping me to keep my world going. Welcome in, happy 1 year, and we of course will keep the sheep off the runway.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Dem Pork Chops has gifted some subs to the community. Dem Pork Chops, thank you for gifting some subs. 5 of them. Hey, look, those are really, really nice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for helping me with a little bit of extra. Again, that really helps out with the biz side of all of this. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate the extra support. And thanks for being nice to other people too, because, yep, some people can't afford a sub and they'd like one, so thank you. Saeed is back in chat. Welcome aboard. We're doing pretty good so far. We're staying out of trouble. I know, you gotta love that name, right, Will? Dem Pork Chops is a great name. Beethoven has arrived back in chat too. Happy Sunday. If you're just arriving and like to fly with us, our next flight for today is Miami to Nassau. I was going to take the Boeing, the PMDG 777. So we got a PMDG 777 flight out to Nassau. First flight tomorrow is an A321 from Dusseldorf to Copenhagen, although I might go with something a little smaller. Just because, you know, smaller is kind of cool. And Cracker just arrived. Yeah, the 777 from PMDG is just such a really amazing airplane. There's just so much involved in that. Dem Pork Chops says it's always feels good to be Dem Pork Chops. Welcome on in. Thank you for the extra support, but welcome in. Happy Sunday, happy weekend. And we're right on our descent path. All is right with the world. That's right. So, Ben, is it still half the fleet is parked because of the engines? With only 10 left active. So the CO has been big. Well, yeah, I mean, this airplane here, this one was originally transferred. This was getting kind of old in the Aegean fleet. But they transferred it to another airline. And then they had to transfer it back because of the parts issue. So it was originally an Aegean airplane, then it went to another airline, now it's back with Aegean. It doesn't look like this one anymore. Sadly, we don't have a picture of the Greek goddess Athena on the side anymore. But yeah, so because this one has IAE engines. Harold's last week's weather in Israel was crazy. 50 to 60 knot winds, crosswinds, and thunderstorms. And Kilo Golf Romeo just hit follow on the channel. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Just getting ready. We're doing our descent. It's about time to start landing. Altimeters. So altimeter is 1016. So 1016 for the pilot. And 1016 for the co-pilot. There we go. Altimeter's checked and set. And our descent is pretty good. And let's go ahead and do seatbelts. And if you look back in the cabin, you can look up and see that the seatbelt sign has indeed popped on. I think the one thing that they need to do is they need to paint a red stripe along here. The newer airplanes for Aegean had a blue stripe, but they actually had a red stripe in the old area, just under the bins where the seat numbers are. So, but the new Aegean jets have a blue stripe in there. Watch out for firebenders at the Zaku waypoint. There's 14,000. Oh my gosh, so this airplane's birthday is the 19th of January and it's 17 years old. So this jet is a 17-year-old real jet. No kidding. Flying Rockfin got one of the gift subs, and Jersey Pilot is here. Hi, Jersey Pilot. Zach is about to take off, and Jersey Pilot, we've got Miami to Nassau next if you want to hop in your plane and do flying. Or if you want, you could sit back in first class and enjoy your favorite food and beverages. Let's see. Let's go ahead and turn the LS system back on for both the pilot and the co-pilot. Company message for Aegean Ops. It's probably your no ADC required. That's weird. I've changed the time. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Jersey pilot. Well, you know, there is absolutely no way to say that. I know that that is really hard. So thank you for coming in and telling us, and thank you for coming in here today too. I know that it was a long haul for you and your family, so that was really hard. So thank you for coming here, and yeah, chill in first class, enjoy, and we'll keep the silly sheep jokes going, and we'll be here tomorrow too. Salvatore, welcome aboard. Vinyl Rabbit, yes, absolutely. I'm sorry about that. Even when it's expected like that, it's also hard to do that. Autumn's Arts and Crafts is back in chat. Hi, Autumn. Welcome back in. You need some distractions. We can be very distracting. I mean, it's not like, you know, we're going to start, you know, taking stuff off to distract and stuff. We're not going to do those sorts of distractions, but we got some distractions. And everything's looking good here. Coming up on 11,000 feet. We're going to get to be about 250. Autumn says to hydrate. And if you're flying with me, you should hydrate too.
Ben Gurion traffic is in 19590, which is 24 miles due west of the airport, arriving on the ILS runway 12.
Posture check too? You mean I can't just sit here and be all slouched over and chill with my iced tea and lemonade? Were these landings butter or grease? Well, not that kind of grease. Not mine. I was never having issues with my CRJ. I've always done pretty good with the CRJ. And JSG Droid's coming on in. So landing lights on. 10,000 foot cabin call for the crew, the cabin crew. We are 42 miles from Ben Gurion Airport. Wayne Fox is back in chat. Hi, Wayne. You have the game for PlayStation 5. Actually, Wayne, that is an incredibly great strategy. And to be honest, yes, that's one way to get over fear of flying, is to start learning how these amazing machines work. And realize that when there is something that goes wrong, it's because an awful lot went wrong that day. But the people in aviation spend time learning why it happened, so we never have to do it again. Salvatore, there is an event in Argentina today. Ultimate straight-in approach. Oh yeah, from on this arrival, my guess is that this is how they route in all, because this is a world capital. They probably have a lot of flights and stuff. So yeah, I bet this is straight in from the star. Zach is still taxiing, but yeah, Wayne, this is a great way to get over fear of flying, is to learn how it all works. I'm going to go ahead and continue my descent, like Zach said, or El Salem. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that horribly. We're going to continue to let the airplane go to 2,500. It's handling the descent so well. So 2,500. Dad Game Time says that landing at Gibraltar can be a bit rocky.
7 mile final for runway 12, full southbound 160.
Autumn has a fear of heights, and you'll never know how it... Oh, really? So you're lurking and doing art. I actually discovered that I had one too when I was hanging from a lighting grid 2 stories up in a theater, helping a friend hang lights for a play. So at that point I kind of learned that there was a bit of a fear of heights, but it doesn't have anything to do with airplanes. Probably not the smartest place to be at that point. If you're ever hanging lights from a bucket, stay in the bucket. Don't get out. No matter how long it takes to reload the bucket. Relocate it. Dad Game Time has a fear of weights. The heavier I get, the more I fear for my life. I don't know. I've always been, that's never been one of the problems in my world, which is I'm so grateful for. Jersey Pilot, being at Flight Level 380 heights doesn't bother me. A slightly tall building, nope, you can look over the edge. Oh, I can too. I mean, I live on a 3rd floor. I've got a little balcony over there. I don't have a problem. It's just, you know, if there isn't like a safety guardrail out there, then I'm going to get a little bit, but it isn't bad. Just makes me think a little more about, should I be up here like this? Will is 6 foot 2 inches tall, so standing up causes a fear of heights. I could understand that. I've got localizer 21 miles out. Ben Gurion traffic, Aegean 441 is 21 miles out, setting up for the ILS runway 12, landing Tel Aviv. 5th floor balcony, any height and something different you're not used to. Dad Game Time is 6'5", and the 3rd rung of a ladder is a problem. And we got glide slope and localizer now. So that's looking pretty good. Zach is taking off now. All right, let's come on over here. We got both glide slope and localizer. So we're gonna hit the approach button. Approach is armed. And it's gonna go, it's setting us up on the localizer right now, so it's gonna do a little adjustment there for us. And we're under the glide slope, so we'll catch that as it drops down. And I'm gonna go ahead and start slowing this bird down. We're a touch fast for landing. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes. Medium.
Ben Gurion traffic, GN 159, we are clear, runway 12.
Wheels.
Ben Gurion.
Harold says she'll get cleared for the approach here at 13,000 feet. $11 miles. I'm going to continue my speed reduction now to 180. And we'll make sure that the McDo is in approach mode. It is. And flaps 2. Flaps are 2. Harold says because it's such a straight-in approach, you usually get cleared for your ILS at 13,000 feet. And let's see, we are coming in, starting to see some buildings paint on here. And I'm going to guess that looks like some beach area right now. And a big beach area down there. Coming up on 7 miles. Wow, look at all the buildings that are starting to populate now. Martin, good to see you, Martin. Martin is doing Miami and Lima. That's a long one. Zach, is that near your flat that you see? Really? Coming up on 5 miles. So speed for landing. Flaps 3. After exit, we've already learned that we want to exit right on Yankee. So right on Yankee. Roddy says it does look a little like Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Wow, are there a lot of buildings there? There is a lot around that airport, which is amazing. And flaps 4. Flaps are 4. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Everything is good. Missed approach is set. JSG Droid had a perfect landing, minus set 173, 1.03 Gs. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. Captain Sibby is reaching for the little button on the Captain Sibby keyboard that puts parachute emotes into chat.
1,000.
Yeah, there is. This is a payware airport. We've actually had it for a while. I couldn't find mine, so I picked it up again. Well, Zach, I'm not surprised. This, I think, is the active runway here. I guess I didn't read Captain Sibby's mind after all. I don't see parachute. JSG Droid is at Charlie 17, Chuckles 17, excuse me. So we'll look for JSG Droid when we get here. We've done the simulated Atlanta, yes.
Hundred above.
Pedestrian traffic was there.
Minimum.
2927 on
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 7, 5. Retard.
And there's our high speed. Tel Aviv traffic, Aegean 441 is now clear of runway 12. Taxi to parking via Yankee and Kila. Tel Aviv. Harold says, welcome to Israel. Shalom and Toda. Hello and thank you. It's nice to be here. Martin's got an update on the A340. It's upcoming. It's coming out this week. T-Bird has a bunch of airplanes, so a bunch of airplanes coming in. We're flying. We're gonna fly a Boeing next. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Okay, we're going into Charlie, so we need to look for Mike 1. Or actually Mike 2 to go into the Charlie gates. We'll see. Yeah, maybe I should spend more time in the A320 instead of the baby bus. That's Kilo Juliet. There's JSG Droid. I see somebody else over at the gate too. Let's come in here. Let's see. Triumph. It's Baruch Abba El Israel. Is that a relatively close? How about Charlie 8? It is a long straight-in approach, isn't it? Parking brakes. APU's coming up, not quite up there yet. We could turn off the transponder here. There we go, that'll be good. Still waiting on the APU. I was a little late on that one. That's right, Roddy, every approach is a very different experience. And APU is available. APU bleed can go on. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. That looks really good. Let's do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're done with ADIRs. Off, off, and off. We have another successful arrival. Let's do... crew supply of oxygen off. Reminds me that we've got crew supply done. And beacon can go off. Nav and logo lights can stay on. Seatbelts can go off. Come over here. Phoenix app. Ground services. Ground power. Jetway. Doors, doors, and doors. And we made it. I was going to fly a cargo flight next, but we could also, well, let's see, we could do a Delta flight. So Aegean is well represented at the Ben Gurion Airport today. There's JSG Droid. JSG Droid was in one of the Neos. I think. Because JSG Droid has sharklets. I generally, maybe it's not, no, this is probably a Neo, because that's an IAE engine. This can't be a Neo, but this must be one that has sharklets instead of fences on it. Fences are the triangle, you know, the triangle view, which I just screams Airbus and stuff. So that's the fence, and then there's the other one. Have we gone to Calvi with a circling land? I'm not sure that I remember that. Shall we get ready for our 777 flight? Okay, so we have a failure of model matching here. JSG Droid is flying fences too, and I have sharklets. Of course we do. Of course we do. Let's go to Miami. And quit to the desktop and go. So one of the things is if you're going to fly, we've got a payware for Miami. The thing about the Miami payware is the jetways don't work. It's a nice airport, a really nice airport, but it doesn't work. All right, come on over here. I'm just going to check and see. So MYNN. I don't have an MY. I know I've got a scenery, and KMIA, Miami. Nope, we don't have that. So MYNN over here. Nope. And Miami. Nope, I don't have it in there. So let's see what's going on. Actually, I think we fly an American Airlines 777-200. But there's also a Delta 2. Is GSX causing issues? That's silly GSX. Oh, there it is. It's over on the other desktop. I was wondering where that soundtrack was that Pauliot was saying. I looked all over. It was on the other monitor. Zach's got to go. Thanks for coming in, Zach. That was a nice flight in. We will be departing from Ben Gurion and head back to Greece. Probably Sunday, a week from today. So now, though, we're going to go from Miami down to Nassau. Not the longest of flights, but I'll bet they do fly some big ones to get down to the Bahamas. So no idea what they're doing as far as airports. JSG Droid is going to fly an American Airlines on this one. I need to turn off a couple of things. I'm also switching from Airbus to Boeing. So let's see. Miami departures. 8 left, 8 right, 9 and 12. So 8 left, 8 right, 9 and 12. That's High Mach 3. Welcome aboard. Okay, so one of the things is we're Airbusing right now, and this is not going to work. So let's gently move it forward, disconnect the USB, and take it out. Set it aside in a place where you know you're not going to kick it. And then we're going to come over. Senor Tomas, probably next Sunday. I don't want to do it every Sunday, but yeah, probably next. Okay, and then we need to come in here, and you need to find the USB, plug it in, and then gently flip it over. And now we are in Boeing mode. So that's how we do, that's how I set stuff up for the Boeings. And we'll turn that off for now because we got some flight planning to do. The only thing is the hat will not work. So with all of that, let's go and do, with that plugged in, I'm just going to restart SimApp Pro. I don't think I've got a Boeing, a profile for the other one. Oh, we don't need the McDo. Turn off the McDo. And now the wind control stuff is all set up. Now we can start flight sim. Let's see. Yep, that's it. Miami to Nassau. And it's a little early in the day, so, you know, we probably got time to either do continuing service out of Nassau and go someplace. Loviz was saying we might want to go down to Cuba after that. So we could continue to do that because this is a kind of a short flight. So sim brief, I'm going to stick with cargo here. So it's going to be FDX, Flight 441, KMIA Miami, MYNN, and we're going to go with a 777. So 777F. I misspelled it. It's MYNN. There we go. Again, not the longest of flights. And we're going to be FedEx. It's going to be in pounds. So 8 right and runway 10. No idea what they're landing in the real world. We don't have an ATIS up for them. So what we can do is look at MYNN. And we can go to Nassau in the real world and see what they're doing. Yeah, we got the big one today. Looks like we are on runway 14 for arrivals. So runway 14, I'm going to switch it to runway 14. Okay, all that looks good. There's ATC the whole way. I'm going to go and get a little more fuel. So instead of pounds, let's get 15 minutes of fuel, and that should be good. A good 777 route is Miami to Charlotte or Charlotte to Miami. American flies 777s on that route, and it's about a 2-hour flight. 2 hours to Miami from Charlotte? Okay, I think we're ready to go. We'll just take the top one. Generate the flight. MFS, it works really good. It's a great tool for flight simmers. Let's get the flight simulator. Here it goes. It's starting. I'm going to save a copy of the PDF here. Let's save a copy of the web address so that if you want to go and look at all the numbers, you can. Almost done. Mustache says it's stretch time. Probably a good idea. And I need to update the title on this one. All right, almost done here. All right, title and the flight plan is good. Okay, so this looks really good. That looks good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Lots of numbers. Baker Dorado, welcome aboard. All right, let's do VATSIM. Tim Dog personally likes realistic airline ops, so I like to finish shortish routes. I like to find shortish routes for the wide bodies. And we're only going to go to 21,000 feet. Yeah, I only like longish routes when it's a special VATSIM event and there's a bunch of ATC waiting for us. There we go. We are pre-filed on VATSIM. All right, all this looks good. Let's go into Miami. FedEx land is on the north ramp. So there is FedEx land. Okay, this is good. Plenty of places to park. My guess is 8 left will be a good departure runway. Harold, it was great. We'll depart from Ben Gurion a week from today, okay? Hey, don't worry about ATC. It's Sunday, okay? Sunday, we're never disappointed if there's not ATC. Because Friday and Saturday, we've had a lot of
Subscriber
ATC
confirmed.
and we need a break.
Top clearance granted,
We
Agent.
just need a break.
Loyalty
But
noted.
we'll depart and we'll figure out a place to go after that. Okay, got the flight plan route there. Let's go clean everything up. But yeah, Harold, it was nice going in there. Rangi's back in chat. Hi, Rangi. Welcome aboard, Rangi. Happy Sunday. Good to see you. Yeah, so the first flight on Sunday, I fly the same airplane and we go back to the airport that we landed at. So we landed at Ben Gurion. Next Sunday we take off from Ben Gurion and go back into Greece. That we're just flying that airplane, stop after stop after stop, continuous like that. Mustache, bonsoir, we should stretch a little bit. Probably a good idea. But Baked Dorado, yes, there are tons of numbers and things. Ooh, feels good. All right. And then tomorrow it's Dusseldorf to Copenhagen for Vectors to Copenhagen. Because what could possibly go wrong in Copenhagen? All right, everything looks good. Wizard Castle, what a great name. Why do you think the simulator doesn't look as good as the intro? Actually, mine looks pretty good. Silly unknownish guy. No, we finished the flight. And if I'm going to switch airplanes like I'm about ready to on this one, I always kind of turn the simulator completely off and jump back in. That way, it's all of the other settings get, it doesn't retain settings from the last flight, especially if you're doing a new airplane. Rangi, thank you for a 24-month resub. I think if I've done my math correctly, that's 24 months is 2 years. But thank you for 2 years of really great support. And thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And always coming in and saying hi. But no, I kind of feel like my sim's looking just as good. I mean, some parts of it do look like a game, but some of the things in this look like a game too, so. Hi, Toxify Delta. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. Are we, Joshy, we're getting ready to do Miami to Nassau. And then it's a little early in the day, so at least my live stream day, so we might look for another short route after this. We can either take off from Nassau and go some other place, or we can choose another airport completely in another airplane and go someplace, depending upon where there's some ATC. Not sure yet. Kind of keep, I try to have the first flight plan of the day figured out, and then after that I kind of keep it as general as I can, because you never know what might pop up. Almost done loading. Oh, I gotta take the controllers over here out of Airbus mode and put it into Boeing mode. Major Tom is here, and aside from having a really cool song named after Major Tom, once flight, not yet on VATSIM, once the flight plan is filed on VATSIM via SimPre, but departing from the airport with no active ATC, assuming no communication or clearance is needed upon entering. So basically what you're saying is you've filed your flight plan on VATSIM, you've started your sim, you're at the airport, and there's no ATC, right? So basically you then try to follow the rules and you announce your intentions. So if there's no ATC, you'll get on the radio and say, on advisory 122.8. But if you're in the US, you would use the CTAF frequency, or Canada or Mexico or the Caribbean. you would use the CTAF frequency and announce your intentions. Now, when you fly in, so if you're in an area that is not controlled by ATC and you fly into the area, here's where we kind of get a little bit of a gray area. Because in some cases, you're supposed to know that you have flown into an area where there is ATC, and you're supposed to contact ATC yourself. Thing is, whenever I do that, I usually get ignored by ATC until they're ready to talk to me. So I just generally don't call ATC when I'm entering a controlled area and wait till they want to talk to me. I will monitor their frequency, but I don't always say, "Hi, it's United 441," or because they're busy doing other stuff. Bakerado means Baked Dorado. You're going to need a beer after this flight, very possibly. So that's kind of where things are in the world. That's a part of the code of conduct. I think the code is more leaning along the lines of you're responsible for contacting ATC coming into the area. But, you know, like I said, every time I do that, I get ignored or sometimes told, you know, I usually just get ignored. So I usually just wait till they call me. And I've never been yelled at for not making contact, so I don't know what's going to happen. Let's get our cargo 777 here. And let's make sure it's a Panda plane. And livery. And there is our FedEx Panda plane. Save and go back. Oh, you'd like to do a beer run today? Save and go back. We're going to Miami. Well, you're the second person in chat today that's hinted at a beer run. We did it last week, but you're the second one that said that. So it sounds like maybe there is a hunger to go to Juliana and get on multiplayer and hit our 2 airports there. What transponder code? So it depends on where you are, Major Tom. Like in the US, you're going to get an auto ATC, which will give you a squawk code before you take off. It'll put it in your vPilot. Other areas, you might just squawk 2000 or 1000, depending on, unless you're flying, you know, VFR 1200. AMG says so too. Okay, so we'll plan that after we get to Nassau. We can do that today. Anybody at FedEx land? So if you've never heard of that, it's basically on multiplayer. It's on the USA West server for Flight Sim 2020. And doesn't look like Miami scenery loaded in.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Oh well, happens. Yeah, my Miami scenery didn't load. I looked for it, I just couldn't find it. No, we've had it before in this. I don't know where it is. I'm not worried. We're only taking off from here. We just need the runway, and they're going to probably blast us off on 8 left because we're on the north side of the airport. I usually like to let the scenery just sit here and kind of gather its thoughts a bit before I hit Shift C. And then it's going to sit here, and you got to wait about 30 seconds while the airplane initializes. And you can tell it's done because you see the yoke down there at the bottom. It's tilted off to the side. There we go. Major Tom, you did not get a response. Oh, okay. So the thing about that, Major Tom, is if you're on VATSIM, and you don't have ATC, one of the things is if you're in the United States or Canada, I think it's maybe Canada, I'm not sure. VAT USA has an auto generate squawk code. So if you don't have ATC, it's going to give you a code and it's going to put it into chat for you. Yeah, it's going to put it into vPilot. If you're outside, just maybe squawk 2000 or 1000 in Europe or something like that. Okay, this is an FDX. Flight 441, and we are a B77L, also known as an F, and connect. So hopefully that explains it. It's not the same in different parts of the world. So ACARS, in this case, this is kind of what it looks like, Major Tom. Now this is an actual PDC, pre-departure clearance, and this is FedEx 441 departing Miami. And that's this. And this one gave me that squawk that you would get in the United States. So the other one looks a little different. Allegiant and Sun Country are combining. Really? Okay. Let me get Volanta going here. No kidding. Well, I was wondering what they were going to do. With Sun Country. No, wait, that's Spirit. That's Spirit. It's not Sun Country. Spirit's the one that went back, closed down. You can now fly in sunlight. Isn't it cool to fly in sunlight? That's great, Heralds. Every hour of the day. All right. That looks good. And I
Subscriber
need to
confirmed.
update
Top clearance
Volanta.
granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, Volanta's updated. And Rangi gifted a sub to Major Tom. Hey, thanks for gifting a sub to Major Tom, Rangi. That was really nice of you. Thank you. There you go, Major Tom. A little bit of a break from the ads. I know how annoying they are. I also appreciate the fact that you put up with them. Thank you. All right, let's just go and see. We are at November. Well, it doesn't help. Can't tell what the gate is. I don't think they're going to care. All right, let's just zoom out here. So we got Tower and ATIS. I think it's time to go. Yeah, it's time to go. Let's go ahead and start punching buttons on the airplane. Okay, so come on down here. Ground operations first. Oh, actually, the 777's being cranky with me. Let me do the electronic flight bag. I think I may have to put in some numbers here. Yeah, it always forgets my config, so I need to put in a couple of passwords here. So if you'll look outside for just a second while I put in a few things. I don't know why it refuses to remember these. So I have to put in SimBrief and Hoppy and change the network to Hoppy and save my preferences. And it just won't remember it. Crazy. All right, done with that. Come on back in. Sorry about that. Does it show me the gate number is better on Navigraph? Probably. Now let's try it again. There's our flight. I'm going to switch it to Navigraph charts. They're going to keep the Allegiant name, so Sun Country is going to go away in the deal. Okay, come on over here. Ground operations. Stairs. Ground power is on. Ground service vehicles. I'd like stairs and the side cargo. There's stairs over there. And here comes side cargo. That's right. We don't need a gate number on this one. We just need to tell them that we're on North Cargo. KLM is doing a flight into EGNT today. North. Oh, it's that big cargo airport, right? In the UK. And we got the right flight plan. Departure. Now this, in the PMDGs, you have to use the Jepson style of charts. So Jepson charts, there's the airport. Doesn't even remember to leave it on night charts too. So we're up there. I'm expecting 8 left or 8 right. The departure for today is Clada 2. Clada 2. Clada 2. And our initial clearance is 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet is our initial climb clearance. Okay, so out we go. That looks pretty good. Our arrival into Nassau, they don't have any stars. We're going for runway 14. We'll just snag the ILS, grab an airport chart, and remind ourselves where cargo is. That's Odyssey, FBO, General Aviation, Ambulance. I think cargo is like over in here. I think maybe it's over in this area in Nassau. Okay. Let's go turn on the airplane. So, battery, ground power, primary, secondary. Emergency exit lights, armed and guarded. Windshield heaters. ADARUs, cabin utilities. Come on down here. Nav lights are on. We don't need the logo lights. And all that looks good. Oh, I forgot. I usually turn the airplane on, then go and get charts because it takes a while for this airplane to power up. All the screens to go on. It doesn't just pop on. It's got to warm up and stuff like that. There's a lot of computers and stuff. But yeah, Top Gun, I think you're right. I could have found that gate number easier on Navigraph. Flying Eli, did it get too hot? Harold, yeah, it's slow to start up, isn't it? The airplane is slow to start up. Slow on the ground, fast on the sky. That's a good way to look at it. Okay, everything's looking good there. Got flight plan data. That all looks good. You can't even really do stuff with the FMC. Do you know that we have an Aston Martin DB5 that we're carrying today? 007 is going to Nassau. Gotta have an Aston Martin in your cargo. Pretty amazing airplane. Yeah, they really have done an awful lot of work on the detail here. I mean, that's just the detail for the nose gear. All right, I'll bet it is loaded. Yay, look at that. Our screen's run. Let's see. Scaramanga, is that it? Is that the problem? Down in, I thought he was over in Asia. Okay, FMC. And check your nav data. It's good till January 22nd, so that's good. Position in it. We are at KMIA, Miami. I don't know my gate number. We'll just grab the GPS position and put it in the boxes. Cool. Our route today, and let's do a route request. Miami to MYNN. And I think this one flips back too. Let's see if it goes back to the Maru page. It does in the 737. It doesn't always do it in this one. Okay, set payload. Airplane's loaded. Fuel. Fuel is loaded. Let's go get the route. Roddy likes the GE90s. The sounds on this airplane are really quite good. Okay, route request is sent. There's all of our data. And load it. Route 1 uplink loading. Loading, loading, loading. I'm just getting ready to update the next command for the beer run, which is next. So I'm just updating that so that you can get the IC cows. If you've never flown in them before, you'll know what we're doing. Recommend a small airplane that's slow. Okay, let's see. It's loaded. Let's check. RJ, that's it. That's the route. That's all we got. So activate it and execute it. Cool. And if you do exclamation point next, it'll tell you what the airports are. Departure and arrival. I think we are going to get 8 right or 8 left. Probably 8 right because we're a 777. So let's plan on 8 right. And we're doing Clada 2 departure. There's Clada 2. And we're coming out, so we don't want any of those transitions, and execute. Index. Arrivals we're doing the ILS for runway 14. That's what they said. And then these transitions, I don't usually choose one on this one yet. We're coming in from the north side here. So melon or major, I'm not sure which one of those would be the best. We're coming out at RJ, so none of these are over here. So I don't think that there's really a good one to choose, so I'm not going to choose anyone. Is there a second page? Nope. Melon, major. Let's just leave it alone. If they might give us one and we can easily put it in, so not that big of a deal. Back to the route page and performance. And accept the performance data. We're coming out at flight level 210. Cost index is 42. Reserves. I think all of this just comes right in. Yeah, 18.7. Reserves are set. Our zero fuel weight should be 522.7. 522.8. Close enough. All right, let's come on up here and start up the APU. We're getting close to departure here. We did get a squawk code, 5175. Five, 1, 7, 5. Cool. What do we got? We've got Miami departure. Tower went off, so Miami departure's 126850. There we go.
American 2507 cross.
All right, all of that looks good. Let's do close up the airplane. Ground operations, ground service vehicles. We're going to release side cargo and the stairs, and that'll close our doors. While those doors are closing, we'll do performance for departure. Expecting 8 right. Import the weight, import the weather. Altimeter is 3006. 3006. There we go. Altimeters are set. Calculate speeds. So we're going to derate to -2 and select the temperature to 50. Now, if you were flying like Southwest in the Boeing, they don't actually do a derate, so you leave it at takeoff, but then you click climb to and put a temperature in. So airlines SOPs are all very different. Let's see. Let's do takeoff. Flaps are going to be 5. Our center of gravity is 26.6. You can click it and it'll give you the right number. See, it rounded it up to 26.7. And speeds are going to be 157, 158, 159. 157, 158, and 159. Let's put 159 in speed. 159 up there. There we go. That looks good. Yep, you can use the 737 wind wing panel on this autopilot, which is really nice. Our initial climb clearance was 5,000 feet. There we go, 5,000 feet, and our initial heading on departure is going to be too small to read. 092. There we go. That's set. Let's see. Altimeter is set. Speed is set. Heading is set. Altitude is set. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are on. And let's see. What do we got up here? APU is on. Let's disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Let's do fuel pumps. Let's start up the hydraulics. Hydraulics are good. Supernumerary signs can go on. Seriously, for an industry that likes to use small words and acronyms for frickin' everything, they call those supernumerary signs instead of, cabin signs or something like that. I'm sure that there's a reason. I don't know. Let's see. Cracked Jesus or Cracked Jesus? I don't know which one. Welcome aboard. I have a private pilot's license, so I can fly a Cessna 152, 172, or a Cardinal. Something this big is only in the sim. Miami departure is 126 decimal 850. There we go. That looks good. That looks good. Have we cleared all moorings? Let's check the parking brakes. Parking brakes are not set. Hi, AH Mike. Welcome aboard. Arc Snow, welcome in too. Parking brakes are set. All of these numbers are good. Let's go to the main panel. Ground power disconnect. Chocks disconnect. And we've cleared all of the ground clearance stuff. Let's get GSX to push us back. Request pushback and departure. Arc Snow, good to see you. AH Mike, welcome aboard. I'm doing a course on VATSIM, and watching you do this seems like it will be tough to remember all this stuff. Okay, yes, there is a lot to remember. As I always like to say, if I can do it, you can do it. There is a lot to remember, and I don't know which airplane you're planning to start using, but this is one of the tougher airplanes to start on. So if you start on a 737 or an A320, it'll be a lot better. But the big thing is there's a lot to remember. And the thing about flight sim is you build on your knowledge as you go along. So that's kind of how you level up in flight simming is as you go on and you pick things up, you kind of get all that set. You learn about that. I don't know, I didn't explain that well. I'm having a terrible time with like words today.
Locking gear.
Checklist is complete. Let's get the radios going. Before start checks, mode control panel is checked. Takeoff speeds are aboard. CDU is set. We'll do trim later. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Beacon is going on. Beacon is on. Checklist is complete. We're going to go nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Najib, there is another point in this whole flow that I set my trim. So it did say, you're right, here in the checklist, it did say to set the trim, but there's a second point in the flow that I will go and set it up. And that's when I do that. You could do that. You could start with a small airplane in VATSIM, and you could fly VFR. You know, go fly, the Cessna 152 at a much smaller airport.
All right, recycle 4523. That's what we have in the box at this time, American 2985. All right, 4522 in the box, American 2985.
Let's go start the transponder squawking. Transponder is good.
Or one segment, Mike, runway 8 left, next kilo. 2985, turn right heading 360 vector to fun.
360 back at the fun, American 2985.
Settle up, set 120 at 7, runway 10 left, settle in.
Middle land 10 left, push it 11.
American 1980, Pushback 1959, heavy radar contact, altitude indicates 3,800, climb and maintain 16,000.
All loaded with Wilson volleyballs. Miami, hello from FedEx 441 on the north side cargo ramp, requesting start and push with Delta.
FedEx 441, heavy, Miami departure, X-rays current, you approach on the kilos approved, face west to west, ready for taxi.
X-ray now aboard, got it, and push facing west onto Kilo. We'll call for taxi, FedEx 441. Shall we go? Parking brakes.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
269, Miami, give me just a second. American 2985, 3 miles from Brit, fly heading 060.
There's our very big airplane. Let's go ahead and start an engine here. Starting engine number 1.
All right, maintain 3.
Go to start.
3409, American 2985.
American 269, runway 8 right, taxi via Mike.
8 right to Beta Mike, American
2507, taxi ramp via Mike, November 11, November.
Mike November 11, November 925.
American 1959, heavy contact, Miami center on 132.2.
Miami 2.2.
Oh my gosh, JSG droid's already out. Good start on engine number 1. Starting 2.
American 2985, 114 at 9, runway 9, clear to land.
All right, clear to land 9, American 2984.
Got another 777 out at the gate.
420 X-ray Bravo, Miami, departure ramp uncontrolled, call me short of kilo, protected.
Please set parking brake.
Russ is in an A306 today. You've been in the Airbus A300 quite a lot lately, Russ. Is it working good for you? Big Slice, welcome back in. That's a pretty good start sequence on the fans. Not bad. Parking brakes on.
Unlocking gear.
All right. Everything's looking good there. Let's come on in here and we're going to do control checks here in just a second. So let's get flight controls turned on. There's flight controls, so we got those coming in. Let's do flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Let's do auto brakes to RTO. Auto brakes are set. That looks really good.
American 929, cross leg at 4,000, cleared ILS, runway 9.
Cross leg at 4,000 and clear ILS. Can you repeat that again?
And okay, the tug is good.
Bypass in
Good
removed.
cross leg at 4,000.
Let's do the control checks.
Left is clear. Right
Cross
is
leg
clear.
at 4,000.
Okay.
Cleared ILS.
Elevators all the way forward, all the way back, and release. Ailerons all the way left, all the way right, and release. Same deal with the rudder. And now here's where I set my stabilizer trim. So there's 4.25, 4.5, 4.75, 5.0. So you've got actually 2 indicators. And Najib, this is, I use this indicator for setting the trim. You could also use this down here, but I hear that the real pilots like to set the trim with the digital indicator right there. So that's why I was doing that one. Okay, that looks really good. Let's do cancel recall. Cancel recall is clear, and checklist. So anti-ice not needed. We'll turn off GSX. Anti-ice is off. Recall has been done. Flight controls. So this is what reminds me to do flight controls. That's been done, and so that's when I do my trim in the 777. Ground gear is clear, and the before taxi checklist is good. And then the next one is before takeoff. We'll just do that one right now because we are set for that, and we're ready to go.
3,000 for Djibouti 2126.
So Russ says the A300 has been solid. Miami, hi again from FedEx 441. Pushed and started at FedEx land. X-rays still aboard, requesting taxi.
I believe I stepped on somebody's phone.
FedEx 441, north side taxi with X-ray.
441 heavy, runway 8 left, taxi via Kilo.
8 left via Kilo for FedEx 441. Uh-oh, we're on the other runway. It's 8 left. Parking brakes. We need to flip the runways here.
New recruit detected.
Performance tool.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
8
sharp.
left. Calculate. Okay, 8 left. Departure and arrival. It's going to be 8 left. Plata. And pop that in. And we're going to redo the init. All right, so let's see here. Takeoff -2, but 44 degrees. -2, but it's going to be 44 degrees. And our new speeds for takeoff are 155, 157, 159. 155,
Roger.
157, and 159. Okay, we're all set for that runway. And out we go. Joker Allen, welcome back in. Raz3, thank you for the follow. And there's Russ over in the A300. If you are new to flight simming, you just got your Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025, you're taking lessons, you're flying the Cessna 152 in multiplayer, we're going to be doing a flight next that you can join us on in multiplayer. We're going to take off from Princess Juliana Airport at St. Martin, and we are going to fly out to St. Bart's. We're going to then fly to Saba, and then back to Juliana. These are difficult runways, but we're not on VATSIM. This is one for you to just have fun with. Now, if you don't think that you can handle the landing at Saba and St. Bart's, don't even try. Just kind of follow along with us. You'll be able to land with us at Juliana, okay? And I'll show you the route as we get going here.
Okay, push the start approved on the Kilo facing west. We'll advise ready for taxi FedEx 2.
And 4400 right turn heading 060 on the localizer.
060 join the localizer, on Kilo 440.
American 929 speed 160 knots. Speed 160 knots.
Okay, this looks good. Almost ready to go.
400 maintain 210 till advised.
210 until establish on Kilo 440. Lima 27 70,000 feet on the right to arrival.
Auto throttles are armed.
Stand by JetBlue 2126. See 4 miles from Warrior, left 130, 3000 still established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 10.
Don't want to do fast taxis in this thing.
3000 still established, cleared ILS 10 left approach.
Uh, 4400, reduce speed to 150 knots. American 929 speed 210 immediately. You said speed 210 immediately for American 929. Confirm land 4400, fly your present heading.
Flying present heading on Kilo 400.
And 4400,
Miami Center's 132.2.
That's 3000, Launch Chile 4400.
You guys give me just a minute, land 4400, traffic alert. We'll see 11 o'clock, 1 mile, advise you to descend immediately.
Okay, we don't need that page.
Launch Chile 4400.
269 radar contact, climb maintain 16,000.
FMC, progress.
Land 4400, I told you present heading, left 320.
Left 320, American.
And Clada, whatever. After departure, we're going to make a turn to 124 degrees. This is the 200, Paul. The cargoes were 200s.
2126, 112, pressure 1138, runway 10 left, clear land.
10 left, clear to land, Airbus 2126.
1528, 1208, runway 12, clear land.
Good runway 12, American 1528.
American 929, you're high on the approach. You need to receive.
Uh-oh, look at that. You see the heat plume behind the APU? I forgot to turn off my APU. APU.
Maintain 4000. 180, maintain.
Everything else is good. Yeah, there is a size difference, isn't there? I think most people in flight sim like the 200. I think they like the 200 a little bit more. Okay, we forgot something. For luck, you need to come over here and click the pen. And I'll say thanks to Tim Dog for sending a real one.
1704 Miami departure.
So 3 clicks for luck on the PMDG pen. That's right, it's going to be a perfect...
Pressure land Chile 4400, left heading.
Nothing could go wrong.
180, left heading, Launch Chile 4400.
You've never done the Boeings? I would suggest probably, if you've done the Airbuses, start with the 737 from PMDG, and then maybe try the 777 unless you're already good with big airplanes.
441 runway 8 left, line up wait traffic, short final runway 12.
It left, line up and wait. FedEx 441.
American 929, turn right heading 270.
Strobes.
270 for American 929. Anyone else waiting for taxi?
Russ is pushed in, is starting. You can see the lights back there.
Chile 4400, good direct grit, accurate, cleared ILS runway 9.
Clear direct, it's accurate, Lima Echo, go, for Chile 4400.
Landing lights.
Correct.
Are we ready to rumble? LNAV departure.
Yeah, Roger, so we're going to direct,
VNAV departure.
Lima Echo, go.
LNAV and VNAV, we're ready to go. 13 minutes in the air and land ho.
After leg.
So it's grid, right?
A firm. Clear direct grit, cleared ILS 9.
Roger, so direct
13
grid,
minutes,
clear
huh,
for
JSG
ILS
droid?
9
No
approach,
kidding.
Launch 440.
420 X-ray Bravo, contact line.
Yeah, Aretha, you named some of the best airplanes in flight sim.
American 269, Miami Center, 132.2.
132.2, American 2, that, see you soon.
Yeah, FedEx 441 Heavy, 11208, RNAV Jambo, runway 8 right, pushing 8 left, clear for takeoff.
8 left, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV Jamba for FedEx 441 Heavy. Shall we go? Throttle's up about halfway. I'm going to hit the clock button, and the clock is running. And I'm going to hit the little button off to the right, the little screw, and that's going to set my takeoff power. Be sure and wave to Russ as we go by. Russ is getting ready to go over in that A300 right over there. Hi, Russ.
Army departure, FedEx 209, at push and start. We're facing west on Kilo, waiting for passenger vector.
Probably ought to look down the runway instead.
Yankees not current. You don't have to give me Yankee right now, but whenever it's applicable. Runway 8 left.
V1.
V1.
Rotate.
And runway 8 left, here, Kilo 16.
Miami departure, good afternoon. Jumbo 139640, short of top, we have information, next zero contact.
So 1396 Miami departure, and by 1 American 929, turn right, finish 360.
Right heading 360 from American 929.
So for 1396, runway 8 right, exit Takeoff.
Yeah, talk runway 8 right, jumbo 1396.
American 2703, speed 210, descend and maintain 4,000.
Gotta maintain 4,000.
It's kind of hard when you take off and you do the little landing gear in the well
29 traffic,
view.
off here 2 o'clock and 6 miles, Airbus 320, advise when you have the set.
Okay, we'll advise you when we have the traffic here back from American 929.
Command. Get a little help from the autopilot. Modding Unlimited.
441, heavy radar contact, yeah.
FedEx 441 is passing 2,400.
FedEx 441, roger, climb maintain 16,000.
16,000 now for FedEx 441 Heavy.
Full salvation localizer, longitude 4400.
Doc Lowly, welcome aboard.
It's not for you, American 929, right, 06 Georgia on the localizer.
Nope. Too much
Okay,
looking
what was that
outside,
again? I'm
flaps
sorry.
up.
060.
060 from American 929.
Land Charlie 4400, winds 1208, runway 9, settle in.
Clear on runway 9er, longitude 4400.
FedEx 209 heavy, winds 1208, RNAV Jambo, runway 8 left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, clear for departure, runway 8 left, on that jammer for FedEx.
After takeoff checklist.
American 1704,
Landing gear is up,
runway
flaps are up.
traffic,
After takeoff checklist is
FedEx,
complete.
the 8300 departure travel.
Everything's off on the upper panel. We'll just turn that upper menu off.
8 right, line of fleet.
AXS. I am using something called Chase Plane to get those views. Doc Lowell, welcome back in. I hope I said hi. Modding Unlimited, welcome to you. Thank you for coming in.
On the localizer and cleared runway American 929.
American 2421, Miami departure.
Chase Plane is
runway
out
right
for
next
Flight
to
Sim
the,
2024. It is really good. JSG Droid says expect the RNAV for runway 32. Ooh, complete change. Expect the RNAV for runway 32. Oh my gosh, big change. Runway 32, RNAV arrival. Holy moly. All right, RNAV for 32, probably at Zooton. So RNAV for 32. Departure and arrival.
Clear to land, runway 9, American 929.
RNAV 32.
FedEx 441, contact Miami Center on 132.22.
132.2 now for FedEx 441 Heavy. Thank you so much. Happy landings. 132.2 at Hindo. Oh, at Hindo.
American 3103, turn in the left heading 30. Bridge to right, turn heading 30.
Right, 280, American 3103.
Miami, good afternoon. FedEx 441 passing 10,000 for 16. Direct Clada.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Miami Center, Clement, safe level 210, hello.
Flight level 210 for FedEx 441 Heavy. Happy weekend.
Miami Center 620 on the ground at Freeport, requesting Alpha 2 Rock 5000. Understand approach down.
Okay, landing lights off.
Sorry, who was calling?
Taxi light off. Supernumerary signs to auto. Thank you for that transition there, JSG Droid. So, we're coming in from the south side.
Hey, for my call from 59, got a response from waited another 5 minutes.
Okay, Roger. Just I'll see
Minimum
what's
is
frequency.
328.
Good afternoon, Flyer 60.
Good afternoon, Mountain Man. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Welcome. Mountain Man, we're doing the beer run next if you're interested in beer running with us. And looking good, looking good. Heading bugs straight up. Wilson volleyballs inbound.
Look at 269 cross Aegean A320, Nassau altimeter tree 010.
3010 Nassau, cross
20 miles from top of descent, SDF to Anchorage. Oh my gosh, you did a long one today. How's your MD-11 flying today? RS Aviation, welcome back. Thanks for coming in.
Right 340, intercept.
We've got a big old 777 flying now.
American 2412, turn left heading 160.
Left 160, American 2412.
American 837, contact approach 12685.
CGT, yes. Well, PMDG has done such an incredibly good job with their airplanes. All of them are just really spectacular.
American 3103, you're 3 miles from Mugu, maintain 2,600 till established.
Sulak, 441. Hi, Sulak. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard.
American 3103, 2,600
Good
till
flight
established.
number,
Clear
by the
ILS
way.
1 left approach.
2,600 until established. Clear ILS 1 left. 3103 for American 3103.
Bearing 386, turn left heading 090.
Left 290.
Smooth flights for Mountain Man today. Right on. It's a nice day for sim flying. It's been nice. We had a really nice flight into Ben Gurion earlier. I can't wait for everybody to fly tomorrow in Flight Sim 2024. Oh yeah, that's right. The MD-11 is out for everybody tomorrow, right? It is. I think we can get a 777 from Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. They need to pick a better cargo departure for Vectors to Copenhagen.
0040, intercept 1 left localizer.
What would be a good...
Reduce speed of 180.
Speed 180,
Frankfurt or München, I know is a big cargo terminal. So... EKCH.
9917, go ahead.
How about München? EDDM. That's about 400 miles.
Miami Center, good afternoon.
EDDF. Frankfurt's about 366, so maybe Frankfurt.
9917, frequency change.
Let's do Frankfurt I'm going to do Frankfurt to Copenhagen in the MD-11 for Vectors tomorrow. What could possibly go wrong, right? Oh, Kevin, you're right. I forgot standard altimeter.
Hello.
And 210 for
Got it. Thanks, Kevin. MD-11.
9917, frequency change or previous Santa Domingo's offline. We'll see you.
Good day, and have a good night.
Circuit 2412, speed 210 to maintain 2,600.
Vectors to Copenhagen. I hope that the MD-11 can do a hold.
3 miles from Mugu, maintain 2,600 till established. Cleared out this 1 left approach.
Maintain 2,600 until established. Clear for GLS 1 left approach. Speed 36.
Circuit 3103, runway 1 left. Clear to land.
Clear to land 1 left. American 3103.
Brings to the 386, number 2, runway 1 left. Clear to land.
Number 2, runway 1 left, clear to land, 36.
Let's see. Nassau,
Nassau,
ATIS.
121.nothing, see ya.
Information.
12 light Phil. Spare with American speed 269, see ya.
Altimeter's 3010. 3010. There we go.
Yes, 220, yeah, he said it recycled his audio for
Information.
Bastion.
Bravo, there is MYNN approach is now up. 121.0. 121.0.
Like 441, descend past discretion, cross the Ray J at 1-3000, then Nassau altimeter 3010.
3010 Ray J at 3000 for FedEx 441.
Ray J, FedEx 441, Ray J at 1313,000.
1313,000. Big difference for FedEx 441. Thank you.
American 2412, left heading 040, intercept the 1 lap localizer.
Left 040, intercept the localizer, American 2412.
Right at 1936, expect ILS.
59 ILS, 1 left, United 1936.
Large 1602, descend via the CUDA 3, landing east, the launcher altimeter 3007.
Okay, we're good for 13,000 at Ray J. Looking good. Important note for everybody picking up the MD-11 tomorrow, you're going to have to drag the layout JSON file into the Microsoft Layout Generator until Navigraph updates the MD-11 on their end.
3007.
So if you're missing SIDS or stars, you didn't do that step.
2412, 3 miles from Lagoon, maintain
That
2600
explains why my SIDS and stars don't work.
2600 till 7 clear in ILS.
So there is an important step to drag the layout JSON file into the layout generator. Ooh, that's why none of my SIDS and stars worked. I had to put them in manually in the MD-11. I'm going to have to learn how to drag the layout JSON file. Take that file and drag it. I'll bet it's over in their Discord, isn't it? I'll bet it's in their Discord. Just checking stuff over here first. Oh, I do flaps 30. It's a big plane. Important note from Mountain Man.
1704, minor climate change level 210, that'll be final.
It's within the TFD design aircraft MD-11 file.
12685, American A320.
In the community folder. All right. Wolfie, thank you for reposting that. You know what? We ought to do that. I probably won't take it on
Miami Center, the afternoon southwest 1396
I probably won't do
15
that.
miles southwest of the Fort Lauderdale VOR 12,000
They included the app in that folder.
1396, Miami Center, Clementine, level 360.
360 southwest 1396.
I'm copying your notes in my
contact, Miami
notes.
approach 12685.
Because we really need 6 and stars if we're going to take the MD-11 into.
253, contact Miami
Okay.
approach 12685.
Better pay attention.
American 2412, runway 1 left, clear to land.
Okay.
Runway 1 left,
RJ, almost time. 3 miles
3103,
to
text
descend.
Whiskey Victor
They
2,
included
target
the app in their folder.
Around the Whiskey and Victor for American 3103, you too. Miami Center, United 12,
Center, you under 2238 over in Nassau.
That's 1223, Miami Center, roger.
Thanks, Mount Man.
Route 2238, contact Nassau, now 121.0.
Alright, 121.0, thanks to route 2238, good day.
2421, Miami, climate change level 390. Good morning, correction, FedEx 209 Heavy, descend across Ray J at 13,000 and Nassau altimeter 3010. FedEx 209 Heavy, Miami.
Yeah, Roger, Roger, flight level 1303010, FedEx 209, thank you.
Miami Flight Station 585 Tango is holding short runway 10 left on the ground at Palm Beach, ready for departure.
585 Tango, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 10 left, clear for takeoff, 585 Tango.
Orange 386, welcome to Tampa, safe parking.
Parking. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Parking 15, speaking 36.
Orange 386, taxi to the ramp via Whiskey at Juliet.
Whiskey Juliet to the ramp, Spirit 386.
All right, so Mountain Man said this is the folder, if you've been wondering. So in mine, it's Microsoft 2024 Community TF Design Aircraft MD-11. And so what Mountain Man says we have to do.
Nassau 121, nothing. See you later.
121, nothing for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Information, Bravo. Nassau, very good evening. FedEx 441 has your pizza delivery. We are descending to cross Ray J at 13,000 feet with information, Bravo.
FedEx 441 Nassau approach. Roger, expect the RNAV runway 32 approach.
Expecting the RNAV now, runway 32. FedEx 441 Heavy. Go click on the Community 2024 folder.
Envoy 1266, runway 32, taxi via hotel.
Via hotel 32, runway 12.
So this is what Mountain Man said. Do this one instead. And we're supposed to click this over here. That's what it is. The MD-11 should be in the Community 2024 folder. There it is. And Mountain Man says we're supposed to do the layout JSON file into the MSFS layout generator. So basically, Mountain Man says drag this on top of that, and that should run it for you.
And that's a departure, Canada 941 request.
Watch, I'm probably going to crash everything.
Canada 941.
Okay, I dragged that on there. It didn't do anything else, but I dragged the layout JSON onto the generator. Is that all you did? Is it that simple, and we now have SIDS and stars?
Right, clear to Toronto Airport, radar vectors Ingram.
Wabi is not happy. What happened, Wabi?
10 minutes after squawking 0472, Air Canada 941.
Air Canada 941, read back direct, expect 32 for departure, 28 available.
It's that simple, really, Mountain Man? Okay.
All right, we'll advise you for taxi.
Man, I almost want to check that out, but we're going to do the bear run next. It just updated the date and time. It did.
For departure,
it worked, and now we have SIDS and stars. Woohoo! Okay, so I'm going to lofty cargo into
FedEx 440. When able, clear direct to hit node for the RNAV 32. Instead of maintaining 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000 now for FedEx 441. And when able, we are direct to Hidno. Hey, Lewis. Welcome, welcome.
American 269, descend and maintain 2,000.
Direct to Hidno.
2,000, American 269.
And LNAV. Okay, I think we're where we're supposed to be. So that's all you've got to do, but boy, that's an important safety tip. And I immediately went into just the 2020 community folder, but it's the 2024 version of all that. Well, great. We definitely need some SIDS and stars on that.
American 269 vectors to the approach, fly heading 140. Fly heading
Captain Chris, good to see you, Captain Chris. We're going to try and do the Spy Flight beer run next. That is Princess Juliana to St. Bart's to Saba and back. And that's in multiplayer on the USA West server. Clearly my 777 has had too much coffee this morning. Yeah, even with the little bouncy camera there every now and then, it's an amazing airplane. Another Ruben, yeah, several people have come into chat and said, could we please do that today? And that's kind of the reason why I keep the flight plans available, so that we can do things that are fun to do. So, yep, beer run next.
Reduce to 210, American 269.
I copied everything that you said, Mountain Man, over in my flight notes, so I'll see that first thing tomorrow. So I'll be sure to remember to do that.
Alright, cross due not are above 2,000, clear down our approach only 32 for Doral 2238.
MFS has, oh yeah, the new scenery from Rome. Flaps 1, auto brakes 3.
On approach for Doral 2238.
Speed brakes are armed.
Take Dilby in about an X 2 to 3 miles.
Flaps 5. Init ref 146 to land at flaps 30.
Doral 2238, roger, that helps.
Alright, we're able to direct Dilby at this time if it's fine with you.
Roger, Doral 2238, clear. Flight directed Dilby, cross Dilby at 1,300, clear the RNAV for runway 32.
Alright, clear direct Dilby, cross Dilby out of 1600, clear down our approach runway 32 to Doral 2238.
Really nice airplane.
On Envoy 1266, fast hold 32, ready.
Envoy 1266, roger, nodally, wind 0406, runway heading runway 32, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear to takeoff, 1266.
And American 269, cleared back
Supernumerary signs on.
Cleared the RNAV runway 32, approach number 2 in the approach.
Checklist. Recall, we'll do that in a second. Notes are good, auto brakes are good, landing data is set, approach briefing is done. Checklist is done, cancel recall. Recall is clear, we're good to go with that. Nice little descent.
Doral 2238.
Are you talking about like the end of a star, especially at an arrival in a European airport?
Alright, copy the wind, sound the traffic, clear line, runway 32, Doral 2238.
That's actually a big thing we'll be doing tomorrow on the first flight. So if you look at it, and I don't have one loaded for this flight, but if you look at a SID and a star, usually at the end of most stars in Europe, you're going to find a hold.
And direct head now, looking for 3.
And the rule is basically
FedEx 209, descend and maintain 5,000.
You're going to want to set up that hold, because you're technically in a lot of these airports, if you're cleared for the dark beer arrival into whatever airport and stuff like that, you're cleared to do the arrival, but if they don't give you clearance to proceed beyond that star, you're supposed to just automatically enter the hold that is at the end of the star. It can be nerve-wracking.
Envoy 1266, departure radar contact, turn left on course, climb and maintain 12,000.
12,000 left on course, 1266.
There's our airport, I think. Hi, Nassau. This was one of the islands that the author who started the James Bond series used to go and spend a lot of time looking around. Julie EXE300. You're flying VATSIM today. Welcome in. I have not set minimums. 328.
Traffic 12 o'clock and 7 miles southeastbound 777.
Oh, I did say it.
1,507.
Hey, Captain Chris.
We're looking for the traffic, 1266.
American 269.
Got some real tight turns here. So when you get real tight turns, kind of like to get my speed to 180.
Clear to land, traffic in sight, American 269.
Envoy 1266, additional traffic off your 1 o'clock and 15 miles southeastbound, and Airbus 300, 10,000 descending.
Roger, 1266, looking for traffic.
And Envoy 1266, traffic no factor, contact Miami Center 132.2, CL.
Over the center, CL.
Oh, you do. FedEx 441, descend and maintain 2,000.
Descend and maintain 2,000. FedEx 441.
Darrell 22. Taxi parking via hotel, CL.
Alright, taxi parking via hotel, CO, they're all 2230, appreciate it.
And Nassau approach, Canada 941, ready for taxi, runway 28. Canada 941, standby 1. Break Darrell 2238, where you parking?
JSG Droid had a great landing rate, minus 210. MFS is landing with a minus 230. Really? Minus 210?
Perfect, Darrell 2238, enter apron via hotel 1, please.
Right, into the apron via hotel.
Wow.
Darrell 2238.
Canada 941, give way to the MD8, runway 28, taxi via hotel. Runway 28 via hotel, giving way to the traffic at Canada 941. FedEx 441, cross Hidden at 2,000, cleared the RNAV, runway 32 approach.
Crossing Hidno at 2,000, cleared for the RNAV, runway 32 approach for FedEx 441.
FedEx 209, descend and maintain 2,000.
2,000, FedEx 209.
Speed to land 146. We'll call it right around 150. 210 is at 213 is a very good landing rate at Innsbruck. And JSG Droid, for an update your arrival at the last minute and stuff, and a big old wide body. I think 210 is a very respectable landing rate in this big thing. Really respectable landing rate in this big bird. So tomorrow we're going to go and do MD-11 flying. Frankfurt to Copenhagen for the first one. Boy, I sure hope I know how to set up a hold in the MD-11. I may have to practice that. JSG Droid likes the RNAV approaches. Well, you know, if you can see the runway and you're good with your airplane, it's, you know, very nice.
American 269, welcome to Nassau. Vacate right when able, taxi to parking via hotel. We'll see you.
Right when able, parking via hotel, American 269. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Wabi says there's only the USAE server, so we need to go and be prepared for that. We'll be USA East. Thanks, Wabi. Thank you for I never heard about that before, but okay, whatever. Thank you for letting us know. AMG had a rough landing. That's okay.
FedEx 209, reduce speed 210 knots.
And you said 210 FedEx 209?
Okay.
And Roger 209.
Approach Canada 941, share Vader till Philly, please.
Locked.
FedEx 441, till Philly.
FedEx 441, I'm sorry, you were blocked and then kind of broke up.
FedEx 441, maintain 170 knots until Dilby.
170 knots till Dilby, FedEx 441.
Air Canada 941, wind 0406, fly runway heading runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, fly runway heading Air Canada 941.
FedEx 209, aircraft hit no ladder above 2,000, cleared the RNAV runway 32 approach.
Okay, say again for FedEx 209.
FedEx 209, cross signal at 2,000, cleared the RNAV 32.
Okay, yeah, crossing to 2,000 for 32 RNAV, FedEx 209. Thanks.
All right, looking pretty good. Almost time to start going completely visual. The RNAV.
441, the wind 0406, runway 32, clear to land.
Runway 32, clear to land. FedEx 441. Hi, Melvin. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. The runway is hard to see. If we zoom in a little bit and pan up, you can see there it is. I've been to this island before, so I know where to look for the runway. So I could see a little bit of a red light twinkling out there, but that's how I knew where it was, MFS.
Canada 941, radar contact, turn right on course direct to Ingra, climb and maintain 12,000.
Turn right direct on course to Ingra, 12,000, Air Canada 941.
Next flight, de Havilland Twin Otter flying. Princess Juliana, St. Bart's, Saba, back to Juliana. It's the famous Spy Flight Bear Run. And there's Dilby, and we said 150 to land. Flaps. Autopilot. Little bit of a wind from the left blowing us to the right here.
$1,000.
And FedEx 209 to wind 04016. You're number 2 behind the company 777 on a 2-mile final, runway 32, clear to land.
Okay, cleared to land behind company traffic, FedEx 209.
Checklists are complete. The airplane will yell at you if you don't do your checklists.
500. Approaching minimum.
Minimum's landing, a little high, a little off to the side. Watch out for
300.
gators on the runway.
200.
Auto throttle's off.
100. 50. 30. 20.
Reversers.
Canada 941, contact Miami Center 132.2. Figure. Miami Center 132.2, Air Canada 941. See ya.
Welcome to Nassau. I say we find the nearest tiki bar.
And FedEx 441, welcome to Nassau. Taxi to parking via hotel. Have a good one.
Via hotel will make the delivery on time today. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great weekend.
Sounds good. Thanks for flying.
And as usual, got to blow up a little bit. MYN and hotel. Let's just go in here to apron 5, but we're a little bit bigger. Let's grab the other one. And I think that's Russ. The light's coming in over there, so Russ is coming in on that one. Okay, landing lights off, blinding everybody on the ground. Strobe lights off, looking good. I have no idea. It doesn't say whether there's any cargo here, so we're just kind of coming in here. And nose light off. Engine number 2 off. Lots of great island hopping. Yeah, Sunday like to do lots of island hopping. That's probably about as good as that's going to get. Parking brakes are on. Okay, flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. Auto brakes need to be going off here. That looks really good. Come on over here. We need a little ground support, so ground ops, shocks coming on in. Get some ground power.
209, welcome to Nassau. Vacate right
We
when
get
able.
ground power
Have a good night.
is available.
Okay,
We'll pop that in, and then we can
terminal,
stop engine number 1 and not have any need for the APU. And that's the good part about that one. Let's see, signs off. Let's see, beacon can go off. We don't need our fuel pumps anymore. We don't need the hydraulic pumps anymore. And so those can go off. All of that gets quiet. Come on over here. Go down to ground vehicles, and we got to wait for our number 1 engine really to start spinning down here. Thought I got that nose light off. And it does take a lot of time for these engines to stop spinning down. So that's why you kind of stop the engine on the right side as soon as you can. Boy, I thought I got all my lights off here. I thought I turned all of my lights off. What the heck? Okay, all that looks good. And that's great over there. We can request stairs. We can do side cargo. There's our stairs. Here's cargo. And the pizza has arrived. FedExing pizza from the mainland. Very, very important part of the day. And if you look over here, you'll probably catch, there's Russ. Ooh, Russ made a better taxiway than we did. How did we do on the landing? It actually felt kind of good for being outside the airplane. Outside, review your flight. How did it go? So come on in here. Nice arrival. Minus 545, 1.9 Gs. Didn't feel like it was that bad. Uh-oh. Over, what is it? Over 600. You have to have maintenance look at them. So we were close, but not so bad. All right, let's go ahead and turn off a few things. Russ is coming into park. I'm going to shut down Volanta. Next one is on multiplayer. So if you're new to all this flight sim stuff, this is really a good one for you to give a flight to. No flight plan, no rules, no nothing. 90s Gamer, I'm using stuff from Epidemic Sound. So Epidemic Sound is what we're using, and the playlist I put at the bottom, because I've got about 5 hours worth of stuff in here, mostly jazzy stuff, but you know, a bunch of other things too, including a little bit of K-pop. So, and Russ has been flying the A300. Chances are in a lot of your towns, you know, your medium-sized towns, this is what FedEx and UPS are flying in. I get to see 2 of these, one from FedEx and, you know, sometimes one from UPS coming in here to my town almost every day. So Russ made it, and we made it too, and they're unloading. Let's get ready for the beer run. No need for VATSIM, and I'm going to do the Twin Otter today. I've been doing the James Bond jet a little bit too much. You don't need autopilots or anything like this either, so we can shut down the autopilot stuff. And again, this, if you're new, this is the time to hop in. I'll show you every turn you're going to make and help you figure this out. Let's see. I guess it's Ball Chaser. Is that it? Welcome aboard. Thank you. Fairly decent sim pilot, but that's about it. So one thing you could do is you could use, if you've got Navigraph for this, you could use Navigraph for this. And we're going to come on over here and we're going to do a new flight. And this is just so you get a little bit of tracking and stuff. And so go to Navigraph and we're going to select, let me move it over here. So select your departure airport and make it TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. AMG, USAE server, apparently they shut down the West server. And then do the same thing again. TNCM, that's your departure and your arrival. And there is St. Martin. Looking good. All right, let's zoom it on out here a little bit. And what we're going to do is go to St. Bart's and Saba. So to do flight tracking and get some lines, see a little pencil here? Click that and then put in Saba, St. Bart's, TFFJ, space, TNCS is Saba. Hit done. And now all of a sudden we're going to get our cute little triangle here. And this is our flight. This is our flight. That's all you got to do. And that should work out. It's pretty much always the same runways here too, unless there's a hurricane or something like that. Let's see. Parking brakes off. Reversers set. I need to do autopilot off, and let's get the sim. No rules at all. No ATC. Cussing is okay, especially when you see how short the runway is at Saba. Hey, Thalo. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by today. You only need about, depending upon the airplane you're flying. Oh, I missed Darth Dennis came in. Darth Dennis came in. Hi, Darth Dennis. And Macrocat, welcome to you too. You're having fun flying FSX and you're flying 757s. And Toby's is in there. You were doing VR. So the VR was fun. Some people report their first experiences in VR. They get a little bit, in their stomach. How did it go for you? I had a set of VR glasses a while ago, and there was a game called Air Car, and after about 20 minutes, I started getting a little, with Air Car, but that was about it. I flew an Airbus in VR and the 757 in VR in X-Plane, but that was a long time ago, and it got really choppy towards the end. You could tell that it was really struggling to keep up. Okay, what else can we do? Nothing else really. There's no real preparation or anything like that. We do have to go and set up multiplayer because we're almost always on VATSIM. And they didn't make multiplayer all that easy. So if you don't know about multiplayer, I'll show you exactly how to set it up so that it'll work for you pretty good. And then tomorrow, the MD-11 is coming out from TFDI for everybody. So we'll be in the MD-11 for a lot tomorrow. We'll even going to try and take it on Vectors to Copenhagen. What could possibly go wrong there? I really do need to figure out how to... I got to figure out how to do a hold. I don't think I've ever done a hold in that. And we know we're going to do that. We know there's going to be one. So we got to remember how that works. I think it's probably pretty easy. You probably click on the waypoint and plug it in like you would a Boeing. Cracked Jesus, what airplane do you choose for the beer run? Something slow. Okay? So, basically, the Cessna, if you're just getting started in flight simming, chances are you're flying the Cessna 152 or 172. That would be good. Or maybe a twin-engine Baron. Or I'm going to be in the Twin Otter. This is not one for big jets. Poliot flew the I think the Hercules, the C-130, last time we did this, and seemed to be able to stop it without going into the water. So there you go. Mountain says the MD-11 releases at 8 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So actually, you'll be able to get it and have it a few hours before the spy flight. So when you get it, be sure and set up some good views. Oh, Captain Chris said, no, it was the A400. Oh, okay. Well, the A400, you could probably, that airplane was designed for short field landings. Just got to make darn sure you're ready to go. AMG, the TBM is a great airplane for this. The TBM and the Cessna 150, 172, and the TBM, those are all free airplanes. So you don't need anything else for this flight. We may need to change the time on this one. May need to change the time a little bit because it might very probably will be dark at St. Bart's by the time we get there, and St. Bart's is a daytime only runway. There's no runway lights. They have taxiway lights, but no runway lights. So yeah, Little Otter has very good reversers. Very good reversers. Almost done. No need for any nav aids or any radios or anything like that. Yeah, I usually will set it for a couple of hours before sunset. You know, an hour or so before sunset if we're flying the Twin Otter, because about that time we'll be done with St. Bart's. Saba has runway lights, and then coming into Juliana, they've got all the lights you need. So you're good with all of those. But St. Bart's, you come over the hill and you say, wait a minute, where's the runway here? Because it's a little on the dark side. And you can't really tell if you're coming in low just over the top of the hill. You're not going to see the runway till too late anyway, so it's an immediate go around. 20 knot winds. I'll bet that was hard, Senor Tomas. 20 knot winds in a Cessna 152 is hard. That's right. Wabi says you go into nameplates in the flight interface. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Hope you had a good weekend. See you next time. MD-11ing. Wonder how many MD-11s will be jamming into Copenhagen tomorrow. If you're new to all this flight sim stuff, Copenhagen has a big fat sim event every Monday. You're going to do a ranked match in VA. Another Ruben, enjoy. We do this at least every other weekend, so you'll get a chance soon. Almost done. Come on. Done loading. Now would be a good time to hydrate. Very nice hydration. Even better in an airbrow mug from Minchin. You're gonna do the C4, the Sky Courier, Captain Chris. That's a good choice. That's a good choice too. Caravan's a good choice. Caravan's a good choice too. Russ, really simple. MFS. This is a combination of tea and lemonade. Tea and lemonade. It's just nice, it's pleasant, doesn't have a lot of sugar in it. Come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Doesn't need to take this long. I usually don't turn on Volanta for this one, so don't usually bother with Volanta on this. All right, there we go. Let's go and get this started. So first thing you got to do, y'all ready? Anybody need me to wait, or we're going to set up multiplayer, right? Beer run, that's right, Russ. And I'll explain why we call it the beer run in a little bit. It's a silly BS story that I came up with a while back, but there we go. Okay, here we go. Let's set up for multiplayer. So first step, before you even go into your airplane, from the open screen, click the gear in the upper right hand corner. Okay? And after you click the gear in the upper right hand corner, the next thing you do is we're going to go to online. Okay, online. And we're going to go to multiplayer and turn it on. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to go and find the USA East server. Apparently the West one is gone. So USA East server. That way we can kind of see each other. And then show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Okay, we got to go and do those. Next, go to graphics. And in graphics, we're going to go down to global rendering quality and go all the way to the bottom. And I think what we need is we need airport traffic quantity. And we just turned that up. And I pop that up to ultra. And usually pop this one to high. So I think it's airport traffic quantity. We don't care about parked airplanes, but we want to see that for some reason. And then finally, flight interface. Flight interface, and we want to see it is Show traffic nameplates. Okay, we got to turn that on too. Okay? That's what we need. That's right. It's called an Arnold Palmer. I don't figure everybody knows. Thanks, Captain Chris. Okay, so we got to do those 3 things to do. Those, I guess it's 4 things now. And now let's save and go back. Now we can go and get our airplane. But there's one more step, so get your airplane first. And we're going to go and get the DHC-6. That's the one I'm going to fly, the goofy little otter. DHC-6. De Havilland Twin Otter. Goofy little airplane, but love it. Not too fast, but it flies well. We want it with wheels. And the best livery that I can get is the shark livery. Save and go back. Save and go back. Now then, before you select your airport, come over to flight conditions. Make sure everything is live. Turn off air traffic. And then go to all players. That's another important step. All players, okay? So you got that one. Save and go back. Airport. TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. And we've got the music for the Universal opening for our circus here. Come on in, zoom on into Juliana. And then just grab yourself a parking spot. I thought that we would see other airplanes that are on the ground first, but I guess not. So we're going to go to just grab a spot. If you spawn on somebody, no big deal. And that's good. And hit start the flight. That's right. So I thought you saw them on the map. Maybe that's changed, but we will see other people when we load in. I hope. There's our goofy little twin otter. You see how dark it is? So we're going to go and I'll show up. There's AMG. There's Two Land Player. So there we go too. So go ahead and let everything just take a little break, a little breath, and ready to fly. And there's our airplane. Now let's do this other step here. So come up to the top and click the cloud in the top bar. Click the cloud. Click custom for weather, which should be live weather, but then roll the clock back a little bit. Okay, so now we got that. And that's good. Let's go ahead and we need to kind of walk forward a little bit. We need to take off that pitot tube cover. We need to walk forward, take off the engine covers. Chocks are clear. And now we can hop into the airplane. But yeah, it's a great livery. Really is. Shift C to get in the cockpit. All right, next step, we're going to come down here and we have to remove the control lock. And then I usually get rid of the 2 clipboards because that's in the way. And then go and check your controls, make sure they work. They all work. And then I usually go ahead. It's a neat yoke, but it's in the way of a lot of what I need to see. So I just delete that. Dr. John, we are not on VATSIM right now. We are on multiplayer. This is sort of like a bunch of drunken sailors out having a good old time. That's really what this is here. DHC-6, TNCM, TFFJ, TNCS. I'm just getting ready to update the title. Hang on. All right, almost done. Let me just update my title here really fast on Twitch. Control C. Sunjammer, are you going to call it a night tonight? Thank you for coming in, Sunjammer. Thanks for the good movie trivia. Have a great evening. We'll see you soon. Cheerio. Uncle Jip just arrived. Welcome, Uncle Jip. Well, the thing is the real Twin Otters are going to be flying for Windward Airlines. So they'd be flying Windward Airlines in the de Havilland Twin Otter like this. Okay, got a couple of views. These are going to work for us, so let's go. What we're going to do is on this little map, remember our triangle, we're going to take off from Princess Juliana Airport. P.S. Morandi, it's all about 125 miles knots. That's about it. Dr. John, we're on multiplayer because basically it's a bunch of drunken players and stuff. Drunken sailors landing at each other, crashing. We're just in the sandbox on this one. So after takeoff, make a right turn and come out and fly past the condos. Make a slight left turn, come on and fly past the ship channel. And then you're going to keep going on out here to St. Bart's. But thank you for offering, Dr. John. We'll bring our jets in pretty quick. And we'll be on VATSIM for that. You see there's a couple of little islands here. But if you look over here, you see these little specks of islands here. I call that shipwreck shoals. This is where the drunken boaters come and rip the bottom off of their rental boats and stuff. But look for shipwreck shoals and then continue on to St. Bart's. And you see there's some more rocks out here. Okay, look for this rock and this rock. See where the runway is? You want to make your turn before you get to the big rock. Keep your turn and keep the little rock off your right wingtip. You're going to come over a big hill and dive for runway 10. Okay? That's what we're doing. After that, we'll take off, come back around, and we're going to look for another island that's got a really sharp point. That's Saba. And what here you're going to do is you're going to try and aim for just to the, you want to be to the right of the island here, to the north. So come into the north of the island, and once again, we got another rock here. See this rock? Thing is, there's these cliffs here, and they're pretty close to the rock. So what we do is we're going to land on runway 12. Do not go hunting for butter. It will absolutely, you'll end up running off the end of the runway. So this is not the flight to go hunting for butter. It's plant your airplane on the ground and go. P.S. Morande, I'm a couple hours before sunset. Actually, I think I'm a little closer to noon local time. Let's see. We want to, closer to noon local time. There's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. How about as close to 1700 local time as you can? So 1700 local time is what you're going to want for this, okay? All right, let's go get this thing going. Altimeter 1014. Altimeter 7. I'm going to bug 1500 feet. All right, fuel pumps on. Seatbelts. Beacon. Starting one. Gas generation going up. About halfway between 10 and 20. You can see the props starting to spin. And fuel. Wow, that jumped around a lot. That's one of the new songs I just downloaded. That one's kind of a cool one. Okay, we got a prop going. So let's go ahead and prop out a feather. Let's start another engine. Starting to. Gas generation, the gauge down there at the bottom of the stack. 10, 12, about halfway is when I click on the fuel. Fuel going on. While we got that going, transponder to standby. We'll just clear the radios. We're not going to use them, but we'll just keep them from flashing. We'll just squawk 1200. There we go. Prop out a feather. Looking good. PS Mirande, USA East server. USA East server. All right, I think we're good. And transponder. Shall we get out of here? Flaps are going to be 1. Flaps 10. There goes the flaps. Parking brake. Off. Toe brakes on. Anybody coming over there? Nope. Good. Anybody over there? There's one airplane. We're going to go beyond that one. Not take their nose off. Hi, Zarzar. Brake check. Good. Brakes work. Reversers check. Reversers work. Gotta have those reversers working. Otherwise, you'll never get something this big and heavy stopped on Saba. It's hard enough at St. Bart's because both are super short runways, but you'll never get it stopped at Saba. There's probably aircraft carriers that have longer wingspan, longer runways. Probably not, but still. Okay, after takeoff, remember, right turn over the lagoon. Crack, Jesus, did you get all of the things turned on that we did? It's really kind of hard to do that. Hey, Dogs. Dogs is waiting for us at St. Bart's. All right, don't be drinking all the beer while we get to St. Bart's, okay? Mad B4 is over there. All right, let's get ready to rumble. Anti-collision lights going on. Taxi light, pitot tube heaters, generators on reset. Generators are good. Bleeds going on. All that looks great. And this is good too. Props all the way forward for takeoff. Props are good there. Everything's set up there. So, let's see. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. But getting multiplayer set up the first time is not easy. It's kind of hard to do that. Shall we go? $40 knots, 50, 55, 60, 65, rotate. Up and away, tap the brakes. Looking good. Gentle turn out to the right. Speeds out of the white arc, flaps up. Okay, come out here. All right, so what's all the fuss about the beer run? How did we get the name? So this is the spy flight, right? So spy's here. And as we all know from watching James Bond knows how to fly a plane, right? So a couple of spies are coming in and they're getting ready to, they're coming into St. Bart's on holiday. Been a hard week of spying. It's been really hard. So here they are, they're coming in and they arrive at St. Martin. And the first thing they want to do is go to the Sunset Beach Bar, because that's the famous one that everybody goes to watch the airplanes land over the beach, right? So they go and they do that. And they get to the bar and the guy says, hey, sorry, we're out of beer. What? We're all out. We're completely out. Well, what are you going to do about that? They don't know. But then the guy recognizes the spies from the movies and say, I know you. You're a super spy. You know how to fly an airplane, right? The guy, yeah. So it says, hey, here's the keys to my Twin Otter. Go over to St. Bart's. My brother who owns the bar over there has about 10 extra cases of Red Stripe. Pick them up, bring them back over here, and I will. You guys can have, all the beer on the house. Just go pick it up for me. Oh, okay, sounds good. So they go out to the airport, get in the Twin Otter, and away they go. Away they go to, on their secret mission to St. Bart's. Okay? When they get on the ground at St. Bart's, the next thing, they meet his brother. And his brother says, oh, by the way, you guys hungry? Yeah. Says, well, my cousin over at Saba has just done a big old barbecue and half the guests didn't show up. So if you want, fly over to Saba and pick up all the rest of the barbecue and take it over to my brother's place at St. Martin, and we'll all meet for beer and barbecue. Okay? So they say, oh, okay, great. So they go over to Saba and they pick up the barbecue and then come on back. And that's just the silly little goofy story that I came up with to call this the beer run. And that's how it goes. Yeah, that's right. They also have the webcam at some Sunset Bar. So right now we're holding at about 1,500 feet, and you can see we're coming up close to St. Bart's here, and we're looking for Shipwreck Shoals. That's the next thing, and that's two little spotty islands. You can see the bigger island off to the left here. That's the big one, but we want to fly over the little ones. These little shoals there that probably at high tide go underwater. And so we're going to go over there and pop into that one. And they're starting to show up here. Rush, you've actually been on the cruise out to this, I believe. You've been on the cruise, I think you said, out to St. Martin, and then I think you got to go ashore, or was that somebody else? Now, if you look, nope, that was not you. Okay. If you look, now you can see Shipwreck Shoals starting to show up. And I generally will try and fly over, sort of over these. That wasn't you. Okay. Maybe it was Trip Taker. Pneumatics are low. What did I forget? Bleed air. Generator reset. We don't need those. Taxi light off. What did I forget on pneumatics here? Auto. We got the bleeds on. Does anyone know if you could do a go-around when landing on safe parts for the other direction? I don't know. I don't know how you would do that. And if you don't know what Russ is talking about, wait till you see when we land here. Wait till you see what we land on this one. We just got a sub over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. I don't think you can. The hill is just too high. I think you're gonna go splat so much. That's why I think that they land over the hill the way we're gonna land. Okay, so there's Shipwreck Shoals. This is where all the people that, you know, go rent a boat and think, oh yes, I'm Captain Jack Sparrow. I can sail over anything. And well, okay, not really there. And then they rip the bottom off their rental boats. Okay, next thing to look for is the big rock out in the water here. So looking straight ahead, we should see the big rock, and we want to turn before we get to the big rock. So, Jeff the Hawkeye guy, multiplayer is not cross-platform. That's why I usually almost always fly on VATSIM, because that is cross-platform for sure. So at that point in time, I don't know that there's any other cross-platform, and it even doesn't work between the two different Microsoft Sims. So if you're flying on Flight Sim 2020, we can't see each other. But VATSIM is cross-platform. Flight Sim 2020, 2024. X-Plane and P3D can all fly on VATSIM. I don't know if it's from Xbox or not. I wonder if it is. Maybe it depends on which one you bought. If you bought 2020, maybe you can see 2020 airplanes on PC. I don't know. I've never heard that. Asked before. Okay, Big Rock is up ahead. So there's the Big Rock. There's the Little Rock. We're going to make a turn before that, and then you see where these other airplanes are. You go ahead and make the turn before that. Okay, we've also got to go and start reducing our speed and start getting flaps out here. Jeff the Hawkeye, so you're ripping around on 2020 on an Xbox Series 5. So at that point, you should maybe see other people on 2020. I'm not sure. I don't know. No, this is not Steam. This is, I bought it from the Microsoft PC store. Okay, we got a little bit low, but that's okay. I'm adjusting my trim a bit. It's not an Airbus. This thing will not auto trim at all. Okay, there's 1,000 feet. I'm going to start bringing my throttles back, but not let it descend so I can reduce my speed to get into the wide arc for flaps. Flaps 1. Add the throttle back up again because this thing will fall out of the sky like a brick. 80 knots. That's pretty good for us right now. So, Jeff, you going to upgrade to 2024? And our gentle turn now. And you can kind of see the little town right here. We're going to go right for that town. flaps 20. A little more power. One of the reasons I normally don't turn my name tags on is you see all the airplanes where we're going, you can't see the runway. That's the only reason why. But I've done this enough that I can kind of guesstimate. Okay, there's the zigzag road. If you wonder what I'm talking about, there's the zigzag road. We want to go right over the top, and the runway is right there under all those names. There's 80 knots. Remember, we take off and landed about 65 on this old thing. There's the runway. There's the road. I see Dogs is waiting over on the general aviation side. There's the top of the hill. Right over the top of the hill. Thrust idle, a bit of a dive, and reverser. Holy moly, look at that. We made the taxiway. I've never made the taxiway before. This is the first time I made the taxiway. This is the first time I made the taxiway. This is literally the first time I've ever made the freaking taxiway. Yes, there are barf bags for passengers in the back on this flight. Definitely gonna need a few of those. And apparently people have to use them on these. That's right. Well, I was in the James Bond jet. Venus, yes. I actually made it. I did shake up the beer a little bit. Okay, here's something that we got to worry about is our next departure, not this one, but the departure after this one is a real tough one. It's a very short runway. So what we got to do is we got to practice what's called a short field takeoff. Okay? VATSIM, I'm sorry, Kuma does not work on Xbox. So I'm going to leave my flaps at 20. Normally I could get off the ground at flaps 10, but what we're going to do is we're going to go and try and do a short field takeoff. So what we're going to do is we're going to taxi onto the runway, and I'm going to put my left tire at the absolute edge of the runway here. You want to get right at the edge here, because you need all the runway you can get. And around we go. There we go. That's about as good as it's going to get. Now, toe brakes. Push your toe brakes all the way down. Throttle up. Push the nose down a little bit. Hi, Chris. Throttle's all the way full. Release your brakes. 40, 50, 60, 65, up. Drop the nose again. Get a little bit of airspeed. Flaps 10. Climb a little bit more. Out over here. NATO says pilots say half a mile from landing is the missed approach point for runway 28. Once inside a half a mile, you drop down and you're committed to landing. So you got to make the call a half a mile out. Flaps up, and out we go. Off to St. Bart's, short field takeoff. AMG frame rates are probably going to be a little hard for sure. So we'll go through this little break in the islands here, and off we go to St. Bart's. Saba. Now Saba, look for a island that has a real pointy mountain at the top. NATO, thank you for looking that up. That's pretty cool. So you've got to make your call a half a mile from landing for missed approach. Otherwise, you're committed to landing. You've got to land. Otherwise, it's splat into the side of that steep hill. If you can't see the airport, the island, your heading is going to be 249 degrees. So about 250 on your heading because the sun is so low on the horizon. Actually, I can see it. The sun is to the north of Saba. There's Saba right there. Kuma, you should try this in a smaller airplane. Dogs has already taken off. Dad Game Time says spy hat. We're going to have to use this one because we can't use a Boeing or an Airbus hat on this flight, can we? So just generally at this point, I'm going to stay pointed at the island. Slowly climbing to 1500. I didn't lose it. I just don't keep it over here on my desk. It's over in the other room. Visibility here is really good today. There's no judge today. Oh yeah, Wabi sunglasses. Still just doing a gentle climb up to so this kind of flying, you know, with us, you know, no separation, no nothing. That's kind of why it is that we're just doing it this way, as opposed to putting it over on VATSIM. We'd have to maintain separation and, you know, fly safe. Follow rules. Who wants to do that on a beer run? It's called there. You Flash Duck's right. We're doing formation flying. There you go. I'm sure the VATSIM controllers are going to buy that one. We need to check in with Arch NDA and find out if formation flying's allowed. Feels like a completely different game if you are not in a big airliner. It is, actually. It really is a different game, and the kind of flying is different too. Oh my gosh, that's ZZ Top cheap sunglasses, right? Dead Game Time. Yeah, I know. Group departure, 20 VFR departures to the south. Yeah, you know, you want to put a VATSIM controller in tiers. There you go. That would do it for sure. It depends on the event, I think. I think it depends on the event. Little bit of cruise here. I'm going to just reduce my props a little bit. Let's see. Tim Dog saw 5 helicopters together once. Austin is back in chat. Welcome back in, Austin. JSG Droid, I need to run out and do some errands. Hey, JSG Droid, thanks for flying on the Greek island hop in the 777 flight today. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the suggestion and the gift of a mouse that works. I had no idea how much mine was messed up. I had no idea how much it was messed up. So thank you so much. Keeping me going in so many different ways. We are in a de Havilland Twin Otter, Austin. It is, I forget the brand. It's over there. The box is over there. Tomorrow, the TFDI MD-11 is going to be available for everybody. So the TFDI MD-11. So we'll be doing some MD-11 flights for that. JSG Droid, it's a Hero 403. Thank you for remembering. I never really do a good job of remembering that, do I? Anonymous Jody, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Out of MDT, we're doing a trip. Well, we're going to take it on. I'm going to be a little bit, gutsy and take mine on Vectors to Copenhagen first. So Frankfurt to Copenhagen is cargo flight. We see how that works. Could be we'll get banned. JSG Droid, it's a Hero 403 mouse. Okay, let it get a little bit high here. So we need to drop down a little bit to 1,500 feet. And again, I got the nose pointed just to the right of the mount of the island to come on in.
New recruits detected.
L928, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. There we go, finally descending a little bit. This is an airplane where it really would be a good idea to have an extra set of throttle levers so that you can also control the pitch of your propellers. Tim Dog has a Logitech Signature Plus M750. Yeah, this is just perfect. It's got everything I could possibly need and need in a mouse. And I don't have to, the button works all the way across. You don't have to, reach all the way to the forward end like I had to. I had to tear into the old one and see if it, see how dirty it is. Okay, that's pretty good. There's about 1,500 feet. Perfect. Props forward to land. Yeah, I really, I will have like snacks and stuff over here when I'm not on the live stream, and I really try to keep the snacks over on. I've got another little desk off to the side over there, and I really try and keep it over there. But you can't help it, you know. You get a little chip over here and something like, you know, crumbs over there. So, but I do try and keep most of them away from the sim cockpit. And I cover up the throttles and the side stick at night. You know, as soon as I'm done, I'll cover those up with a cloth and stuff, so that, you know, and it just sit back and watch, you know, some silly train video or something like that, and you know, have chips and salsa. It's not going to ever get into those. You see, the sun is getting closer to the horizon there. That's perfect for our trip coming back into Juliana. JSG Droid has an M650. Yeah, I need the wired mouse. I mean, I know how convenient a wireless mouse and headsets and stuff are, but if I'm going to live stream for 6, 7, 8 hours a day, that's going to be no good. So that's why it is that I do. The Thrustmaster did not work with the PlayStation 5. Oh, you're trying to get it. Oh, it works, but it's sold out. I would imagine that that's people that are getting their getting stuff for, like you are, for the consoles. Okay, so as we come in, let's see, we're a little bit on the high side, so let's start slowing the airplane down, and we want to start getting some flaps out here. Looking at the mountain, the hill of the island, we're going to start looking for the rock at the base of the cliffs, and the airplane is to the left of that. Okay, flaps going out and throttles back up so we don't fall out of the sky. Zextra likes the Logitech G900. Zurzer, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I can't right now. I have to have both hands on the controls for this airplane. Looks like Dogs is getting ready to land. All right, we're going to start our descent and get down to 80 knots and flaps 20. If you wonder where the flap indicator is, there's a flap indicator right here in the windshield. Tim Dog has a wireless keyboard too. I've got a keyboard. It's got a really long cable, but again, I just feel like anything wireless in a live stream environment is just, you're just asking for trouble. Senor Tomas is making that right turn, taking the NX Cub. Boy, there's a good choice for this flight. Kuma, I think that's the way it is for a lot of folks, you know. We need Roy Scheider to come back and say, we're going to need a bigger desk. But, yeah, there's another part. Input latency is a problem. Great point. Yeah, wireless, there's going to be a delay with inputs. And in Flight Sim, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of a delay here. And if you're trying to fly DCS World, holy crap, that's going to be a huge delay. The small island on your Saba approach is called Green Island. You mean, Russ, the rock? Is that it? More flaps. The rock, okay, so the rock has a name. It's Green Island. The input latency is with modern mice and keyboards. No kidding. Okay, gentle turn. Not a big turn. There's the cliffs. We're looking for Green Island. Yeah, I guess they were trying to be a little bit positive about that. There it is. All right, there is Green Island right over there, and there's our cliff, and we want to fly right over Green Island. There's the runway. There's the rock. There's the cliff. Flaps are full. Landing. Uh-oh. Got an airplane upside down. Packboard flipped the plane. Oh no. And we made the first taxiway today. Man, this is my day to fly this airplane. Mountman, for tomorrow's MD-11, you remove the MD-11 tonight and do a fresh install tomorrow when it releases. Oh, really? So ours needs to be released. Okay. All right. Usually what I'll do is come over and just taxi over here in the dirt, and we'll watch some people land. So, Mountman, they're going to do an update between tonight and tomorrow. The MD, yeah, dogs, it's releasing for everybody tomorrow. All right, perfect. Let's go parking brakes. And let's do drone cam. See what we see here. We'll watch a couple landings here. Somebody's got a big old A320 here. I wonder if this airplane is going to be able to make it. Wow. We're backed up right to the edge. Let's see if this one goes anywhere. Zerzer, it is a fun airplane. The Twin Otter, it's actually pretty cool. I wonder if they're going to try and do anything. Okay, here comes... This looks like Chris is coming in. I think that's a little fast. I think, yeah, they're going over. Somebody has got a balloon here. Yeah, I think drop some flaps out. Yeah, I don't think Chris did so well on that one. Who's next? Two-land player is the one in the A320. There they go. Let's see if they do it. Never mind the balloon. And they're sinking. Pull it out. I think they're pulling it out. Look at that. Two-land player pulled it out. The balloon, well, that's kind of a drag. I think they popped the balloon. Hi, balloon. All right, have we got anybody else? I've been kind of slow on this flight today. I think all of those airplanes are out there. I think everybody's in. All right. Short field takeoff. Get to the edge and be ready to go. All right, let's come on down here. Parking brakes. Out we go. Zerzer, yes, we do. It was a spy balloon. That's what it was. It was a spy balloon. That's what it was. A casual A-10 doing island hopping. Yeah, sadly for Chris, they don't have arrestor wires at this particular airport. Yeah, Zerzer, we do things like that all the time. Okay, around we go. And flaps 20 for takeoff. Flaps are 20. Flying Eli is right in front of us. I don't know, Flying Eli. It looks like you're in the Otter too. Do you want some more runway? Let's see what Flying Eli does. Good luck. Toe brakes on. Throttle's up half. Engine stable. Looks like Flying Eli did really good. Throttles are set full. And release the brakes. Nose down just a bit. 50, 60, 65. Fly. Nose down a little bit. Gain some airspeed. Flaps 10. Turn. Flaps up. And back to Giuliani we go, and our timing is absolutely perfect. Timing is absolutely outstanding. And there's Giuliana straight ahead. Flaps up. And this time we want to go just to the right of the island. Gentle climb to 1,500 feet. And a beautiful sunset flight. This is one of the best times to be in Microsoft Flight Simulator, is a sunset flight like this. Got a little bit of a flicker, and that on that you see, that's the prop. Yorkshire, welcome aboard. What are all the dials in the airplane? So it's the standard set of instruments in front of the captain here. Okay, let's go ahead and thrust down. Props to about half. There we go. Props to about half. And now we'll hold about 15. So it's the standard instrument cluster. You've got airspeed. You've got artificial horizon, altimeter. You've got some navigation stuff. It's the usual thing that you're going to see in front of any old airplane with steam-style gauges like that. So that's pretty normal right there. Off to the right are basically the engine gauges. Tim Dog, that's right. That was the word I was looking at. It's called the six-pack. And those are the 6 standard gauge instruments that you get. Russ, thank you. I could not remember six-pack. I kept thinking case in my head. So You know, yeah, 6-pack is what we got because 6 instruments that we usually have right in front of us here, along with an altimeter and an extra navigation instrument, radar altimeter. And climbing a little bit too much. So tomorrow morning at about 8, we're going to check to see if there's an update for the MD-11. I kind of want to go into the MD-11 though and have a look at the flight management computer before tomorrow's festivities and make sure that I can do a hold, because there's going to be one. And Zerzer did say hydrate about a half an hour ago. Cheers. I'm doing a gentle descent to about 1,500 feet. Still descending. Tim Dog, speed, altitude, altimeter, turn coordinator, heading, nav, and vertical speed. Oh, in the virtual world? Oh, in the virtual world, yeah, all those things. Real world, I made it halfway through instrument rating. Flying Eli, we saw you. We saw you flying Eli. The thing is about this is the setup is kind of a pain in the butt, and it's tough to remember all the settings that you have to change. You say hello, you say goodbye. That's right. Okay, Beatles, thank you for reminding me. That was going to bug me for a while. And there's real-world Twin Otters that fly this particular route, you know, between this island. Fact is, I think they do bring, still bring the Twin Otter from Juliana over to Saba a couple times a day. Tim Dog, you leave all the settings and you just turn off on and off multiplayer? Really? That's all you do? A very nice night for a flight. It's actually really nice weather here tonight. And as you can see, we're just cruising along here at about 120 knots. Oh, Loviz, the Ford Trimotor is now in Flight Sim 2024. We did this one flight. It was sort of a follow the leader flight. Loviz kind of took us on a tour of the East Florida coastline, down the Keys to Key West, Florida in the Ford Trimotors. Russ, I don't think this is a default. It might be now. I don't remember. Flash Duck, beer and barbecue. We picked up cases of beer in barbecue, cases of beer at St. Bart's and barbecue at Saba, and we're taking it back to the SXM Club in Juliana. That was a really nice flight, and as I remember, we did it at about sunrise, sunset, and it was really nice. I think it was sunset. It was a sunset flight down the highway, because there's actually a highway and big causeway bridges and stuff like that between the Florida
incoming.
Keys.
More agents
We just got a
joining
really
the
nice
spy
raid
flight.
from Ropenza. Hi, Ropenza. Hey, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, that's right. How do we like the burgers cooked? Ropenza did a great raid. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. We are in the Twin Otter. We just did the spy flight, the famous beer run. So we took off from Juliana in the Twin Otter. We went over to St. Bart's, Saba, and now we're coming back on in to Juliana. So thank you for the raid. Good to see you. And then I think one of the things, I don't have a pan delivery for my MD-11 yet. No. The big thing that I think that I've got to do is I'm going to need to figure out my a hold in the MD-11 before tomorrow, just to make sure I know how to do that. Actually, this was kind of a last-minute thing on the beer run today. Brighton Man, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. Tim Dog, thank you for putting a link into chat. Oh, in Discord. I'll look for it in Discord. Thank you. Brighton Man, thank you for coming in with the raid today. And a beautiful sunset. Naibi, welcome back to you. Hi, Crispy. Just Snaggy, good to see you. A nice little sunset flight here. Somebody's got the helicopter up. Actually, I may, I don't know if I'm going to actually do the flight, but I think I'm going to go and pop into the MD-11 since I've gone and done the update and do a flight plan from Frankfurt to Copenhagen. Maybe I'll just stay on the ground and make sure that I know how to put a hold into that flight management computer, because we gotta be able to do that for vectors to Copenhagen. I don't know that I could do the whole flight, but let's see. I don't think there'll be a lot of ATC. It's late at night, but okay, PS Mirande and Killer G are both making the turn in.
New recruits detected.
Throttles half.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Here we go. Let's see. Major Tom just did a follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Time to start getting our flaps out here. That's right. The SIDS and stars are in there. I just don't remember how to do the hold. And that's the important part, especially for vectors to Copenhagen. And flaps. There's the airport. Let's start a turn in. AMG's going to call it a night tonight. So this is, again, well, let's see. Frankfurt to Copenhagen. This is a practice run in the MD-11 for tomorrow. I forget how long it is. I don't think it's that long. There's the end of the runway. Landing lights. Taxi light. There's, so Flying Eli, you said you couldn't see me. I can see you just fine in the Twin Otter, Flying Eli, so you're good there. 45
New
minutes,
recruits
thanks Russ.
detected.
Okay, let's give that a
Welcome
shot.
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Let's give that a shot. We're gonna do a practice in the MD-11 to see if we can fit that into vectors to Copenhagen. Oh, you had the nameplates turned off. Okay, we're a touch high right now. And you want to come in low on this one to see everybody that's on the beach. Can't see the runway for all the name tags. And there is Sunset Bar. Oh, we got a big old jet coming in.
Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps.
Minimums, minimums.
Landing. And there's the beach. Oh, somebody put their helicopter on the beach. And you can see all the people starting to appear.
50. 40.
Stall horn going off. Pretty good on a landing like this. Had to get over the fence.
30. 20. 10.
Russ is going to do a Copenhagen trip. Really? You'll have to tell us what it's like on a Monday if there's a lot of airplanes there. See how much bigger the Otter is compared to just the Cessna 172. Hard to taxi outside the plane. No holds. I don't think you'll probably get any because in your case, Dogs made it. I think Dogs is out walking around. Yeah, Dogs. So you see in Microsoft Flight Simulator, there's Dogs airplane and there's Dogs out walking around. So you can actually walk around and stuff. And you'll see it like this. Delta Yankee says Copenhagen's a great city. And Tyler's back in chat. Dogs is saying, uh-oh, I'm getting out of this guy's way. He's got those, you know, Assassin's Creed swords over there on the wing. We've done a couple of group photos. We ought to do one, you're right. Hi, helicopter. And parking brakes. And let's see, everything's good. Props to feather. And up here, We do bleed air off, generators off, anti-collisions, those can go off too. Taxi light and pitot tube heat off. That goes to manual, and that looks good there. And props are coming down there. Wabi's out walking around too. Oh, didn't get the lights off. There we go. And then we do fuel and fuel. And looks like we made it. Nobody was hurt. Okay, a little bit late, but this, again, we're going to be in a big VATSIM event tomorrow. You're showing me floating for some reason. Really? Well, I'm really not levitating or anything like that, dog, so I don't know what to say about me floating. It's possible that you and I may have some different sceneries or something. Maybe that's it. 2 land player, Wabi and Packabort are now out walking around here. So, yeah, you can get out and walk around your airplane and all that. And just because, oh, wow, there's this other guy's airplane. A little bit of Leviosa going on. I think that's what it is. Okay, let's go ahead. It is a little late here, but I want to go and at least check this out. So, there's Poetic Demon, Mad Max. So, yeah, you can see all the cool people out walking around. It's the Houdini plane. There you go. All right. Hate to be rude and run, but let's go and get this thing going here. So I'm going to reset because we need to reset some of our settings. And let's just go over here. Let's go and slam a fast flight plan together here. New flight. So it's going to be a GEC. It's going to be EDDF, EKCH. We're going to need to come down here and get an MD-11. MD-11, and it's the F for freighter. And then come on down here, and we're going to do a lofty cargo. That's going to be GE engines. Departing 7 center. Okay, 7 center and landing 4 left. That sounds okay. An hour and 35 total for the flight. Let's do fuel planning. There's no ATC, I'm pretty much sure, but I would probably board 30 extra minutes of fuel. So that looks good. We'll plan it in kilograms, and that's good. Generate the flight, and here we go. Okay, so with that, let's see. I'm not using an autopilot or a McDo, and let's go and get the sim going. Wabi, thank you for doing the beer run too. If my friend and I want to fly a plane together in the game, is that possible? So it is coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's already over in X-Plane. And what you're talking about is what flight simmers call dual cockpit. Okay, it's called dual cockpit is what you're talking about. And that's how you have 2 people flying along. Crack Jesus, did you? Yeah, that's right. You flew along. Octavius, welcome aboard. Will we have Micronations flights? I don't know. Okay, we're going to be on VATSIM, so we're going to pre-file. All right. 29,000 feet. Flight level 290. And I recognize the route. All right, that looks really good. Let's see. Let's just go and see if there's anything going on there. I can't imagine. It's super duper late. Captain Chris, thank you for flying along. There is Miami. All right, come on over here. And I think, yeah, everybody's in bed tonight. So Frankfurt and Copenhagen were all good. So now all we need to do is avoid spawning on people. We'll go to Lufthansa Cargo And that looks great. Asobo Microsoft didn't care to take time to fix if your scenery is at a slightly different altitude, it appears to be floating for everybody else. And see, that's the thing that gets me, Tim Dog. Okay, so in the real world, you know, Princess Julian Airport's what? 11 feet above sea level? That's the way it is. Why on earth is 11 feet in one developer's scenery different from 11 feet in another? I don't get it. Now, obviously, I had blonde hair before this went gray, but still. Why do you enter TCAS SimBrief in the remarks? It automatically does put that in there. It's something VATSIM wants. And that's just, it's something that's automatically populated, because if we do it out of SimBrief, I guess that's what they want. They want to know that we did it out of SimBrief. I think that's part of it. Unless it's different. Okay, now Tim Dog, that makes sense. If it's different weather and the altimeter setting's different, but still, it's 11 feet. It's more about priorities. I hope now that they are in good shape regarding performance. All right. Let's see. I'm going to need the printed flight plan. This is an MD-11. We're going to do EDDF, EKCH. And this is all right. I'm going to put a couple of updates in chat, so we'll get a new title. Yeah, TFDI, Brighton Man, it's going to be released tomorrow. I think somebody said it's going to be released at 8 a.m. Pacific time. 8 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, that's looking good. All right, now that we've got that, let's wait while it loads, and we'll do some more work here. Okay, so we've got a flight plan, and it's the Marin 2 to Monarch 5 for 4 left into there. All right, cool. And that's good. And we're going to need some of this data for the flight because you can't look at a flight plan there. Let's get ready over here. So flights, import from SimBrief. We got to use these charts. You can use charts in the MD-11, but it's just so much easier to use them here in the app. All right, that looks good. Let's do Frankfurt, charts, taxi. We're going to go and do it. I know I'm going really, really fast on this one. And it's going to be Marin to Delta. So it's a 2 Delta departure. Marin to Delta with an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. Okay, we got that. That looks good. Let's come on over here. Airports, Copenhagen. We want the Marin Monarch 5 Alpha. Monarch 5 Alpha. It's the top one. And Monarch, okay, so the hold is OLPIB. This is the one we do all the time. So it's the one we do all the time. 4 left is the arrival. 4 left is the arrival. That looks good too. Taxi. And we're going to cargo land. And there is actually a cargo. Is it on this chart? Is that? Oh, it's over there. Okay, it's on the same chart. Okay, we got all the charts that we need, so we should be able to do this. We got that. We got that. We're just waiting for the sim. Okay, I missed a little chat there. Mountain Man, I'm ready to see you not have to manually put the SID or the star in. Well, thanks to you, Mountain Man, and I did copy what you wrote down into my notes, so we'll be sure and mention that tomorrow. And one of the annoying things is snow rendering. It's delayed by several days and takes a lot of accumulation to actually show up in the sim. It does. Okay, looks like the band gave up on us. Band's back. You also posted the link from TFDI. Okay, I'll grab that over on Discord. Almost done. Okay, parking brakes off, speed brakes, throttles all the way down. We're ready to go. Almost done. Okay, we got to go and turn off stuff. So first of all, we're going to come over here and go to online. And we're going to turn off multiplayer. I'm going to turn off show multiplayer airplanes. That's all we do there. Graphics, we're going to go to the bottom. And we're going to turn aircraft traffic to off and low. And we're going to go to interface and turn off nameplates, save and go back. Let's go get the airplane. It's going to be an MD-11. MD-11. There's that annoying BAE. There's an MD-11. McDonnell Douglas MD-11. There we go. All right, configure. Let's see. They fly GE engines on this, right? So we need freighter with GE engines.
Subscriber confirmed.
Freighter
Top
with GE
clearance granted,
engines.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Mr. MI6 just did a resub, and Mr. MI6 has been here for 12 months. According to my advanced mathematical skills, that is a whole year. Thank you, Mr. MI6. Thank you for a whole year. Also, thanks for having a cool name in the spy flight, too. Okay, lifty cargo. That looks good. Save and go back. And save and go back. Now we need to go into flight conditions real fast, make sure it's still set. So live, air traffic is off, and that's off because of multiplayer being off. So we're good to go there. Departure. EDDF, Frankfurt, and Maine. And get the VATSIM map. Make sure that everything's clear at the airport. Thanks, Mr. MI6. Thanks for being here for a whole year and helping me to keep all this silly stuff going. And here is lifty cargo. Nobody's here, so let's grab F215 and note that in our notes in case, just because we need to know. Do you map keybinds? I don't really have a lot of Thrustmaster throttle keybinds, Mitch. I don't do that much with throttles and other stuff. Let's fly. This should be a very jazzy flight into Copenhagen. So, like, I've got an extra button mapped over on the side stick for landing gear up and landing gear down, because sometimes that's been a problem. But everything else, I either click it or it's in the McDo or the autopilot or something like that. Thank you so much, Mr. MI6. And happy weekend. All right, let's go and get ready for VATSIM. There's our big MD-11 looking mighty and very cool. And let's go and do GEC 441 MD-11 and connect. Oh my gosh, somebody they just fired up the generator. It's a long way up, isn't it? Okay, let's get in the cockpit. We are on VATSIM. VATSIM is working. Let's do Volanta. We're flying the flight, right? We're just gonna fly this thing. Okay, here comes Volanta. And call sign, add a flight plan. Okay, Volanta is active. Let's get the display set up. And that should be popping up momentarily, I hope. Okay, here we are all aboard, ready to go. We're on VATSIM. Let's come on over here. So let's see, services. Let's go and open the cargo door. Let's get it all done here. Thanks again, Mr. MI6. GPU, wheel chocks, passenger, cargo, looks good. Dispatch, import flight plan. It's in kilograms. Let's make sure the airplane's in kilograms. Weight units are in kilograms. That's perfect. So all of that looks really, really good. Let's turn the power on the airplane. So, power on the plane. Battery. And ground power. Is Betty aboard?
Autopilot.
Betty is here. Hi, Betty. All right. Let's do... zoom in a little bit. Okay, we're going to need some floodlights here. There's floodlights. There's instrument. Okay, these are background lights. Now we'll do some flood. Emergency exit lights armed. No smoking is off. Navigation lights on. Logo lights on. And everything's looking good there. Let's get some background lighting here on the autopilot. A little flood there. Gonna need a little bit more over there. And everything looks great. Hello, Big MD-11. This has always been a favorite airplane of mine. It just really is just a great looking airplane. And from what I hear, the view from the cockpit on this airplane is one of the best of all the airplanes. The windows are just huge, and you get a magnificent view outside the plane. Let's do a quick check here of controls. So we all have throttles that have, usually a left and right throttle, but we got 3 engines here. So I have my engines on the wings on the left throttle, and the center engine, the one in the tail, in the middle, and there's a reason for that. LCLK, this airplane has been around for a while. It's from TFDI, and it's going to allegedly release for everybody tomorrow. Mountain Man has actual experience with these airplanes. Okay, let's come on in here and do stuff. So FMC, MD-11, nav data December 25 through January 21. Okay, there we go. Let's do flight plan init. And let's come over here, and we're going to send the flight plan to the FMC. Flight plan is sent. Let's load the plane right now. And let's see, payload is set. So the airplane should be loaded. Noticing a couple of scenery stutters on this right now. Okay, EDDF to EKCH. We are a GEC. German cargo 441. Although actually this is Lufthansa cargo. German cargo would be listed as box. All right, let's come on up here. And we're going to go and do nav and wait for the cargo fire test to happen. Cargo fire test is good. Let's do nav 2 and the aux nav. While those are powering up, let's go ahead and we're going to do the cargo fire test. So press the the flight engine fire test, hold the button down, and then move your views around with your keyboard to check it out. Ready? Okay, that looks really good. There's engine 1 fire. That looks good. And we got red lights on the fuel cutoffs. All right. Fires are good. We also had a warning too. All right. So let's see. We need the printed flight plan. And okay, everything looks good there. So printed flight plan, our alternate is EKBI. So let's zoom this in just a little bit. It's big. EKBI, that's our alternate airport. All right, our cruise is flight level 290, flight level 300 at Geska. So we'll just put in 300, and that's going to be good. Our cost index is, wow, it's 140. Usually it's 120 on this thing. And now we'll initialize the IRS, and that should be good, right? All right, next. Robson, this is about as close as you're going to find to a DC-10. It's the MD-11, so it's the DC-10 after they automated a bunch of stuff and did some improvements on it. Okay, page 2. Let's see, zero fuel weight should be 195.3. Let's take a look at payload. 195.3. That number is correct. So 195.3 and zero fuel weight. We should have boarded 26.7 tons. Is that what we have in the fuel tank? We have 26.65. That's close enough. So we've got the correct fuel aboard. 26.6. 26.6. Block fuel. Let's just click the takeoff center of gravity and the cruise center of gravity, and it'll automatically put it in there. Taxi fuel. Taxi out of Frankfurt is 0.680. 0.680. Taxi. Route reserve 15 minutes is 2.2. Final reserve 30 minutes is 3.145. How about 3.2? And I did board extra fuel by about another 30 minutes, so that kind of makes sense. All right, let's come on over here. And then page 3, and it was 26.6, right? 26.6 was our refuel quantity, and that's great. All right, let's look at the flight plan. Flight plan shows EDDF, Marin, Uvano, Nassau, Marin. Oh, we got airways. That's why that's not there. We have airways. Obatu. Let's just make sure it puts us out. There's Geska at Monarch. That's all we care about. Okay, here we go. This is what Mountain Man wants to see. Ready? So, flight plan and EDDF departure. We're departing off of runway 07 center. 07 center. We're doing the Marin 2 Delta departure. Marin 2 Delta. Morrow to Delta. Morrow to Delta, runway 7 center. There are no transitions. Moment of truth. Ready? Insert. It's in. It fixed it. Mount Man, look at that. There it is. Tobak. Yep, there's the departure. The Marne 2 Delta. That's all it took. It works. It absolutely worked, Mountain Man. Thank you. I don't have to put it in manually. Woo-hoo. Okay, let's go put in the arrival. I know. All right, EKCH. Let's see, star. We're landing on 04 left. It's going to be the Monarch 5 Alpha arrival. Mona 5 Alpha, right? Or is it Charlie? 5 Alpha. Mona 5 Alpha. No transition in and definitely no transition out. They don't want you to do that. In fact, you'll see that in the ATIS. Do not do that transition. And insert. Okay, and OLPIB. All right, so let's look and see. Secondary menu, flight plan. There's no hold button, so let's look at OLPIB. Hold. There's the hold at OLPIB. Now, we need to make sure the numbers are correct. So come over to the chart. OLPIB, the hold, the inbound course is 030 and right turns. So inbound course is 030, right turns, and insert it. That's the hold. We've got the hold, so that's really good. Let's do the flight. So we're going to go ahead and do the hydraulic pressure test. So hydraulic pressure test, hydraulics going on, and there goes those. We're essentially loaded. Let's go to services, and we're going to close the big cargo door now. There goes our big cargo door. Mountain Man, thank you so much. Yeah, I think, let's see how it handles it, but I think we can go and maybe do this flight, and we can take the MD-11 into Copenhagen tomorrow. I was able to, I took this on Frankfurt Friday the other day. You just had to put it all in. Oh, we got a little Lufty taxiing by. Hi, Lufty. Somebody's practicing there too. All right, hydraulic tests. There goes the hydraulic test on the right side. Here comes the hydraulic pressure test on the left side. And then they'll do the center one too. So airports, weather, altimeter is 1021. One 1021. The departure. Nope, it's not over there. It's over here on the other chart. So 57 center is going to be 066 degrees. Initial climb clearance was 5,000 feet, I think. 5,000 feet. Hydraulic pressure test is done. $5,000 feet. Let's start up the APU. Did you see the trailer they released? At the very end, there was a very nice tribute. Oh, did they? I think that that's great that they decided to do that. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to go look for it, Mountain Man, but I think it's really nice that they chose to do that. I'm going to close the main passenger door. Tim Dog saw it, and Tim Dog saw it and liked it. All right, all of that looks good. Let's squawk 1,000. Let's get the radio to 122.8. 122.8. Looks good. Okay, that's nice and set. APU is available. Let's get the bleed on. APU bleed is on. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. I'm going to disconnect the GPU. Parking brakes are going on. I'm going to pull my chocks. I'm going to get off that page. Let's come on up here. And let's get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. No. There we go. Okay, all that looks good. All right, so we need to go to takeoff and approach. And while they're getting ready to push us back, let's do performance. EDDF, we're departing off of runway 7 center. Weather information, altimeter 1021. Takeoff weight is aboard. Optimum looks good, and calculate. Okay, so we're going to flex to 59 degrees. Flex to 59 degrees. Looking good. Flaps are going to be 10. Flaps are 10. Let's come over and do dial a flap and put that up to 10. And dial a flap is 10. Cool. Next we need slope and wind. There's going to be a slope +3 +1. So +3 for the slope of the runway. +1 for the headwind. That looks good. The outside air temperature here in Frankfurt is -1. -1. Oh my gosh, Russ is flying the flight. Okay, 152, 160, 173. Oh, nope. -1 Celsius. You got to do this, the letter Celsius. Nose, right tail left. -1. You have to do the C for Celsius, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay. 152, 160, 173. 152. 160. 173. They're always off by a couple of numbers. Okay, so that's good. 152, 160, 173. Yep. And 173 up here. 173 up here. Actually, no, I think on this airplane I'd like to just put it to 210. Just to get us started. Let's turn this down a little bit. Traffic, data, airports, and bring in the map a click. Okay, that looks good too. I think we're almost ready to go. Seat belts on. Ignition system A on. Beacon on. Are we ready to get out of here? Let's start squawking. Transponder is on. Altitude reporting is on. Anybody behind me? Nobody behind me. Let's go. So parking brakes. Russ, that is Russ who is taxiing by right now. Hi, Russ. So that's Russ in the FedEx A300. Yeah, I feel the same way. You know, I just am not quite ready to fly the MD-11 for UPS yet. On the other hand, at a certain point in time, you know, you don't want to do that forever. FMC2, and I usually put progress on that side. They're starting the turn. Starting engine number 3. Engine number 3 starts, and 17%. 10%. This is the N2. 16, 17. I do 17% because that's when Inga from Lufthansa Cargo started hers. And we're getting a nice start on engine 2. I should have flipped that over to engines. So we look at the oil. The oil is good. And parking brakes are on. Parking brakes are on, starting 1. And the light goes on. And up comes the N2. While that's happening, we'll watch the oil over on the other engine. Look for any bad vibrations. We like good vibrations, but not bad vibrations over there. And so that engine number 3 is stable. 1's coming up, 17%, and fuel. These were just so big. Good start on engine number 1. And let's go ahead and starting engine number 2. And the light goes on. And here comes 3. Mountain Man says if you're not a collector's edition owner of the MD-11, but you already have it for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, the upgrade fee is $5 US. And that's just going to be normal coffee, not a PMDG coffee. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be mean. Thank you. Bye. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be Captain Sarcastic about that sort of stuff, right? And good starts on those engines. Looking pretty good. APU bleed off. APU bleed off, and the APU shuts itself off automatically. Flaps. 10. Auto brakes. Takeoff. Speed brakes are armed. Yeah, were you? No, I didn't say that. Somebody else started bringing up a cup of coffee. I just decided to behave in a snarky way. Stabilizer trim is 5.7 for takeoff. I was being snarky. I know. I'm sorry. 5.7. I hate to say it, but I kind of... There goes Russ taking off. Look on the other side. There's Russ right over there. Hi, Russ. Up and away. I know, Thalo. Snark on the internet? How could that be allowed to happen? And Russ has successfully taken off. Let's follow Russ. Okay, yep, we need to uncage. All right, let's get ready to rumble. Taxi light on. Taxi lights on, let's go. Parking brakes off. Okay, so one of the reasons why I set up my throttles the way I did on this is for taxi. If you've only got 2 levers like most of us do, so I'm going to push both my right and left lever up, which is going to be the wing engines and the center engine. And so you push it up, get this big heavy airplane going. Once you get rolling, then you go ahead and wing engines to idle, and you keep the airplane going with the engine on the tail. At least that's the way Inga was doing it. And so I'm flying the way that Inga from Lufthansa Cargo did in those cool videos. Remember to taxi a little over the line here. I got a little bit too fast there. Okay, the EAD box, that's the little green box in the middle under the engines, is green. That is essentially your takeoff config check. So takeoff config check is green. We're ready to go. DWD, welcome back into chat. Thanks for coming. Okay, we're going to go on November here. It's 7 center. We're looking for Lima 20. Just such a magnificent airplane. Didn't cut anybody off. Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is taxiing onto runway 7 center and taking off. Departure to the north. Frankfurt. Strobes on. Good evening. Happy Sunday. Thank you, thank you. All right. Everything is pink here. Everything's pink there, so we're ready to go. I've got something on here, QFE disabled. I've gone and pushed some button that I shouldn't have. I pushed some button up here that I shouldn't have. So we got to figure that out. Hey, Mikey. I'm just testing this airplane. I want to take it on vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow because it's releasing for everybody on Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I just want to try and fly this airplane because I didn't remember how to do a hold. And so that's why we're doing this. Landing lights on. Yep, it's out for tomorrow for everybody. I got a real weird turn here. Are we ready to give this thing a shot? Throttle's up halfway. And thrust is coming up. It says takeoff clamp. I'm going to guess the auto throttles are engaging. Engaged. V1. Rotate. Gear up. Mikey says it's cold in New Jersey. Gear made it up. Epley would like to fly someplace nice. Okay, flaps retract. Climb and maintain, flight level 300, no ATC. Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, clear of runway 07 center, departing to the north. Happy landings, Frankfurt. I started the turn a little bit too soon to Mifto here. Pushing the nose down just a little bit. There's Mifto. Coming up on slats retract. There we go. That looks better. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's do direct to Mifto. Direct Mifto. Direct to Mifto. And AP. Autopilot engage. And that looks good. After takeoff items. Speed brakes. Disarmed. Auto brakes. Off. Slats retract. Flaps to dial a flap to 15.
Stabilizer motion.
Betty is still aboard. Betty hasn't chickened out. That looks good. 240. There's 250. Not so bad. Did I check my TCAS? No, I did not. I'm a bad pilot. TCAS, got it, Beethoven. Okay, traffic is good. Coming up on 10,000 feet. All of that looks great. Taxi light can go off. Landing lights can go off. Seat belts to auto. And dropping the nose a little bit there. 10,000 feet. Okay, this airplane does not remind you about transition. That was supposed to be at 5,000 feet. I am noticing a weird little flash at the bottom of the screen. Altimeters are reset. And there's our turnout there. So I don't know what that flash is. I'm going to assume that that has something to do with GSX. Drama says the 49ers just won. I have a flight hold, and there's a discontinuity after NISCO. But the hold is in at OLPIB. So I'm going to guess that we remove the discontinuity. Monarch, OLPIB, and hold. So that looks really good. Progress is good. Betty's still aboard. 309. It's still a little bit shaky with me on this, but that's probably just stuff that I don't know about the airplane. So logo lights on, all of our lights are good. Okay, CPDLC works in this airplane, so we'll be able to use this to use this airplane and get our clearance that way, which is really nice. Good climb there. Okay, thing we got to watch out for is final reserve and alternate fuel. 8.4.
Subscriber confirmed.
8.4 is what we care about for diversion fuel. Let's see. Yes, most of our flights we do on VATSIM because you can fly any simulator you want. X-Plane, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, 2024, P3D even on VATSIM, and everybody can fly along. And so that's kind of why it is that I stay on VATSIM. And we'll turn these monitors down just a little bit. Out we go. Okay, Copenhagen is 400 miles to the north. We'll be landing at 0211 Zulu time. So about an hour, if you're wondering how much longer we're going to be flying today. Hey, Scots. And Jimmy Boy is back in chat. Hi, Jimmy Boy. Welcome back in. You could also, Better Captain Yuri reminds us we could also use flight gear on VATSIM. I had totally forgotten that. Thank you for popping in with that. If I say something wrong or something, please, please, please pop in with information so I don't get it wrong. 122.8 is still good. And out we go. So we got to remember divert fuel. Coming over here, that's Frankfurt. Okay, Copenhagen. Weather at Copenhagen. Winds are 080 at 1, so landing north, I guess. Scattered clouds, not bad. It's -8 degrees. The altimeter's 1020. So there's the weather that we've got for coming on into Copenhagen. It's very dark and not much going on tonight. Very quiet at VATSIM. Well, we got a couple of airplanes on the ground. There is Lufthansa. So we got a couple of airplanes on the ground here at Frankfurt. And there's Russ up there. Let's see. Lubeck is got ground and tower at the moment. Oh my gosh, look at London. London is totally lit up right now. Jimmy Boy is in Florida, golfing for a few days. Before you go back to Pennsylvania, watch out for alligators. And there's EKCH. Wow, look at London, just totally lit up tonight. It's pretty late in London, I think. Passing 23,000 feet. Different galley than the Lufthansa cargo galleys. This one is something a little bit smaller than the Lufthansa galleries. And sadly, the lavatory does not flush. So you can't go in and flush the toilets. Oh well. Don't forget to step up or step down going in and out of the cockpit. That would be very embarrassing. Jimmy Boy saw 0 alligators today whilst golfing. Really? 25,000 feet. Fuel is at 23.3. So we're a long way from panic fuel. Now, Mountain Man said that one of the things to do is if you've got the collector's edition like this one, tomorrow after it releases, you might want to go and update it. See if there's an update. Or Mountain Man was even saying delete this one and just get a brand new one out of that. So that's something to think about. Let's see. November 28th Simulations wants to know where Jimmy Boy was playing golf. Long time ago when I did play golf, I never shot high or low. All that happened is whenever I hit the ball, it always went into the water. So everybody that I used to play golf with called me Aquaman. You were just something about it. Hey, Sphinx Music, welcome on in. Yep, that is the MD-11 emote. This is a cool airplane. It's good to have an emote for the MD-11. Jimmy Boy was at Innisbrook Golf Resort in Palm Harbor, which is close to Tampa. Altitude. Betty's aboard. Well, there was some flashing and stuff. I'm going to guess that maybe that was because of the scenery at Frankfurt. I don't know. It doesn't appear to be flashing at the bottom of the screen anymore. Don't know. Sphinx Music likes trijets. Your first ever flight was a 727. A very, very long time ago, family sent me and my sister and I down to the grandparents' house, and I think the nearest airport was El Paso. So they put us on a plane in, I think it was in Denver or Colorado Springs. It was a Continental 727. And put us on a plane, and grandparents were going to catch us at the other end. And this airplane stopped in Albuquerque, and which was really interesting. It stopped in Albuquerque, so we just stayed in the seats. But as we were sitting on the ground, the pilot came back and took us back down to the back of the airplane and down the back stairs of the airplane so we could look up at the T-tail and the engines. It was very noisy. They had the APU going and stuff, which is in the middle of the airplane in the 727. But we got to walk down the back stairs together. $351 miles to Copenhagen. It's 1:18. We're still planning to land at 2:10. This was a long time ago. It wasn't, the jet engines weren't on. The jet engines weren't on, so we just got to go down and take a look. We weren't out there very long. Got to look at the tail, and the pilot pointed to this and that, and the engine, and everything else. And then when we came up, I remember him pointing up, and you could see a little bit of, you know, how in the 727, the engine goes straight down and then dips down. The input, the inlet, the area inlet to the engine. So that's how it goes down to the engine. It was really pretty cool. No, we never took a wrong turn. Anonymous Jody, thank you for being here today. Thanks for saying so, a 1010. Sphinx Music got to be in the 747-406. That is a combination passenger and freighter for KLM. You know, I don't think I ever saw anything like a combi plane before. That's right. I was going to see if it will enter the hold and then exit the hold after our first loop-de. It's a little bit longer. That's right. Russ's daughter was doing a flight from Cedar Rapids to the DFW when an unaccompanied minor lost her Christmas toy in the cabin and started bawling and screaming. Junior flight attendants don't behave that way, and she stopped and soon found the toy. Really? So the junior flight attendant was? Well, my sister and I weren't. We got the junior pilot wings from Continental. I remember those. I wish I knew where they were. I would have loved to. I don't know where they could have gone. I know that I kept them for a very, very, very long time. Anonymous Jody's been flying F-15s on War Thunder. Really? How is your F-15 flying going? So Sphinx Music says that combination. The Combi 747, you got 200. Wow, 280 is still pretty good. Well, Russ, all you've got to do is get on one of your daughter's flights and start screaming and yelling and throwing a temper tantrum, and your flight attendant daughter will say, hey, junior flight attendants don't behave that way, and maybe that's how you'll get your wings. Either that or she'll throw you in the lavatory. I don't know what it's like with you and your daughter, so, I know I could not misbehave around my sister after she became a police officer, and I became one of the few big brothers walking around whose little sister could beat him up, so. This line over here is the star. It's the star coming out here. So that's that line. If I had connected the arrival, so let's go and clean some stuff up here. That line, it took forever for me to figure out what in the world is that extra line for. So what it is as you come in around here after we do the hold at Olpib, we come back around and then we actually turn south at Dopum. And that is that line right there. It just stretches on forever. And then we'll make our do vector turn into the runway. And we're coming in on 4 left. So there's 4 left. After we get off at 4 left, We'll exit, probably we'll exit at Alpha 6 and then up here, and then they use runway 30 for cargo taxi over to cargo land. Incredible. Anonymous Jody is flight sim playing in the background. So the War Thunder's going pretty good for you today in the F-15. Coming over here, the descent is going to be maximum flight level in the hold is flight level 190. Keep an eye on VATSIM. Not much coming on there. Ground speed today is 473 knots. I am at flight level 300. Russ is 444 at 33.1. So I'm going to pass Russ. I may need to do a little bit of a climb here. 444, 476. Yeah, I'm going to pass Russ. I don't need to. So I should go, we're flight level 300. Let's go to flight level 330 so that we don't run into other airplanes. That would be a good thing to do. Sphinx Music says that 747 Combi had a large cargo door fitted into the rear for freight loading and the aft main deck cargo hold. A locked partition separates cargo from passengers. There was additional fire protection, strengthened main deck floor and roller systems to move the big cargo containers around. Did they have a special room available so that if the passengers found any Wilson volleyballs, they could practice their volleyball? I mean, no telling if Tom Hanks was going to do anything on that flight. I don't think that that's going to mess with our fuel. So right now, estimated fuel on board for landing is 17.7. 17.7 is what we're expecting to land. We panic at like 4 point something. They had a big ball rink in the back. Oh, and a hot tub in a bowling alley, like that movie The Big Bus, right? Just remember, I am not allowed to laugh loudly. Only aloha. Nice lights tonight here in Europe. Thank you. Thanks for keeping the comedy club open, Amargosa. I think it's getting a little... I'm going to turn the airplane down a notch. Hi, Jimmy boy. Oh, the joke? Okay, that way we're not going to run into Russ. See, we could look ahead and below and we'll see what we see. So this is an 80-mile range and it'll probably be fairly close here. Now this airplane also has a fixed page. I don't know how to set this up, so we could do EKCH. There's EKCH for the fix. It says DNT KFX. I don't know what these are. I don't think that this is the same way that you do fixes and range rings and stuff like that like we do in the other airplanes. Hi, Sim Mr. Egan. I'm not breaking any records tonight or anything. I just wanted to test this airplane on I just wanted to test this airplane on a hold, because the MD-11 is coming out tomorrow for everybody, and so it's going to be flying. So I wanted to fly this on vectors to Copenhagen, and if you're going to fly it in vectors to Copenhagen, you got to remember how to do a hold, and I didn't remember how to do a hold in the airplane, so I'm doing a test flight now. The next cross the pond, I think, should be like April or May, something like that, I think. I think it's about April or May. Haven't heard any progress. You know, they canceled the last one, though, so that they could reorganize stuff and all that. I don't know if they've made any progress on that, you know. In reorganizing it. Yeah, they canceled the last one, Moose. They said that they just needed to take one off to reorganize because it's just getting a little bit too hard. It's getting a little bit too hard. It was hard for them to manage it, so they need to figure out a new way of doing it. And I haven't heard what the new plan is or not. I mean, they could do some other airplanes really, some other long hauls really good. So I don't know what they'll do. But yeah, I just Moose is actually an expert in these old McDonnell Douglas airplanes. Has some really good cold and dark videos over on YouTube. If you're looking for some good background, especially if you want to be a really good Mad Dog pilot. And flight level 330. We're passing Hamburg here. So we're coming up on Hamburg. And doesn't look like we're going to see an awful lot. For high pressure being all over the EU today, I haven't seen an awful lot of ground. Russ says, I think Russ is right. There's going to be cross the land. They're going to continue doing the cross the land events, I guess. They're also probably going to do cross the ditch. That's actually a very well organized event. Boozy Sheep, that's right. We should send out for hamburgers in Hamburg. And there's Ubatu. Still landing without the hold at 211 Zulu. 256 miles to go. Econ Cruise, we're 17 minutes from top of descent. So in the descent, we decided flight level 190 is going to be, I think that's the top of the hold. So we'll go ahead and put flight level 190 in. Usually I think they stop us at about 22 originally. But we'll go and just put 190 in to start for the hold. 130 miles to go. Let's see. Minimums for the arrival that we are expecting is 213 feet. 213 feet. It's a little dark, I can't see. Yep, it's set. So 213 feet. Boy, that was easy. Okay, 213 feet. I still screwed up something here with this QFE disabled thing. I pushed some button. I don't know what I did there. Man, one of those really big burgers. I've been craving one of those bigger burgers with some flavor, some chili, and nice cheese on it. That would be good. And page 2 should be descent. nothing to change in there. It says, oh, it says it knows the transition altitude is 5,000 feet. But it doesn't bug you about that, I don't think. Actually, Boozy, I uninstalled Flight Sim 2020 about 6 months ago. 5-6 months ago. I didn't feel as funny about it as I did when I uninstalled X-Plane. When I uninstalled X-Plane and all that ortho scenery went poof, that I was a little bit like, what the hell are you doing? You took so much time to download all of that ortho and you're just giving it up. But I couldn't make X-Plane 12 work on VATSIM with my system, so oh well. That one I felt weird about. I really felt weird about getting rid of X-Plane. 2020, I was pretty confident about that. Didn't really bug me that much. Okay, dial-a-flap is set to 15. Moose is not going to uninstall anytime soon, but I haven't touched it since the beginning of December. It's on its own drive, so... Well, okay, so at the moment, yeah, if it's got its own drive, you know, I was... that was about the time that I was thinking that I was going to try and do a couple of other games and stuff. So I was putting a few more games back on there, so I wasn't running out of space, but I just felt it was time to get rid of it. But I think that it's smart. If you don't need to get rid of it, it needs to be there. Hathaway, it's being released for everybody tomorrow. Russ likes the X-Plane skies. What's 2020? That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away there, Drama. P3R, welcome aboard. Well, I'm hoping that after... See, that was the bad move on that one. I should have kept it because the folks from Bluebird, not Bluebell, that's the ice cream, Bluebird, they are releasing their 757 on 2021, so I'll have to wait a little longer. Jeff, the Hawkeye guy, just installed 2020 and 2024 is downloading. See how it goes later on. Your airplanes should transfer over pretty good. I remember my transfer over was pretty good. I had very few bugs on the transfer of stuff. Tim Dog has only started using it regularly about a month ago. There's the Hamburg VOR. The skies seem to be clearing a little bit here. Kind of nicely too. 94 miles to top of descent. That'll be in 12 minutes. Now, I don't think you preset the altimeter in this one like you do a Boeing. So we can preset the baro. That's about it. That's right. We get a new badge of honor. We're flying into Copenhagen with 0 ATC, and we've programmed in the hold for the simple reason that I'd like to fly this tomorrow, but if it doesn't fly it on this little test flight, I'm not going to do it. I'm trying to save humiliation. Trying to save a little bit of humiliation here. So this is the test flight to make sure it works. Hopeful. So far it's doing good. It had this little geeky flash at the bottom of the screen. I don't know what that was, but it seems to have fixed itself. Some interesting views for sure. Yeah, so when you go and do flybys and stuff, it gets a little bit jittery. So tomorrow I'll have to not do as many flybys and stuff and just, you know, fly the airplane. Be very serious. This is an 80 miles, 78 miles to go, so top of descent should start to pop in here soon. It's 138 minus the hold, which will probably add another minute or two, so 2:15 Zulu is how much longer we're going to be flying. If you're sitting there looking at how much longer is we flying, I want to see this thing land. Had some reports that there was a little bit of snow still on the ground in Germany after the last weather system came through the area. But a lot of it got washed away because almost immediately after the snow, it rained. But then after that, it started at night, all of that moisture started to freeze. So they have a bunch of some ice problems on the roads and stuff. There's our top of descent hockey stick at Geska. All right, cool. So we're all ready to go there. 122.8, we don't have CTAF here, so that's good. And that's going to be in 65 miles. In 8 minutes, it says. Let's see, landing, usually with this big old thing, when it's all loaded down, I'll usually do auto brakes medium. On the other hand, if we do auto brakes low, since there's not a lot of traffic, we could end up on runway 4 left, because we're going to have to taxi all the way in here, get on runway 12, and that'll take us into cargo land. Since it's late at night, if nobody's there, we could sidestep to 4 right and get off here at taxiway India. And no idea where they would park us. We'll probably just grab one of these really close. Uh-oh, about ready to go over the water. Time to start worrying about those cold water alligators. Okay, look at that. The hold is starting to show up. So there's the bottom of the hold there. So I think that this is going to work just fine there. Let's see. I'm imagining that the airplane will put us to minimum clean speed. Flight plan. Hold speed is 230 knots. So 230 is the hold speed. And since it's in the McDonnell Douglas version of it being managed, I'm going to guess it's going to do that for us. We see if that happens. Did we ever catch Russ? Well, nope, we never caught Russ. Look at that. Almost looks like we're falling behind. Almost looks like we're falling behind. Roddy, it's a pretty cool airplane. you know, like everything, it does get old and stuff, and that's too bad, you know. Has metal fatigue and stuff, but it really was a great, cool airplane. Hey, Cross Haparu is here. The Not Hedgehog is back. That's right. That's right. We need to be reminded that Cross Haparu is not Sonic the Hedgehog. Hey, Cross Haparu, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. And a happy weekend. Happy New Year. I'm sure we could find you an MD hat on eBay. Oh, I'm sure there's some out there. Old but gold, absolutely. And the thing is this airplane really just has such a unique look. It's just got a great look for the airplane. With that big old tail and the engine up in there. These were just iconic tri-jets, and everybody likes those. But Cross, thank you for coming by too. Update, I think it's tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Pacific time. I think it's 8 a.m. Pacific time, we've heard in chat. And that's when the update comes out, and everybody that didn't pick this up as a collector's edition has it available. That's why I'm up late tonight. I wanted to fly it tomorrow, but tomorrow is Vectors to Copenhagen. And so like, okay, do I really have what it takes to fly this big thing into Copenhagen? And so now it's sort of like, okay, how do you put a hold into this thing again? Okay, we got a hold in there. So we'll see if we can't make it work. And right now it seems to be good. You're going to migrate over to 2024? Well, I'll tell you what, it's supposed to go public tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, so let the migration begin. Dad Game Time is flying the 727-100 freighter. You know who also flies that a lot? Moose flies that a lot. And really likes using the old school navigation system. Dad Game Time wants to know if the upcoming IndyBuilds L1011 is going to be a 385 or a 500. No idea. I know that they're making one, and it's got 3 engines. That's about all I know about what they're going to do. Haven't heard when it's going to come out or anything like that. Almost descent time. So over to performance. And 23 miles or 3 minutes. That's the best way to do it. Yeah, wait till you got a few days off. That's when I make any kind of changes that I'm going to do. That's a big, you know, wait till a day off. It's not worth making changes and then scrambling to do a live stream. I almost can't do that anymore. Is it a giant step forward or a baby step? The update, I think that the airplane is pretty good. I'm sure that they've still got a few bugs to work out, but they've got a few of those. Cross Haparu is doing X-Plane. I think it'd be good to do that too, and I'd like to. X-Plane 12, I can't put it on VATSIM. It's just too heavy right now. So if they go and they do a big optimization update, I think it'll work great for me. And then you're right, having a backup sim would be a really good thing to do. I mean, what are you going to fly? You know, what would we fly if Microsoft servers went offline? You know, if they got, you know, really, really badly hacked or something, you know. So I think it's good to have a backup sim. I do have DCS World. I just, it becomes a bit of a slideshow after a while. And would love to get back into X-Plane just because I missed my Flight Factor 757. That was such a great airplane. 1 minute to go. 11 miles to top of descent. So we'll see those throttles pull back. And I don't, we don't have to push push any buttons. If you've got the descent programmed into the flight management computer and dial in the altitude, then that's it. It'll start your descent for you. And there's a turn. Haven't tried X-Plane 12 on VATSIM yet. See, that's where the problem was for me. And I got rid of 11 and all of the data, you know, all the ortho scenery and stuff. X-Plane 12 was okay for a while, but they built onto it, built on, but there was no optimization. So I can't get my frame rates above, you know, 20, 18 to 20 to put it on VATSIM. So that's why I haven't been doing X-Plane 12. Dad, game time is ready for the Bluebird. The flight, is the flight factor showing its age now? Man, that was just like a absolute gold standard airplane. I mean, that was the one that back in the X-Plane days, I was flying that all the time. Just every day. I was really enjoying it. CT Aviation says it's time to give it a try. They've had some updates and optimization. I probably ought to do that. I just go get the installer and pop it in some day off. So that's good to know. Thank you. That would be great to know. Yeah, what settings you're running. Maybe one of these upcoming days off or something like that. Airplane, you didn't descend. It did not start its descent. Boozy Sheep says the flight factor works great, but the cockpit textures are getting a little dated. Let's see. Roddy, X-Plane is terribly optimized. Oh, even with new hardware, the frame... Yeah, that's where I've run into. Moritz is in chat. Welcome back in. I have spent more than a year of my life in virtual skies. Talk about desperately needing to get a life. Oh my gosh, really? You did the math? Thank you. Oh, it did not do its descent like it was supposed to. Bad airplane. Bad pilot for not knowing what I'm doing. Kevin, Minnie, the MD-11 will be releasing to everybody tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time from TFDI. This is the collector's edition version, but it releases to everybody tomorrow. All right, let's see if we go into the hold. There's Monarch. $25,000 feet. Cabin signs on. I don't know the price. If you had it, if you had the airplane over in Flight Sim 2020, I think I read in chat that it's a $5 upgrade fee. I thought it was supposed to as well. You need to arm it. I didn't need to arm it the last time though. So, I don't know. And coming up on Old Pib. That's right, this one is an actual cup of coffee upgrade fee. Okay, we entered the hold. Are you going to slow down? It's not slowing down to the hold speed. And that was supposed to be 230 knots. It was supposed to be 230 in this one. Okay, we're slowing down now, and that's supposed to be... Okay, cool. Let's see. Latest altimeter. Altimeter in This is 31 minutes ago, so altimeter is 1020. Transition here is 5,000 feet. There we go. That looks good. Is it trying to catch up to the altitude first? Oh, it was trying to do that first? Okay. Yeah, sadly, I think that cup of coffee thing is going to be, will live in infamy. You trade speed for altitude or altitude for speed. That sounds about right. Well, we were close to 19,000, which is the top altitude that you're supposed to do here in the hold. And then after the hold at Ernov, no. It's below 9,000 feet at Nesco and 250 knots. So there's 230. I'm going to continue to let it go down to 9,000 feet. It did the hold great, Mountain Man, and it started my descent late, so that's why the speed was all messed up. All right, come on down here and flight plan. Hold at. Let's click the hold. Okay, you don't exit there. My guess is as you exit the hold by just going direct to something. Jeff the Hawk, thank you for joining Discord. I'm missing a little chat because I'm just watching the airplane to see what it does. Because tomorrow we'll be in with a gazillion other airplanes. And I want to make sure I do it right. Not so bad. There's 16,000 feet. So once we get coming back around here, now usually they'll break you out of the hold at about any time. So they might tell you after you've passed OLPIB and you're going the other way, they might say, cancel the hold, turn right heading 090. So let's try that after OLPIB. So we'll get going there and, yeah, turn, maybe it was left 090. PW engine comes out tomorrow with the update too, so you get both engine variants. I thought I had Pratt & Whitney's for the FedEx version, and these are GE engines for lifty cargo. Amargosa, not quite yet, I'm afraid. Not quite yet. Okay, so we'll see, we'll let it go past OLPIB. When we're heading in the opposite direction, we'll go and try and do it the way that they usually will do this. So at some point out of the hold, they'll say cancel the hold and turn to a certain heading. And then direct Nesco after that. So we'll try that. and see if we can do that without too much humiliation. How's fuel? Let's see. Divert fuel. So diversion fuel, final reserve and alternate is 8.4 tons. So 8.4 tons. We are at 18.3. I boarded 30 minutes of extra fuel, and the flight management computer says expect 18.3, no, 17.6 for landing. So boarding an extra 30 minutes fuel, we got a ton. Half an hour of fuel in this thing. Half an hour of fuel is, final reserve is 3.1 tons. 3.2 tons is 30 minutes of flying time. So I think we're in pretty good shape. There's 11,000 feet there. So after OLPIM, Jeff the Hawkeye is in the A330-900. I actually, during the last cross the pond that they ran, I wanted to take the A350, but everybody was having problems with it that day. So I ended up taking the A330, and it was a really good airplane. It really worked great on cross the pond and gave me a chance to fly Air Berlin, from, I think that was what? I think it was Munich to Chicago on that cross the pond. Thanks, Jeff. Welcome back in. Thank you for being. It is easy to get hooked on this airplane stuff, isn't it? Are the sounds improved? It seems to be pretty good. All right, it's going to start its next turn. There's 9,000 feet. So let's make sure it does that. It looks like clean speed is 242. I think it's a little slow. I think that should be up there. We're perhaps a ton slow. Okay, we making the turn? Because that's where the little pink dot is. All right, it's making the turn. So they're going to say, Lufthansa Cargo 441, cancel the hold, turn right heading 090. Turn right heading 090. So turn right 090. Okay, that looks good. And if it stops there, that cancels the hold. And that's good. Okay, that works really good. So then the next thing that they're going to do is have us fly like this a little bit. 9,000 feet. So they'd have us fly a little bit out there a bit. Investor, things got crazy with this airplane. PMDG also at their exterior said they were going to get an update. Okay, so that looks good. Let's bring in the map a click here. So there's Nexo. So at this point, they might say Lifty Cargo 441, left turn, direct Nexo, and 250 knots. So left turn, direct Nexo. They would also say rejoin the arrival. So left turn, direct Nexo, 250 knots, and rejoin the arrival. Okay, so there's 250 knots. There is a left turn to Nexo. And direct intersection, Nexo direct. And then we'll hit the nav button, and that should take us direct to Nexo. And that would be what they would have us do to get out of the hold. So below 9,000 feet, they might at that point say descend and maintain 7,000 feet. So descend and maintain 7,000 feet. And we're direct to Nexo, and we're descending to 7,000 feet. Good airplane. Let's see, below 10,000 feet, landing lights need to go on. Landing lights going on. Let's get ready to land here. So auto brakes to medium. Speed brakes are armed. And that looks really good. Transition is 5,000 feet here. 1020 is the altitude, is that. So this thing right here, this airplane is going to release for everybody tomorrow from TFDI. So I want to take it on vectors to Copenhagen. Thing is I didn't remember how to do certain things that you have to be able to learn how to do in vectors to Copenhagen. So I'm doing a practice flight. This is a practice flight to make sure I know what I'm doing. Let's see. There's 7,000 feet. There's Nexo. So this is the route that we're expecting. Inversor, so I did arm it. It's hard to see at night, but if you kind of look in here, it's difficult to see. Perhaps it's too close. But it is armed. So when it's down like that, it's not armed. So click it and pull it up. It's armed for auto deployment for landing. So that's kind of how that works. This is not a 747. This is a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. All right, there's Nexo. Now they're going to say Lufthansa Cargo 441, reduce speed to 220 knots, and then descend to 4,000 feet. So reduce speed to 220. Let's go ahead and roll out our leading edge slats, which you can't even see. So there's 220 and flaps 15. Flaps are 15. And there's 220. And after that, descend and maintain 4,000 feet. And 4,000. There's the descent. Dad Game Time says, if flying a trijet makes you cool, then we will consider you Miles Davis. There we go. All right, looking good there. I did click 4,000. Come on. There we go. I must not have clicked it. Okay, 4,000 feet, and around we go. There's the arrival in there. Copenhagen traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is about to exit the arrival, the Monarch arrival, and setting up for the ILS runway 4 left, Copenhagen. Mountain Man wants the Contrail Falcon 50 airplane. And there's 4,000 feet. That looks good. And 220 knots at Dopum. If it's your first vectors to Copenhagen, one of the things that you'll see in the ATIS for the event is do not do the transition from Dopum into the ILS. Whether any of them. They don't want you to do that at all. Don't connect the star with the arrival. You can do that. It does have transitions over here. They don't want you to do these transitions because that's how they space you out a little bit. When they make you go a little bit further in the arrival or something. And That looks good. Russ says we got a cool new moon right now on the southern horizon. That's what Russ is talking about right there. There's the new moon. We're below flight level 50. We're at 4,000 feet and we're good to go there. Now we're going to have to go out a little bit because this is a big plane and we can't slow down too much. Let's see. All of this looks great. Takeoff and approach. I'm going to do flaps 35 to land. VAPS 165. VREF 160. So let's call it 165 to land. But yay, Mountain Man. It was a very successful hold. Next is going to be descend and maintain. Probably what, 2,500 would be the next one. So 2,500 after Dopam. So far, so good. I think if I don't do anything wrong, this airplane's going to be perfect for the flight tomorrow. I've got the ILS. I got glide slope and localizer. We're good to go there. All right, so let's go. Heading hold is now on. Descend and maintain 2,500. Speed to 180. Speed to 180 knots, and that'll be our 180 until 5 mile finals. Flaps. Betty is still aboard. And let's go ahead and come on in. Betty is very happy. Captain Soapy is in chat for the first time. Hi, Captain Soapy. Welcome aboard. All right, around we go. Copenhagen traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is making the turn to final right now, setting up for the ILS and landing on runway 4 left. Copenhagen. Want to do wheels? Landing gear. It's a little dark for the landing gear tonight. Gear going down. Landing gear is down. All ready to go. Let's turn on arm the arrival. That's going to snag the localizer and the glide slope for us. That's right. Tomorrow, you're absolutely right. We cannot blame the airplane. I do have landing lights on. The landing lights are up front on this airplane. Landing lights are up front. And landing is armed, so that looks good. Over here, 165 over there. I've got the airport, I got the runway. Look at that. But yeah, Mountain Man, it'll be blame the pilot for sure. This airplane, do we have wing and turn-off lights? There's some wing and turn-off lights for you. All right, should be snagging the localizer any second now. We hope. We should be snagging the localizer any moment now. There we go. Boy, that was kind of abrupt. Kind of flew over it a little bit. It did intercept it pretty good, but I probably didn't have an optimum angle. All right, that looks really good. Let's see, missed approach, takeoff, and the heading is 343. So 343 is the heading after missed approach. Preset that in there. That looks really good. Localizer's great. Copenhagen traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 441, now 10-mile final, 8-mile finals for runway 4 left, landing Copenhagen. Bring in the map a click. Next speed is going to be 165. And flaps can go down one more click. We got the glide slope. Flaps 35 and speed. I always do it about 2 or 3 miles before in this big thing. Okay, everything else looks good. And posture check, make sure we're sitting down. Let's do a little hydration. Lucky hat in place. Jar Jar is back in the cabin to scream, "We's gonna die at any minute now." Thanks, Roddy. All the cheers in the world. Okay, we're established. Speed's good. Gear down 3 green. Auto brake, speed brakes. And the EAD box. This is our box that says that, hey, you're all set for your landing. Ready? Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. No, don't panic. Nobody needs to grab a parachute. Always want to make Betty happy on this flight. We got the wind from the right blowing us to the left here. There's the big bridge off to the right. Landing.
300.
They make Betty say minimum so fast. Reverse. Reverser's yellow, reverser's green. Oh no, we went off the runway. That's the problem when you go doing this. Stow the reversers, speed brakes are down. Auto brakes off. Too low, but good. And yep, Amargosa, I was definitely hunting for butter. Copenhagen traffic, left to cargo 441, clear of runway 04 left. We're going to taxi on runway 12 to cargo land. Stay out of everybody's way. Happy landing. See you tomorrow for Vectors. Copenhagen. We made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. I hope flaps are going up. Flaps are up. Auto brakes are off. Speed brakes are disarmed. Hey, they got a little bit of grass in the wheels. That's okay. We got a really cool landing picture. Probably ought to turn off all of our lights. We're blinding everybody. And turn off the strobes. Somebody, I didn't see I didn't see a taxi sign. I didn't see any taxi sign. Who said we ran over a taxi sign?
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Oh my
Stay
gosh,
sharp.
Cooper just did a follow. Hey Cooper, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Let's do Delta over to... That's right. It's the camera's fault. See, is radar off? Yes. I don't think I ever turned it on. Yes, we don't want to cook anybody on the ground. That's just rude. All right. There's taxiway Delta. And we make the turn from Delta and straight up to runway... which runway 30 is pretty much a taxiway. It's okay. All the signs and fixtures here are made with Lego. So it's Lego stuff. It's easy to fix. The only time that it's a problem is if you're not wearing shoes and you step on one. At that point, it becomes a real problem. There's runway 12. Let's go ahead and make the turn. Anybody coming in over there? Nope, nobody there. Let's go over here. Russ was already here, so we'll see if we spot a FedEx here. And there's our turn there. Now we also need to look down at the end of the runway and make sure that nobody's landing as we go and cross runway 4 right or taking off. I haven't heard anybody, so we'll see how that works. And need a little bit of oomph here. No need for brake fans on this. Love watching the taxi bys. The hard part is staying in your center line. Staying in the center line on those. Okay. Nobody coming in that way. Nobody coming in that way. And then this should be Gulf 2. That's Gulf 2. And there is cargo land. Another thing to remember in the big old MD-11 is you're sitting about a mile ahead of the nose wheel. And there's cargo land. And then we make a turn here. Well, I'll tell you what, it was a little bit longer than usual, but thanks for sticking around while I test this thing out, make sure it works. Ah, I see Russ. Let's come in by Russ. Thanks for sticking around while I test it out. I think it's really good. I think we're in great shape. Selected Blue is an S1 controller at Memphis. You know what, Selected Blue? I think you ought to be ready to see a bunch of MD-11s at Memphis. I think you're going to see some MD-11s after tomorrow. I think we were able to walk away. The taxi wasn't so good and the rollout wasn't so good, but hey, it's okay. And how about if we catch this spot over here? Still need that engine up there. And taxi light going off. We don't want to blind the ground crew. No need for an APU. Oh, look at that. Russ actually found the FedEx store place too. Little bit off to the side. Let's get over here. Selected Blue, what have you got to promote today? Anything cool? Have you got a live stream or are you doing something? How about that? There's a good spot right there. So parking brakes on, engine 1 and 2 off, and a nice view of us right over there with Russ over there. Thanks for flying in, Russ. And then after that, so what we need to do now is come over to services, and we want to have wheel chocks and the ground power unit. Once ground power is open, we can go and we can turn ground power on, and then at that point engine number 2, the one in the tail, can go off. Let's see, we'll stop squawking here, and that all looks good. Put that switch back for the next crew. And that looks good too. All right, up here, we'll do beacon is off. And then come over here and open the passenger door, cargo door, and we made it. Nobody was hurt, nobody was arrested. Thanks for doing the flight, Russ. So that is an amazing airplane, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it releases tomorrow. It flew the hold, I think, flawlessly. Thanks to Mountain Man, we know how to fix the problem with SIDS and stars for now, so that's good too. I definitely suggest that you have charts for the flight for tomorrow too, with the charts app. You can run charts through the EFB, but at least for now, it is a little bit wonky at the moment, and that can be a problem. But yeah, this is Selected Blue. This is going to be the MD-11. Are my nav lights on? Yes, I have nav lights on. My nav, as for lights, I should have the logo light is on, the nav lights are on, beacon is off, and the high intensities are off. Everything else is off. Well, the seatbelt lights are on. Whoops. Yeah, TFDI. So this is going to be released tomorrow to everybody. So can't wait for this one. It should be a really nice flight. Our first flight is with this tomorrow. We'll give it a shot. I'll be departing just like this one out of Frankfurt. So that'll be a nice departure for us as well. So can't wait to see that. I haven't really got the updated graphic that I usually do because we've already changed the flight plan. Let's see if there's anybody who's rateable right now. I'm not sure. It is really, really late. I don't think anybody that I know is live streaming. I don't see anybody that I know that's live streaming. Let's see. Is anybody doing flight sim right now that we don't know? Let's see. Here is somebody flying back home with Bush Talk Radio in the Black Square Bonanza. Let's see. I'm just looking to see. Let's try There's somebody called Continuous Ignition that's doing our air cargo event in the BAE 146. I think I remember Continuous Ignition.
New recruits
So why don't we go and do that? If you're just
Welcome
coming
aboard,
in and
Agent.
you just
Stay
discovered the spy
sharp.
flight, thanks for coming by. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming on in. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We fly every day. Departure time is always 1800 Zulu, and we'll see you at 1800 Zulu tomorrow. And in the meantime, I can't wait to see you then. Thanks for the support. There were some nice gift sub bombs today, and I really appreciate those. Those are the things that are helping me keep everything going. So departure time is then. In the meantime, until we get back together, as always, like to say it, it's more important today than ever before. Stay healthy, stay safe. I can't wait to see you in the Friendly Sim Skies here on Twitch and YouTube. Have a wonderful evening. Cheers and good night.